All right, we'll call today's meeting to order. It's the April 27th, 2021 meeting of the Riel Community Committee. My name is Brian Mays. I'm the City Councilor for St. Vital Ward. I'll be chairing today's meeting. We meet today on Treaty 1 land, the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. I'm joined in the chamber here today by my colleague, Councillor Chambers, and as well as virtually by Councillor Allard. In addition, we have a number of city staff with us to address questions. You are able to address the committee in either official language should you be speaking to us in delegation or as part of the public hearing. Madam Clerk, procedurally, we first need minutes, then delegations.
That's correct.
So Councillor Chambers, if you can move approval of the minutes of our last meeting.
So moved.
All those in favor? That's carried. Relatively light on the front end of this meeting and relatively heavy on the public hearing end of this meeting. So delegations, I think you had advised there were a couple of delegations, Madam Clerk.
Correct. There was 2 delegations that registered after the agenda was posted. So we have them both in the waiting room. The first up is Mr. David Hill in regards to plan approval for 140 Grey Huron Drive. I understand that Mr. Hill does not have a presentation, but would like to address the committee if there's any questions on the plan approval.
So is Mr. Hill here for the applicant or is
Correct.
he? Okay, so there's no objections to the proposal.
Right.
No, I think that one's pretty straightforward, at least from my perspective. So I guess one question I would have is how close are we? We're building out more and more at the north end of Sage Creek, potential school site going in there. How close is this to, I don't know if you've just got this site, how close is this to the easterly extension of Bishop that's currently in the plans dating back to about 2016?
It looks like Mr. Hill has left the meeting. We'll see if he attempts to rejoin us.
All right.
Would you like to proceed with the next delegation?
Sure.
Perfect. So next up in delegation, we have Mr. Jeff Milnes on behalf of Progressive Real Estate to be heard in regards to the developer and surety bonds, which is report number 6. Hi there,
Hello.
Mr. Milnes. You're now live with the community committee. You have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Oh gosh, I don't need 10 minutes. My name is Jeff Milnes. I'm at 101-1383 Pembina Highway. I'm really just here today in support of the developer and surety bonds motion or report, I guess, that Councillor Chambers is bringing forward today. I just think that as a small to medium-sized developer in the city of Winnipeg, this is a great initiative to bring forward. It gives us another tool in the toolbox, essentially, as developers. I'm not sure if the committee is aware, but basically as a developer, when you do infrastructure on behalf of the city, you have to put up essentially collateral, either as cash security or a letter of credit that matches the value of the infrastructure that you're putting in. We're doing a project right now in Councillor Chambers' ward that's a $250,000 bond, a cash bond essentially that we've put up on that project. And so for us, you know, that's a significant amount of money that we have to put out and just be without for at least the time that we're doing the work and up to a year beyond when the work is done as a warranty period. So essentially, you know, what we're trying to do is trying to find another option that gives the city the great security they need to ensure that this infrastructure is put in place. And I completely agree with that. But, you know, we were exploring the opportunity of using a surety bond produced by an insurance company, essentially, rather than a cash payment or a letter of credit as the city has often asked for. So there are other municipalities within Canada that are using these surety bonds successfully. We were talking a couple weeks ago with Councillor Lukes and Councillor Chambers about this, and an insurance broker. And I understand that they've talked to another insurance broker since that's been giving them more information about this, which is great. And really just today, I just wanted to voice my opinion, just to say that this is a great thing, I think, for the city. It's going to, if it's allowed to proceed, then I think it opens up more available capital for developers like ourselves to continue to invest in the city in a more liquid way. So again, I just hope that this is something that can move forward. Again, I put forward my support. So thank you very much for hearing me today.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker, Councillor Chambers?
Yes, thank you very much, Jeff. And you did allude to it in the sense that an opportunity like this would allow developers who the city has established a good working relationship and has demonstrated that they are capable of meeting what the terms of the developer agreement are, but also freeing up that cash to be reinvested into other projects that will help spur our economy along post-recovery of COVID-19.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's a great point, Councillor. I think that's why we're here, right? We're trying to push forward progress within our city, and I think that this is just one initiative that doesn't really cost taxpayers anything. It still provides that security and gives everybody what they want.
And this is more of a, just as you're aware, are you aware that currently it's revenue or cash holdings of upwards of $97 million that the city of Winnipeg is holding based on what developers have provided that could be reinvested back into construction projects throughout the city?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a significant number, and I think in what I read online, it said that number, and I was actually quite taken aback by that. I know a lot of it is letters of credit and a good portion of it is still cash. But to your point, that is capital that's being tied up that could be reutilized for sure. And by, just re-engaging insurance companies, you could, have that cash more liquid. And like you said, put more money back into the city infrastructure.
Well, thank you for your support this morning, and appreciate the work that you're doing in our communities.
No problem. Thank you very much for having me, and I appreciate you bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Thanks. Not seeing any further questions. Thank you for the presentation. Madam Clerk, do we have Mr. Gray Heron Drive back?
We do have Mr. Hill back in the session, so we're going to ask him to unmute himself and to turn on his mic. You have up to 10 minutes if you would like to make a presentation, or I believe there was a question on the floor for you. Mr. Hill, can you hear us?
David here. Hi, it's David here. Yeah, I'm here mainly to answer questions about the Gray Heron proposal. I think there was a question about how close it was to the Bishop Grandin extension. I don't have a map in front of me, but my guess it's several hundred meters from where that road would be extended out.
Okay, and this is part of something. This is part of the approval. Where are we? 2016. Subdivision and rezoning, 427 dwelling units. This is from December 5, 2016. So this is part of that package. I know we've done some other approvals on.
No, this is about a 1.25 acre townhome site for a proposal for 24 townhomes in phase 2 of Sage Creek.
Yeah, no, I'm reading what's in front of us here. I think we're on a different wavelength here. Never mind.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Forget it. Okay, on we go. Thanks. On we go with our agenda then, Madam Clerk, if there are no further questions. All right.
Correct. We have no further delegations.
On to the main agenda. I'll hand the chair over to Councillor Chambers. For item number 1, I'll move approval of the submitted plans.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Item 2, I'll move approval of the submitted plans.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
I'll take the chair for number 3, which is St. Boniface Ward.
I'm reviewing the plans. I'll move the public service recommendation.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Item 4 is my ward, so I'll hand the chair to Councillor Chambers, but I had a question about this one. Is this you, Elise? Is this Simi?
Yep, there she is. I have the drawings here though.
Is this going to be the only garage in a row of townhomes where there's no garage?
It's the only garage to date. It's the only application we received for one yet. It's still a relatively new development.
Does this trouble us at all that we're approving a garage in I mean, the property is only 20 feet wide, and will this impact on snow storage, anything like that?
In this case, they've left adequate yards. We ask for a minimum of 2 feet between the side of the garage and the property line. So if the next property over were to comply also and provide that at least 2 feet, there would be a total of 4 feet between garages for snow storage. While it's not, it's something we've regarded it as adequate in other applications we've seen here for similar garages. For example, when Waverly West was still part of Riel, we did see in town center area some of the separated townhomes with similar garages. We just made sure that there was that space between the garages.
Okay.
There's also
It's outside the mature community, well, outside the mature community, so I suppose it doesn't really have any impact on that. I'll move approval of the plans as submitted.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Item 5 is one of mine. If I can leave the chair with you, Marcus. I think there's one sentence out of order in the history discussion. I don't know if I need to amend that here, if we can just, I'll meet with the clerks afterwards and move that around. But anyway, yeah, this was suggested by a member of the public 50 years since Rick Watts had his run of several provincial championship teams at Dakota Collegiate. Rick's also been very involved in the whole renewal at Dakota with the outdoor facilities that have gone in through cooperation with the private sector and the school division. Very good run with the school division. Would hate to see the school division abolished because it's been a wonderful partner to work with at Dakota and Victor Major. So this is honorary street naming. As you know, that does not go through the Welcoming Winnipeg process, so that can be done fairly quickly. I would hope to do it this spring, 50 years on. By coincidence, this block of Bellevaux, and I remember being lectured how Bellevaux must be in Dan Van Dal's ward by Justin Swindell. Bellevaux, though it sounds like it should be in Councillor Allard's ward, and there's a Bellevaux school in Councillor Allard's ward. Bellevaux Road, curiously, is actually in St. Vital ward. So yeah, this is the street that runs in front of the collegiate and runs in front of the outdoor basketball court. So it seemed like a very good idea from the public to put in an honorary street naming. Don't know if it'll be there 5 years, 10 years or what, but Mr. Watts is still very much alive and well and active promoting issues at Dakota. So pleased to move this honorary street naming, and hopefully we can get it through the system in the next month or two and be ready to go once we're allowed to have meetings of more than a few people again.
So all in favor?
All right,
Opposed? Carried.
I'll take the chair back as 6, 7, 8 are not mine. So item 6 is yours, I think, Marcus.
Yes. So as you heard this morning, there are developers out there that are providing cash, tying up cash resources or letters of credit with the city of Winnipeg on development agreements. There are other jurisdictions that have come up with a way to minimize that impact of tying up those financial resources, whereby those resources can be invested in other construction projects or other investments here in the city. This is a critical time for the city of Winnipeg as we move towards this vaccine rollout and towards herd immunity and start to focus on economic recovery efforts. If we can get developers who have a keen interest in construction, we know infrastructure is one of the mechanisms that is used around the world to spur on economic growth. Then this is an opportunity that we have to work with our development community to consider reinvesting freed up dollars into other construction programs, thereby creating jobs and building infrastructure that's needed here in our city. So not every developer will be eligible to be considered. We still have to, as a city, work with individual developers to ensure that they are meeting the requirements set out in developer agreements. And as they establish themselves here in our city and have built that level of trust, they can be assessed to be determined whether or not they would be able to participate in providing a surety bond in lieu of cash payment to the city during the construction phase and warranty phase of projects that they undertake here in our communities. So I'm asking support of this, that it move forward and get a recommendation back from our public service. The only thing is that I would like to make an amendment instead of 180 days to 90 days for this to come back to our to the appropriate committee. I understand that some of this work is already being researched, and it's just a matter of expediting this so that it falls in line with our economic recovery initiatives that the city of Winnipeg is planning as we go forward.
Any further comments? So Madam Clerk, on the amendment, we don't need to.
If the committee is in agreement with the amendment, then we can just go ahead and vote on that.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. All right, so seeing no further discussion, we'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion as amended with the tighter time frame? Aye.
Aye.
All right, that's carried. Number 7, that's Councillor Allard.
Yes, I think this motion mostly speaks for itself. Many properties or some properties go up for tax sale when the property owners are unable to meet their obligations with the city of Winnipeg. And this is an idea where we would take those lots and offer them up to housing corporations to provide more affordable housing to Winnipeggers. So it's a motion. It would go to standing policy committee, and hoping that we could develop a policy along those lines. I know that in some cases, when these tax sale properties come to planning, property, and development, we provided different criteria, and in order to dispose of those properties, including RFPs with different weights for different priorities, and this would streamline that process and have council endorse the idea that tax sale properties should go towards affordable housing organizations.
Is there a cap in terms of the market value of the house in question? Or is
I mean, currently they're sold for the highest price, I think. I've had an experience where I was able to convince the Planning, Property and Development Standing Committee to ask the public service to come with different weighting, including price. In terms of caps, here proposing $1 or another price, something affordable, but the idea being we would be subsidizing the creation of affordable housing through this process.
And it's understandable that, you know, the sale is $1, but in terms of the market value of the house, is there a cap on that?
No, but I mean, if that's the policy that's part of the detail that would have to be developed. Certainly if there's a desire to add that provision in the motion, I'd be happy to add something along those lines, that the public service also consider a cap on the property value in terms of moving this policy forward.
Good.
Would you like me to add that to motion, Councillor Chambers, or are you reading that as a question?
And I would, and I really want to thank you for this motion. I mean, it does speak to the issue of reclaiming property that has gone into tax arrears and tax sale, and utilizing it for those that are vulnerable in terms of low income, low cost housing. But where, it is a property that, can bring value back in terms of the sale of the property, value back to the city of Winnipeg. I think that based on a high value and recognizing that there are individuals that, have purchased, $750,000 homes that might have gone into tax arrears and tax sale. If we're turning those homes over, I think it's more incumbent upon us to try to recover those funds for the city of Winnipeg. So if we can establish a cap, that's something that the public service could consider in their report as well.
So as a friendly amendment, would you like to add C, that a cap on such a policy be recommended by the public service?
Correct. Yeah. Perfect.
I'll amend as such, Madam Clerk, and I'll move the motion as amended.
Understood.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, number 8, review of accommodation, spelled correctly. Kudos to whoever did that. Review of accommodation tax bylaw to include short-term rentals.
Yeah, so that was me. Had a busy week. This is something that I've been working on in consultation with my council colleagues, as well as the Canadian Hotel Association and the Manitoba Hotel Association, as well as residents in my ward and throughout wards in Winnipeg. The short-term rental or Airbnb, VRBO, rent.com industry has really exploded here in the city of Winnipeg. In 2015, it was estimated that the short-term rental industry here in the city represented about $1.5 million annually in revenue. By 2018, that had ballooned to $16 million. The short-term rental industry or Airbnb, VRBO, rent.com provide substantively the same services that a hotel would. Yet they do not pay into the accommodations tax, which goes towards our destination marketing fund, allowing for the attraction of tourism here to the city of Winnipeg, and specifically things like conventions to the convention center that put people in warm beds in our hotels, put bums in seats in restaurants, is an addition to the taxi industry in terms of people coming in for the airport. So all of these things that the accommodation tax are designed for help to spur economic activity here in our city. Yet the Airbnb, who definitely benefit from this industry, do not pay into the accommodations tax. So that's one of the things that this motion is meant to address, is to level the playing field. The other thing that it's designed to do is recognize that there are currently no regulations with respect to the short-term rental industry here in the city of Winnipeg. And what we're seeing is residents who have contacted me are indicating that this isn't something that they signed on for when they purchased their home, to be situated right next to a business, and a business where that attracts a very transient population that has activity that can go on all hours of the day or evening and throughout the month exhaustively. So whether that's at a home in one of our communities or neighborhoods, or more pervasively in our downtown area in condominiums, where the condominium market has really taken off in terms of the short-term rental industry being in their buildings. And again, if you've made an investment and are living beside one of these short-term rental units, there's a lot of activity, and some of it is not the standards and values that Winnipeggers have come to expect in terms of what goes on beside them. And so these concerns have been raised in terms of looking at regulations that would tighten that industry. And that's the other side of this motion that is before us here today. So I want to thank those who have reached out and have contacted me and have voiced their concerns and their interest in getting something on the books in terms of regulations. And I'm hoping that as we move forward with the public service, there will be consultation with both sides of the argument to come to common ground on how we can better regulate this industry, and that the neighborhood livability issues that are raised through this industry are settled, and it does help to create a community that is cohesive rather than what we've been seeing through an unregulated industry.
Could bring in also, we had discussed that you're interested in a small amendment in the preamble, which is the second paragraph, and whereas the intent of the accommodation tax is to generate revenue to support Destination Winnipeg, and that Destination Winnipeg be changed to Economic Development Winnipeg.
Correct, yes. So,
Sounds good. Seeing no discussion, thank you for the motion. We'll call the question. All those in favor?
aye.
Aye, that's carried. Madam Clerk, any other new business under the reports section here?
We do. We have the two new businesses from Councillor Chambers and one from Councillor Allard. If we could get a motion to suspend the rules.
So
Motion
moved.
From Councillor Chambers to suspend the rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's
Thank you.
carried.
Should like to start off with the community incentive grant for the St. Vital Mustangs Inc. It has been dispersed to committee members. From my understanding, it's a request to waive or suspend the criteria, which will go up to the Statement Policy
Great.
Committee.
So I was contacted by the St. Vital Mustangs organization, who again, throughout this year, 2021 and 2020 have had an impact to the revenue that they've been able to generate, but still have cost incurred with respect to the insurance requirements imposed by the city of Winnipeg for their building. They're still in a position where revenues will be affected for 2021, and they have applied for a community incentive grant for the purposes of paying off the insurance that is required. While I've read the report recommended by the public service, I'm requesting that this committee consider waiving the rules around eligibility and allowing for the costs that the St. Vital Mustangs have applied for the purposes of paying off their insurance and the other director's insurance and liability costs that are incurred by them. And as mentioned, they're not able to generate revenue at this time.
All right, very good initiative. The Mustangs have been very good citizens of St. Vital. Council Chambers is to play against the Mustangs if memory serves, but to his credit is backing them up there. I'll certainly try and speak to this at higher levels as well. So thanks to Council Chambers for moving this. Councillor Steves had this group, then I had them, and they're in good hands with Councillor Chambers. So all those in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Other new business? What up?
Yeah, I had a motion.
Correct. So the last piece of business is I have the required amendments to Winnipeg zoning bylaw 200/2006, which is from Councillor Allard's office.
Yeah, just I'll give a preamble. We're just in an appeal committee hearing where the proponent was saying that with an additional 2 units, he could provide a number of public amenities, including a car share. And when I asked the planners, basically ballpark how many parking credits they give for a car share, they said for a larger structure they give up to 15. So I guess what I'm trying to do with this motion is formalize how much credit a proponent gets for providing public amenities like bike parking stalls, car shares, and perhaps even consider bus passes as part of zoning agreements in order to reduce the number of required parking stalls as part of our zoning bylaw. So that's the idea. I first got the idea from from Brent Tadarian in Vancouver, former city planner, now consultant, who essentially made the pitch that to me that you don't want to have you don't want to get rid of parking minimums. You want to use parking minimums in a way to either build the best car share system in the world or do other things with it. It's leverage that we can use to impact traffic and parking in the neighborhood. And right now it's all done informally through the planning department. And I'd like to see it codified so that we can start making sense of it through a zoning bylaw. So that's the pitch. And I'd be moving that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It's carried. Any further new business items?
Not that I am aware of, Mr. Chair.
We're on break then to 10:30, Madam Clerk. I thought there were 3. Are there just 2 then? There was that motion, the CIG, and that was it? Okay, I misunderstand. Sorry. Thanks. On break. We're back for the public hearing part of today's agenda. Madam Clerk, do you need to do preliminary remarks here?
I do. I'll introduce item number 1 is an excess animal permit at 15 Pilgrim Avenue under file PA 001-2021. The process the committee will follow is that the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support, those in opposition, and those for information. And the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, but no new information is permitted. All participants are being muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. And once you've been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch via the city's YouTube channel. If any of our participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, we ask that you please mute your audio player now. And we have Mr. Gordon on the line to briefly explain the nature of the application, if you could.
Leland, first time I've ever seen you out of uniform. Literally didn't recognize you.
I told my wife you guys would say that. It's like Captain Stubing always from the Love Boat, right? So yeah.
That analogy Rebecca was suggesting, the Captain Stubing. No.
Yeah, there you go. At home, believe it or not, at home I do not wear my uniform. So this is a very easy one, counselors. So I know it's very rare that a resident proactively applies for an excess animal permit. So this is what we're looking at here. Essentially, we have no complaints. We have a brief contact with one of our officers. Officers advise the residents that if you have so many dogs, you have to have an excess animal permit. Again, no community complaints. And the resident proactively applied. So the law in Winnipeg, as you know, is residents can have 4 dogs. So this resident is asking for 5 dogs. So it's not a big ask.
All right, thank you, Leland. Any questions on this one? So normally they're allowed, it's in here somewhere, 4 dogs and 2 cats, but this person just wants 5 dogs. These people, plural. Is that right?
Correct, counselor.
What's the allowable?
4.
So the allowable limit is 4, and this resident is simply asking for 5. And again, we have no community complaints. There's strong support from the direct neighbors. So the direct neighbors on either side strongly support this. So, you know, most of the ones, the excess animal permit hearings that we've had over the years, as you know, there's usually some complaints, right? And then they're in front of your committee. So this one is an anomaly where there are no complaints, and not only that, all the residents' existing dogs were all licensed already. So the person is really being a responsible member of our community.
Notwithstanding the size of the lot, but what is the size of the lot in terms of, do they have enough room, say, in their backyard to facilitate 5 dogs?
Yes, I don't know the exact size of the lot, counselor, but our officers, when we onboard somebody through this process, it's an in-depth process where we're making sure the humane conditions are adequate associated with the property. So all those checks and balances have all been made before it comes to my desk and I make a recommendation. So if somebody is ever asking for an unreasonable amount of animals where we believe they can't provide those animals a good quality of life, I would not be recommending that person to have an excess animal permit, but that's not the scenario we're in.
Yeah, this is atypical. We had that one with Mr. Gajerski several years ago on like Queensbury or somewhere where there was a complaint, but he's been responsible. We granted him the permit, but yeah, it's kind of like he didn't realize some things were bugging the neighbors, so we sorted that out. But this one is anomalous. Well, if there's no questions, then
And sorry. This is a request for 5 dogs, but does the homeowner have any other pets, any other, like a cat or any cats or anything like that?
Hold on here. One moment. No, I'm not seeing anything else. I'm not seeing any cats in the application.
Okay.
So yeah, and just so you know, I believe your team knows this also. Even if we grant somebody, or the city council grants somebody an excess animal permit, so this one we've recommended 5 years, right? Every year during that term, our team of animal services officers still do an inspection of the property. So the resident pays a small fee, and we coordinate that inspection to make sure the humane conditions are still being held. Quality of life is still happening. Licensing is still happening. So it's not like we issue the permit and then forget about the person. So there is annual contact with the resident. And not only that, if there are any complaints under the responsible pet ownership bylaw throughout the term of anyone's excess animal permit, whether it be barking or not cleaning up after their poop, that kind of stuff, our officers still investigate those.
good. I'll hand the chair to Councillor Chambers. Or do we have someone else registered?
We have the applicant. So the applicant in this is Debbie and Gary Lamirand, and I believe we have Debbie Lamirand joining us via the telephone. We'll ask her to unmute, and Debbie, you have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Hi, it's Debbie Lamirand here. I appreciate all that you've said already on our behalf. In answer to your question, we don't have any cats. We have some fish in a fish tank, but that's it, just our 5 babies.
Not seeing any questions. Thank you for that. Admirably quick, Ms. Lamirand, thanks for that. Seeing no opposition.
Yep, we have no one registered in support or opposition or for information.
All right, I'll hand the chair to Councillor Chamberlain, if that's okay.
Yep.
And it's, we do have to do a whole. All right, I'll move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
I'll
Opposed, carried.
move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor? Opposed, carried.
I'll move that we should say how much, Leland's, you know, somebody said once there's only 2 people here who would work who would still do their jobs even if we didn't pay them. And one of them was mentioned was Leland, and the other person's retired now. So I do appreciate the professionalism and the enthusiasm that still comes forward. Perhaps I envy the enthusiasm that still comes forward, but I do appreciate the work Leland's put in over the years here. So much, I should note that. This one's relatively easy. Normally they're pretty acrimonious. So I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and the application for an excess animal permit be approved. Are there any following conditions? I don't think there are. No. Okay. Thanks.
All those in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Carried.
I'll move that the criteria under Part 3, subsection 25(2) of the Responsible Pet Ownership Bylaw 92/2013 are satisfied.
All those in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Carried.
I'll move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All those in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Carried.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application is final and may not be appealed.
That's a rarity around here. Virtually everything's appealable around here.
So if it is not an intrusion on the committee, I would ask if we could take another brief recess. There's many representatives to get into the Zoom session.
Sure.
Sure. You got to put more RAM in your computer to accommodate everybody.
More RAM in my capabilities, yes. Thank you.
Okay, we're back. Madam Clerk, we're in the public hearings section of our meeting today, our April 27th, 2021 Real Community Committee meeting. We're back on then to item 2 and 3 together. Is that a consolidated hearing?
That's correct. Item 2 is a subdivision rezoning at 45, 55, and 100 Damon Farm Road and 2974 St. Mary's Road under file DAS Z 29/2020. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time, which is item 3, a variance at 45, 55, and 100 Damon Farm Road and 2974 St. Mary's Road under file DAV 219244-2020D. Please note that additional communications were received with respect to this matter after the agenda was published, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is that the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, then those registered to speak in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. All participants have been muted and you will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you've been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch via the city's YouTube channel. And if any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, we ask you to please mute your audio player now. It delivers feedback in the chamber when you are speaking. So I will turn this over to the planner for an overview.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yes, the subject lands are located on the west side of St. Mary's Road in the St. Vital Perimeter South neighborhood of the St. Norbert, Seine River Ward. The site is approximately 57 acres in area and is located within the rural and agricultural areas under our Winnipeg and the Complete Communities Direction Strategy. The site also falls under the St. Vital Perimeter South Secondary Plan area. The applicant is proposing to subdivide and rezone the land to Rural Residential 2 or RR2 in order to create 23 rural residential lots ranging in size from 3.3 acres to 1.9 acres. The proposal includes the extension of Jean-Louis Road. A road stub is proposed to accommodate a future connection to the lands located to the north. There's an associated variance application for substandard lot size and lot widths. Due to concerns about the sustainability of the aquifers in the area and the potential of saline contamination resulting from additional development identified in the St. Vital Perimeter South Hydrogeological Assessment Report from 2004 and by the Water and Waste Department, the Public Service is recommending rejection of the applications. The Public Service recommends that lot sizes be restricted to 5 acres or larger within this area.
Any questions? I have some. Councillor Chambers, fire away.
So thank you for that presentation, Elise. Is the issue the lot sizes, or is the issue the amount of wells associated with the lots?
I'm going to defer. I believe we have our colleagues from Water and Waste available to respond to questions specific to the recommendation.
Apologies, we have Tim Shanks
Oh, Tim.
and Merrick Gageda are on the line with us.
Hi. Yeah, the issue is that we, as per the recommendation of our previous report, and we limit. We have no mechanism to enforce number of wells or wells being done on private property. So what we do, as per our recommendation, is we limit lot sizes to restrict the theoretical number of wells, residential wells in the area. So that's been the approach the department has taken to manage concerns with the groundwater in that area.
So if there were a 5-acre lot and somebody drilled a well and tested it and found that the water was not potable, could they drill another well on that 5-acre property? Go deeper?
Yeah, like the city doesn't, we don't have a mechanism to permit or police or regulate wells on private property in the city. It's a provincial jurisdiction.
Provincial. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. My question's back over for planning, Tim, but thanks as always. Context can be seen in two different ways south of the perimeter. Can you just, I mean, the secondary plan somewhat comedically is back from the late 70s, so it's the last one ever done in the St. Vital ward, unfortunately, for secondary plans. But there are some. It is factually accurate to say that south of the perimeter there are some 5-acre areas and there are some 2-acre areas. I don't think there are any areas smaller than 2-acre lots.
That's correct.
Okay. Any particular, is it the further you get from the red, the bigger you can go, or is it kind of a mixture of Christie Road, for example, I think is 5-acre lots. That's right up to the red, but other areas, Forbes, Fraser, Ramblewood, which is east of the Seine, in fact, but south of the perimeter, that's 2 acres. But the stuff, say, west of the Seine, east of the red, that's predominantly 5 acres. Is that a fair statement?
Sorry, repeat that. West of the
Seine, but east of the Red River.
East of the Red River. So the way the secondary plan works is there's two rural residential policy areas. There's the lower density rural residential policy area where the minimum lot sizes permitted are 5 acres. And then the medium density rural residential policy area where minimums of 2-acre lots are permitted. So, and those areas traditionally, well, the lower rural residential policy area was or is between St. Mary's Road and St. Anne's Road. So east of St. Mary's Road and west of St. Anne's Road. And then on the outskirts would have been the medium rural residential policy area.
Even closer to the red, if you get west of St. Mary's, you've got some 2-acre properties in there.
Yes, west of St. Mary's and east of the Red River. So yeah, would have traditionally been identified as the medium density rural residential policy area.
Veert Bay is in there somewhere. Isn't that what we call that thing?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So
so context is kind of a bit of both.
Yeah, well, I guess the issue is that the plan also identified hazard areas. So that's areas where there's concerns with flooding or groundwater. So in the context of the secondary plan, we're using those policies to support our recommendation today, which is that
because there's concerns have been identified with groundwater within this particular area of St. Patel Perimeter South, that lots no smaller than 5 acres be permitted.
There are
Thank
2-acre lots on Christie.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk. Take us forward, please.
Great. So we will start off with the applicant team. The applicant that they've chosen to go first is Jeff Pratt. So we're going to ask you to unmute your microphone and join us here.
That's not Jeff Pratt.
That's not Jeff Pratt. Okay, Jeff, could I get you to?
Like a young Donovan Tage. There is Jeff.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, Rebecca. I think Donovan was actually going to go first, if that's okay. So I'll mute myself again.
My apologies. Okay, Donovan, so you're live with the committee now, and you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much. We do have 4 folks on our presentation team. We don't think we'll need 40 minutes or even 30 minutes, probably more like 25. And I'm wondering if the committee would see to it to be flexible to allow me to go a little over my time if the others are going a little under their time.
That should be fine.
Great, thank you very much. Before I get into the presentation proper, I wanted to talk a little bit about relevance of this application. It may seem like a straightforward rural subdivision, which is odd to say inside the city of Winnipeg boundaries, but in fact, it is a straightforward rural subdivision. It's 2-acre lots in a 2-acre designated area, but it is relevant to the rest of the city. It's relevant not just to St. Norbert and the folks who live around there. I would argue it's relevant to St. Patel and St. Boniface. You may even argue it's relevant to Daniel Mac and Point Douglas or the other inner city areas. And the reason I'm suggesting this is that it's threefold. One, that it has to do with the responsible use of land in the city of Winnipeg, and that talks about density. It has to do with the responsibility to protect water that falls upon all of us, and that is relevant to the whole city. And lastly, or thirdly, it has to do with the legal authority of the city, and that question, does the city have the legal authority to regulate these issues or deal with these issues in terms of land and in terms of water? I've just heard the planner in the planner's report, as well as Mr. Shanks indicate there's no mechanism, and our presentation will address that issue. We think that's only part of the story. We're pretty confident that is only part of the story, that notwithstanding that water is a provincial jurisdiction, does not mean that the city doesn't have the authority to limit wells in this case. So with that, Madam Clerk, am I able to share my screen for the presentation?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So I'll cover off an overview of the site to provide committee with some context, a little bit of planning context to add to what you may have read in the planner's report, a summary of our public consultation and the issues arising out of that public consultation and how we've addressed those issues. And then I'll move to water well regulation, which I think is the subject matter today. It seems to be fundamental in where the planning report has hung its hat, so to speak. And it's an issue that I'm interested in hearing from. We will have some presentation from John Stefaniak, who's a legal advisor's expert in municipal law. And so he'll provide some context from the charter. And we'll also have Jeff Pratt, as already introduced, but we'll go follow me to add some information for the committee's consideration. And we also invited Jeff Bell. Jeff is a hydrogeologist. I always have said that he's probably the preeminent hydrogeologist. That's someone who deals with water under the ground in Western Canada. So we thought he would be helpful in providing some context from a scientific perspective on what we're talking about. There's not a great understanding I hadn't had a great understanding of what the aquifer was and what this issue is. And again, this is relevant to the entire city. The aquifer we're talking about covers, all the way from the U.S. border to north of Lake Winnipeg. This is not just an issue for this subject property. This is a view of the subject property looking to the north, PTH 101 at the top here. You can see the Red River running through the middle, St. Mary's along the eastern boundary, and then the property shown in red. Christie Road is this long cul-de-sac, if you will. And then Jean-Louis Road is another reference point, which is immediately south of the project. It looks sort of like a half a bay, if you will, and the subject site in red. That dotted line is a generalization of the road pattern, which would, in our view, continue the road to become a full bay rather than half bay we have right now. Nearby land use. There are already some dialogue about this and some understanding, so I can hopefully shed some light with these graphics that the existing area to the north in yellow is largely 2-acre lots, almost entirely. There are some exceptions of 3s and a few 5s on Christie, but largely 2-acre. South of the subject site also 2-acre. The proposal is to do 2 acres, so very strong continuity from north to south and between St. Mary's and the red following on Councillor May's query. This is a view of what the subdivision would look like if approved. It's rural subdivision. Those houses are to scale. They're large houses. These would be fairly expensive homes on the market, but it gives us a flavor of the context of what we're talking about. And that is, we said 25 lots. There were some adjustments. There was a little lot here that wasn't quite a full lot. We didn't count, and then we went to 5 lots on the river instead of 4 lots on the river rather than 5. So hence the 23. That's the same picture, just with the aerial photo. In case we need some references, you can see the Jean-Louis lots to the south here, and the homes tucked into their trees. These would have all been elevated for flood protection, and the same would happen with these homes if approved. A little bit of planning context. It is a rural and agricultural area. This is out of our Winnipeg, so this is what the land is designated, not zoned, but designated. Three things to highlight here that these come out. These are paraphrasing of the policies in this plan. To manage rural lands to reflect the limitations of providing a full range of municipal services. So there aren't municipal services of sewer and water out here. It's not likely this would be the case for a long time. New residential will be considered in areas covered by a secondary plan. A secondary plan is just another layer of planning or regulation, if you will. Not all areas of the city have them. This one does have a secondary plan. Again, as also referenced in the preamble, which I'll talk about in a subsequent slide. What does it say about infill development? So infill, we typically associate infill with, inner city or urban context. This is also rural. We didn't use the word infill here, but that's from the plan. This is rural infill in as much as the land is surrounded by other development, and they would be rural lots surrounded by rural lots. The plan says it should be consistent with the immediately prevailing densities, which again are 2-acre lots. This is the secondary plan, aged, as Councillor Mays indicated, it's 1977. And the planner had highlighted within her answer the 2-acre areas that are shown in these 2 yellow spots. These are the only areas of the plan which call for 2-acre lots. Everything between St. Mary's and St. Anne's calls for 5-acre lots. And then there's even some 40-acre preserve land, if you will, south of the floodway, and south of the perimeter around the water treatment center. We did hold public meetings and stakeholder meetings in particular for those living right around, particularly on Jean-Louis. We also advertised and held a large open house for the greater neighborhood, including anyone on Christie would have been welcome to attend. Open phone and email for the balance of the period, which has been some time, about a year. And we know there's been lots and lots of conversation in the area subsequent to our engagement plan. So we believe everybody is very fully aware, and as evidenced perhaps by participation today. The next series of slides, I won't read every word on this page, but I do want to highlight the issues raised and the general response. There was concern about preservation of wildlife and natural areas. If it comes up later, I'm not sure if it will, but the city did not want a public reserve in this location for its own reasons. We would certainly be willing to provide public reserve on the river as a traditional. It's a question that we'd be happy to entertain in either direction. It is a fairly spacious subdivision, particularly compared to an urban context. It's 2-acre lots. Wildlife will do what it does in these areas. Floodproofing, I mentioned it briefly. It'll be floodproofed exactly the same way as the other homes in the area by having homes that are raised to the right level. Traffic, we'd simply say it's a very low density proposal, whether it's 10, 12, or 25 lots. It's all quite a small number. Public Works did not have any issue with the level of anticipated traffic. Not to say that people wouldn't be concerned about traffic, in particular construction traffic, which we would also be concerned about, making sure that people are not negatively affected by construction traffic, and we can deal with that in the question and answer if need be. Land drainage, all the land will drain towards the river. We did meet with people individually who wanted to on the land at their particular sites where they were concerned about water from this subdivision draining onto the other. Public Water and Waste will clarify that we can't do that, that we will need to submit a lot grading plan that will protect existing properties, and we have that. I mentioned the extension of Jean-Louis Road to the north. The Jean-Louis Road is essentially along
Yeah, you've run out of your 10 minutes.
Okay. Can I may I ask for an extension, Councillor?
How much time do you need?
5 minutes would be plenty.
Sure. All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Carry on.
Thank you very much, councillors. That road will continue, and it was a temporary situation to have a cul-de-sac. Then the groundwater impacts, people quite concerned, and I'm sure you'll hear about it today, and we will focus our attention on groundwater in subsequent presentations. So in summary, it should say 23 2-acre lots as called for in the secondary plan. Transportation should be seen as adequate. We are proposing to go to cisterns, and then this should say septic tanks, so no interaction with the aquifer. A little bit brief summary on the aquifer, but Jeff Bell will talk much more about this. The aquifer, again, isn't a bathtub under this particular piece of land. It's a layer that runs from the US border to north of Lake Winnipeg. So when we talk about hazard lands, as was mentioned in the planner's report, it's all of the area. If you want to call this area hazard lands, you have to call the whole area hazard land. So there's some question as to the relevance of that particular emphasis. So there's two options how to protect the aquifer. There's option A, which is the planning report recommendation, which is fine, although we don't agree with it. And that is to cut your losses. Take the land, take 57 acres and just divide it into 5 acres, except right now that you're going to have 12 wells or more because you can drill more than one well and then hope for the best for the aquifer. Or our proposal is to have 0 wells, go to 2-acre lots. We're not asking for a special favor. That's what's called for in the plan. But we want to go further and completely protect the aquifer, go to 0 wells. And of course, there's a question of enforceability, which we can talk about. So by comparison, if you do the 5-acre lots versus the 2-acre lots, flood protection is the same, traffic is arguably the same for rural subdivision, wildlife the same, urban economics, clearly 25 lots is better than 12, or 23, I should correct in every case. Land use, 12 families on 57 acres, at least, for those who have inner city interests, this is relevant because we can do double that. We have to settle that it is rural, but at least we could do double. And protection of the aquifer, why have 12 wells automatically when you can have 0? So to the question, can the city prohibit wells on this site? It is provincial jurisdiction, but the city can prohibit wells entirely is our position. And of course, the committee may wish to check with its own legal counsel when it deems fit to see if this is the case. We're presenting this case from our side from a legal position. City of Winnipeg Charter Act allows for this, and we'll show this in a subsequent slide. It mentions wells. City can do this. Other municipalities have done it. Selkirk, for example, even though they're under a different charter, a municipality can do it in Manitoba. Interestingly, the city has exercised its authority in the past, and not very far away from this site. It's not in, even in St. Vital or in Charleswood, but right here at Christie Road, conditional use order, or variance order, pardon me, that had a condition on it, said no wells will be permitted. So the city has exercised this authority in the past. And for those familiar with the development process, a zoning agreement would come out of this process right now. That would become the mechanism. Mr. Shanks was looking for a mechanism. That would become the mechanism. The zoning agreement would say no wells permitted. If someone built a well or tried to build a well, it would go reported and the zoning office would go out and inspect. Can the city enforce a no wells rule? Yes. The city has many rules and prohibitions that rely on reasonable mechanisms for enforcement. Examples, we don't say you can't have a gazebo just because we won't be able to tell if someone built one. We allow it and we regulate it. We do the same for decks. We don't not have red lights because we won't be able to enforce it. We don't not allow basement bedrooms because we won't be able to enforce it. We do all those things. It's a complaint-based system. We do it right now. If someone were to drive on site with a big well truck, you would know, and their calls would be come in, and it would not be likely that someone would get away with building a well. And Jeff Bell can certainly speak to that from a more objective position. We are planning on-site signage, which can be in the zoning agreement, it can be on title, and I've got an example of that coming up. The likelihood of a well being installed and unreported is actually very, very low. Furthermore, if the likelihood of this happening more than 12 times, in the case of the 5-acre proposal from the planning report, you're going to get 12 wells. What's the likelihood of this idea happening without anyone noticing 12 times? We think it's very low. And let's remember the whole idea here is protection of the aquifer. We're not asking for a favor in order to hurt the aquifer. We're asking for our ability to protect it the other way. So just an example of on-site signage.
That's your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm at the end, Councillor. This could be proposed on site, and there's the summary. Is 5-acre lots are a poor solution to a known concern. 2-acre lots are called for in the plan. The city is authorized to restrict wells, and enforcement requirements would be very low. The zoning office could handle that, even if there were one periodically, which we say is unlikely. Thank you very much for the extension of time and for the ability to provide this information.
Thank you. Are there any questions from Mr. Taves?
Yeah, on your first slide, you do mention that you say it's your position. Is that position substantiated by a legal opinion, or is it just a position based on the information you're presenting here today?
Yes, it's both, Councillor. We do have our position in writing. We did provide it to the planning office as part of their contemplation, and John Stefanik will provide that position verbally today.
A non-aquifer related question. Viert Bay, V-E-V-W-E-R-T, I think it's Bay is west of St. Mary's Road. Is that 5 acres? Is that 2 acres? Any relevance to this application? It's a relatively new road that was blasted in west of St. Mary's.
Yeah, it's relevant to the plan. I'll just show you the plan again. That land would fall in this 5-acre designated area in the secondary plan. So it's relevant in that it's in the area, but it's a different policy designation area. This application is in a 2-acre designated area.
And not to get into the weeds too much, but one of the issues there was the school buses, and you needed a school bus out there. The school buses couldn't turn around in the area of Viert Bay the way it was built. So if this does go forward, we would want planners to take that into consideration, or maybe with the cut-through road, it wouldn't be that big an issue. But
I see.
I spent more time than I care to remember on the great turning radius issue on Viert Bay. So yeah, if this goes forward, that we should make sure that that issue doesn't recur.
Yes, and that would we would be resolving that issue if there were one similar for Jean-Louis, because it is a dead-end cul-de-sac, and we would continue that cul-de-sac to complete the bay that was originally, I would say, anticipated. I may have misspoke. I think you said Viert Bay is west of St. Mary's, so it would be in that 2-acre area as well. But again, we would not be creating a dead-end situation. We would be resolving a dead-end situation.
Right. Okay. Councilor Chambers has a question.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions here just for follow-up. You're talking or indicating that, in order to mitigate the drilling of wells, the houses would be subject to a cistern.
Yeah.
Okay. The average cistern install is about $4,500. Weekly water delivery on average, family of 4 is about $45 a month, or $45 a week. Septic field installation is roughly $16,000. Yearly septic field solid pump out is about $200, or monthly holding tank pump about $200 in cost. Over the last, I would say 4 or 5 summers now, we've had experienced extremely dry weather conditions, especially throughout the months of June, July, and partially August. For those lots that are 1.9 acres, and I believe what your subdivision is looking at here is 1.9 acres up to 3.5 acres, if I heard that correctly.
3.3 acres to 1.9 acres.
Okay, so individuals would want to water their grass, would want to have plantings, flowers, shrubs, trees. Some may want to have pools, recognizing that, you know, the pool would likely get filled through a different service. But wouldn't it be safe to say that with our climate now as it is, and you know, individuals wanting to you know, address landscaping on their properties, the need for a well would become very relevant, in the sense that you couldn't just rely on a cistern to water your lawn, water your flowers. If you have a nice little garden in the backyard, to water that as well, it would become cost prohibitive to do that all through a cistern. Good point.
Yes, Councillor. I wasn't sure if you were finished the question. Yeah, it would be the scenario whether you do 2-acre or 5-acre lots. Of course, with 5-acre lots, you'd have much larger yards. One of the things we'd like to do is propose low water landscaping, which we think makes a lot of sense for everywhere in the city, in terms of using that precious water for landscaping. But you would have this scenario in a 2-acre or a 5-acre subdivision.
So then, you know, you're saying that you recognize that in a 5-acre, somebody would be drilling a well and watering their lawn. I mean, it would be cost prohibitive to do it, whether 5-acre or 2-acre, through a cistern.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is we're actually asking for the committee to impose the restriction on this subdivision to not allow wells. So there would be none of that.
Yeah, but the enforceability, again, as we're saying, is, or has been reported by the public administration, is provincial jurisdiction. The Act specifically, the Groundwater and Well Act specifically states, I believe it's section 6, that if you own the property and you have the equipment and you want to drill for domestic usage, or if the acreage is of a certain size, you can drill for the purpose of agricultural purposes.
Right, unless there's a municipal bylaw that prevents that, Councillor. So maybe this one I'll defer to the legal counsel on that question. I know we've discussed it in the past, but municipalities, it doesn't remove the jurisdiction of the province. It further restricts the user. And so a municipality may say, you may not have a well.
In the case that you quoted in terms of Selkirk having this caveat on properties there and the restrictions of well drilling, do you know for a fact that there has been no wells drilled on those identified properties?
I did speak with the City of Selkirk Public Works Department to find out about that question. Over the years since they've had that bylaw, it's quite old. They could cite two cases where somebody had drilled a well without permission. They became aware of it, but over those years, and it was for geothermal purposes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, thanks, Mr. Daves. And Madam Clerk, on to our next.
Yes, so my mistake. We're now going to be on to Jeff Pratt from Landmark, and I see you're with us. So you have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you. I will just re-share my screen here so we can get the slides up. Here to do that. Okay.
Feel free to do that. Oh, here you go.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to pick up a little bit where Donovan left off. I will try to limit repetition and just stick to some of the reiterate a few key points. So so as noted, the site is within the medium density rural residential designation of the secondary plan, which calls for a minimum of 2-acre lots. As the planner noted, section 3.2 of that secondary plan does include policies on hazard lands. And the administration is stating that these lands should be considered hazard lands, not the medium density designation. But just from a planning perspective, when hazards are identified in plans, that's done so to ensure mitigation with very few exceptions. For example, plans that identify flooding hazards call for a potential development to be flood-proofed by raising the site, raising the structure or building, or building infrastructure such as the dike around a site to achieve a flood protection level. When erosion is a concern, there are standards for site stability studies and works to ensure that development doesn't pose a threat to ground stability. Thus, when a hazard is mitigated, it's no longer a hazard. So the way the plan identifies hazard lands, they're only a hazard if they are accessing the groundwater aquifer. So no one is suggesting the protection of groundwater resources is not a major concern, but the approach of assigning a more restrictive minimum lot area for the subject site is only one potential means of mitigating the groundwater hazard. And as we've been suggesting, compared to our proposed solution of using cisterns, it's actually a less effective means. This application proposes a form of development that adheres to the policies of the medium density rural residential designation as called for in the secondary plan, while also volunteering a full restriction on the use of water wells for the area with a host of legal and regulatory mechanisms to ensure that lots are not drilled on the site. And we touched on that a little bit with zoning agreements. Our client, the development proponent, is also very open to exploring other things, other mechanisms on their sales agreement and that kind of stuff as well. So this is something that we're not taking lightly. And it should be noted that as it stands with the current permissions and the zoning on the land, several wells could be drilled on site. And furthermore, the current zoning does allow for agricultural uses. And for instance, if irrigation was explored to grow some sort of market crops that could actually use a fair bit of water as we stand right now. The next speakers will provide some details on the area's groundwater aquifer, as well as the legal mechanisms that can regulate water wells in the city of Winnipeg. One thing I wanted to quickly touch on that Donovan didn't have time to cover, but I think might come up later, so we wanted to make sure it's not new information, was we were required to provide a shadow plan for areas to the north. And from having our ear to the ground, it sounds like this may have caused some confusion for people on Christie Road. We are required to provide a shadow plan to show that our proposed development does not negatively impact the ability of others to potentially develop their land in the future. Our subject site, as outlined in green on that site, is the Damon Farm property. The area outlined in white to the north is not under the ownership of our client. It is under private ownership. There's nothing proposed on that site. Much like Jean-Louis Road was built as a temporary cul-de-sac to be extended north in the future. Public Works made that a requirement on that initial developer, we are required to provide a right-of-way provision for the potential extension to the north. But with the shadow plan, it's completely conceptual. It's shown on other people's lands that we have no control over. The same idea could be explored in numerous different ways if those people ever even wanted to develop their land, which is not a foregone conclusion. But you see, A is the shadow plan that we provided that showed a northern link from the subject site up to Christie Road with a cul-de-sac extension. It could also be developed as just cul-de-sacs from Christie Road. There's a myriad of other ways that could be looked at. We're just showing that development of our client's site does not negate the ability of other people to do things with their land in the future. So that is the role of the shadow plan. And I also wanted to underscore that we did do an extensive engagement process with adjacent neighbors. We hand delivered to all properties on Jean-Louis Road. And for our open house event, we did advertise in the CanStar community paper. And we had people attend our event from not just the Jean-Louis Road area, people from the west side, the east side of St. Mary's and farther afield as well. So in summary, I would like to underscore that this proposed development is suitable for the area from a land use perspective, adheres to the policies of the St. Vital Perimeter South Secondary Plan, and will not generate substantial traffic or cause undue inconvenience to existing residents in the area. Furthermore, this proposal provides the best available solution to address concerns of groundwater quality. And if groundwater is the key concern of the administrative report, and I suspect it will also be from some of the people we might hear coming out to speak today, we would suggest that the proposed development scheme and water provision approach does represent the best available tool to represent these concerns. So that's all I needed to say. I'm just going to provide, some of those summaries building off Donovan's presentation, but I'm also happy to answer any other questions or hand it on to the other experts that are here today from our team.
Yeah, so which CanStar publication did you?
It would be in that area, the Lance, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
And you posted it in the Lance?
Yep.
Okay. Did you host any virtual type of meetings or consultations?
Yes, so the first engagement session we had was pre-COVID, and it was held at the Mustangs Football Club and was quite well attended. And then the subsequent two sort of focused stakeholder meetings, more so tailored to immediately adjacent residents, and our more sort of open house publicly advertised meeting, those were all done virtually within the COVID era, or if you want to call it.
Do you recall how many people attended the session at the pre-COVID session at Mustangs Field?
It was about 40 people. I do have the number around here, but yeah, it was robustly attended. I think we had representation, at least one household member from well over half of the homes on Jean-Louis Road.
Just on Louis Road. What about Christie? Do you know if you had any residents that lived on Christie Road?
That first session was not advertised to Christie Road. What we referred to it as what we call a tier 1 stakeholder meeting. We wanted to reach out to the most impacted properties, those immediately adjacent to the site. Also just to underscore, any potential road connection to Christie Road is not contemplated as part of our development. We're merely providing that stub as per Public Works' request. So especially at that early stage, we didn't think of Christie Road residents as being tier 1 stakeholders.
Okay, and so in terms of subsequent stakeholder engagement and consultation, were you able to define how many residents from, say, Christie Road participated in that in those sessions?
When we do a session, we have people go around and introduce themselves. and if they would like to state, where they live. So we definitely had people from Jean-Louis Road, the properties directly onto St. Mary's Road were represented, as well as some Frobisher Bay, people from the west side. We also did, I should add, engage directly with the property owners immediately to the north. If you can see my hand cursor up in this area here, there was direct one-on-one consultations done with those landowners. But I can't say for sure if or how many Christie Road residents specifically came out to those meetings.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, if there are no further questions, then we're on to our next speaker, please.
Certainly. So next I will call upon Jeff Bell. Jeff, okay, it looks like you've got your camera on and you're unmuted. You have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, yeah, so my name is Jeff Bell. I'm a hydrogeologist with Friesen Drillers in Steinbach, Manitoba. So in 2004, I was employed by Wardrop Engineering in Winnipeg, which is, I guess, no longer. But I actually authored the study that's being referenced here, the 2004 groundwater study. The thing that I want to stress with that study is that study was not relating to, I wasn't so concerned about the land development. What we were more concerned with there is the density of water wells and the movement of that saline freshwater boundary, of which we haven't seen any real movement of in many, many years. That's really was the focus of that particular study, was relating to a density of water wells, not so much so with the planning of the land. So we'll leave that open for discussion with yourselves. With respect to water wells, we were asked about drilling bylaws and other places. There's a number of jurisdictions in the province which do restrict us as a company from drilling water wells. So the town of Selkirk has been referenced. The town of Stonewall has one in place. Probably the largest restricted area is under the Environment Act, actually through the Bristol Aerospace site in Rockwood. There's a fairly large area there where water wells are restricted. As a company, we generally stay away from those areas, or we follow the terms of the permits, which say that it's just sort of good business for us. Obviously, to protect the aquifer the best, the fewer wells, the better. And I think I'll leave my comments open by saying that there should be some sort of a plan developed in terms of aquifer protection for this area in the future. Because if we don't do something about this now, this problem is going to come up again and again. So it has been 17 years since we wrote this report, and it would be nice to see if there was some sort of aspect of groundwater protection included in some of the planning decisions. But I'll leave it open to any questions at this stage if anyone has any questions of me.
Yeah, you mentioned that there are a couple of jurisdictions that have caveats with respect to well drilling. Selkirk,
that's right, yeah.
Yeah, and Selkirk being one.
Yeah.
But as Donovan had indicated, 2 wells were drilled.
Can you say that again? I missed that, sorry.
As Donovan has indicated earlier, even though Selkirk has a caveat on well drilling, 2 wells were drilled in Selkirk.
That's right. Yeah, there was an incident where Selkirk's bylaw is actually designed to, the town wells were actually located right in the center of town. They were more concerned about extremely strong gradient towards those town wells. So they were concerned about any points of access to the aquifer that could potentially create problems for the entire municipal water supply. That was one reason. The second reason was to provide Selkirk some sort of level of control over what was going into their wastewater system, which was, at the time was a little bit taxed. So they put that bylaw in place, I believe it was in 1986. That was a commercial geothermal system that was put in. 2 water wells were put in. It was discovered, I think, almost immediately that it was put in. And I think it was actually discovered by the general contractor that built the building. He didn't realize that there was a bylaw in place. And there was some discussion, and I think an agreement was ultimately came up with between the city of Selkirk and the developer in that case, but it was discovered almost immediately in that case.
And so in the other jurisdictions that also have caveats, are you aware if any wells were drilled in those jurisdictions despite having a caveat on their titles?
I'm not aware of any in the Rockwood sensitive area. Again, I'm sure there are incidences where it has occurred in the last 25, 30 years. Nobody is perfect, but I think most cases it's been found out fairly quickly, either by the residents in the area or by, and I think in some cases the driller themselves that had realized that there was a mistake or that the developer had made a mistake. So I don't know of this, situation occurring in a rampant manner. It certainly doesn't occur at this company at that level. So.
Well, but to your point then, or to the point then, it is a situation of seeking forgiveness instead of asking for permission. I mean, with those caveats that are in place, it should be recognized and acknowledged that wells are not permitted, and there should be enforcement action or some sort of action that takes place to ensure that it is prevented. But again, we're seeing situations where these caveats are in place, yet wells are still being dug or drilled.
Yeah, I think those situations are fairly rare. I mean, if you look at the amount of time that Selkirk's bylaw has been in place, that was a fairly rare situation for sure. The one thing that is present is that obviously in terms of aquifer protection, no water wells is a better option than allowing multiple wells. And under the current situation, for example, there would be no restrictions on the homeowner to drill as many water wells as he or she so chose. So, I think the bylaw has been effective in most cases, and I think it would be effective if something like that were to be proposed.
Thank you.
I feel like your study's being cited by both sides, your 2004 study, to lead us to completely different conclusions.
Yeah.
So what are you really saying to us today? It's still not clear to me. Or is it in the eye of the beholder, or is it depending on what restrictions we put in place?
The study has been a study that I wrote, I think, in 2004. So that's 17 years ago. And it's never been a study that I've been able to remove very far from the corner of my desk. It's always been something fairly interesting. The concern that we had, obviously, in the Saint Germain area was that groundwater, by our definition, was indeed sensitive due to the saline freshwater boundary in the aquifer. So if a density of water wells is present in that area that would create a problem, that would be a problem for everybody and a problem for the aquifer. So as I say, we are not land use planners, and the world isn't ruled according to how a hydrogeologist will say, but the increased density of water wells is the issue here. And that's where I think some sort of a plan needs to be put in place for this area to provide some protection to the water wells that are existing in the area until some other means of which of service can be provided. So that's what we're being, what we're stating here. I think both sides are looking at this report in terms of a property planning point of view. We're looking at it from a purely technical hydrogeology point of view, where if there's fewer water wells, it's obviously a better protection for the aquifer.
Okay, thank you. And the tragedy of the commons argument here, right? If you have one too many people taking, there's a tipping point, isn't there? If you have, but we don't know exactly where it is. If too many people start taking, then the salinity goes, for whatever technical reason that I don't know, the salinity goes up, and there is no, unlike Charleswood area, you're not trucking in water here, but unlike River Park South, you don't turn on a tap and the city water pipe brings you the water, right? You're in a well regime here.
You're in an area that's obviously been stated as being unserviced by the city's services in terms of water and wastewater. So you're relying on the aquifer for water supply under its current development. What we did in this study was we actually did a numerical groundwater model of the entire area. And then we populated that numerical groundwater model with fictitious water wells on a certain density of spacing. And it just so happened that we followed the 2 acres and the 5 acres, that was directed to us by the planning situation at the time. But you're right. I mean, we were able to create a situation where an increased density of water wells would potentially cause some sort of water quality changes in this area, and they would affect the large scale. So some sort of regional protection of water wells and of the aquifer in this case is beneficial. So if somebody can come in and provide some sort of means of servicing this area, there's no issues with developing it. But that's obviously not my choice. I mean, if we follow the terms of what's been stated in some cases here, I live in the city of Winnipeg and I live on top of a part of the aquifer that's sensitive. So if we follow that jurisdiction, the area that I live in should be 5 acre lots.
Yeah. I
I have no interaction in my area with the aquifer at all because we have complete excellent services provided by the city. So that's really the question here. That's what we're stating.
I think I have a question back from Mr. Taves when he reappears, or from one of the other applicants. While we have you, Mr. Bell, you can't answer the question on sewer, right? This is all going in, this isn't field, right? This isn't septic field, this is, which would also probably create aquifer issues. This is all tank?
I'm not completely familiar with the application in that case. We've just been asked to comment on the groundwater aspect of things, so I would defer that to the other presenters. But when you have private septic and you have private water wells on site, in my 24 years of practicing hydrogeology around the world, those two things are often related to each other. So when we see private water well contamination issues, for example, we say that those are tending to be anthropogenic concerns, which means that they're human impacts to groundwater. And we see nitrates and elevated chlorides and bacteriological failures in water wells. They tend to be in areas where the aquifer is confined, meaning that there's no natural direct access to the aquifer, but the access to the aquifer has been created through the water well on the site. So most water well problems that we tend to see in related to those anthropogenic concerns tend to be related to something that's occurring within a very short distance of that water well. So septic with a point of access to the aquifer is definitely going to be something that we need to be watching for.
Okay, can I get Taves back up there? Thank you for that. We've had tragedy, the comments, and anthropogenic 2 minutes apart there. Quality of the debate is soaring. All right, Mr. Taves, 2 quick questions. And number 1, septic is going to be tanks, not field.
Thanks.
Beauty. All right, thank you. And number 2, grossly obscure taxation question that may not be able to. As you'll know, properties south of the perimeter all get, Marcus and I, Council Chambers and I will know this from knocking on doors there. People are very concerned about, they get a minimum municipal services grant. They get the $250 per house rebate because they don't have city water and sewer. So this application would qualify for that as well, I'm presuming.
I am not a tax expert, Councillor. It'll have to be an assumption. Maybe Mr. Spezzano, the owner, when it's his turn, he could answer that.
Yes, very good. Okay, I'll fire that. Thanks.
Yeah, quick question for Mr. Bell. To your knowledge, has Friesens Drilling ever drilled on Christie Road where there are developer agreements or caveats around drilling?
We have drilled wells on Christie Road. To my knowledge, I don't believe that we've had any issues with any bylaws in that area. The saline freshwater boundary that's present in that area is well known to us. I mean, we're an old company, so we've been around a long time. We've drilled wells in that area for quite a while. Back in the 1970s even, it was well known here that on the far western reaches of Christie Road, groundwater from the carbonate aquifer in that area was known to be quite brackish. So we've always tried to restrict our depths in those areas, but to my knowledge, we haven't had any calls or requests or anything to drill on caveated lands.
So that, isn't that considered part of the hazard area for drilling?
You have to be very careful when you use the term of a hazard area with groundwater.
It's east of the Red River, correct?
Yeah, a hazard area has been defined in this work that's been prepared by myself under, the work that we did for the city of Winnipeg. This area was determined a sensitive area by my definition. And that the reason that it was sensitive was because it was a saline freshwater boundary that exists naturally in the aquifer in that area. So the area between the river and St. Mary's Road is a fairly complicated area. Groundwater quality is changing in those water wells as we move laterally, also as we move vertically. So Christie Road is definitely a complicated area in terms of that, because you're right on the fringes of the boundaries. So.
And so would Damon Farm be also part of that complicated area, as it were?
It certainly would be. I'll put our domestic water well drilling sort of hat on at this stage. We as a company would be concerned about drilling water wells on those far western parts of those properties, for example, especially down near the river. It would be well known that if you didn't intercept any suitable fractures in the upper part of the bedrock there, and you did have to drill deeper right near the river there, there is strong likelihood that we would end up with brackish water wells, and that does create a problem for us and the homeowner. There's regular interactions between the river and the aquifer throughout the city of Winnipeg, but one of the biggest ones that we know of existed in the construction of the inlet control structure for the Red River floodway in the 60s. And that's not that far away from there. So we as a company would be concerned about drilling water wells in that particular area, especially on the western fringes of the property in this development, just because of the natural conditions that exist. And those conditions would exist even if there was no homes in that whole area. Those sensitive conditions, in our view, would exist.
So to your knowledge, would you know if, some of the wells that you drilled on Christie Road were part of a development agreement that indicated there was a prohibition for drilling a well?
I have no knowledge of us drilling water wells in that area as part of any sort of caveat or prohibition on water wells along Christie Road.
So you're stating as you get further away from the river and towards St. Mary's Road, it's less of a hazard zone. Would you be able to comment in terms of all of the market gardens that are on St. Mary's Road, where they draw their water from in terms of irrigation for their crops, for their trees, plant, shrubs, etc.?
Yeah, so I'll just go back and just refine a little bit of a definition there. We've defined this area, and again, this is totally of my definition only, as a sensitive area. Saline freshwater boundaries and aquifers, I think when you look at it on a hydrogeology map, for example, it might show it as a nice perfect line, but things don't exist that way in geology. We end up with mixing zones, and we've kind of defined this as a bit of a mixing zone where the water quality is changing. So as you go further to the east, the water quality is going to get dramatically better, and it becomes less of a concern. Now, with respect to that question on market gardeners, so all groundwater in the province of Manitoba is kind of regulated under something called the Water Rights Act, and the province controls that. It's a very old regulation. It states that if you don't meet the certain requirements of the domestic exemption, you do require a water rights license. And those market gardeners along St. Mary's Road, if they're using groundwater, and they have to be using groundwater because there's really no other alternative for them, they would have had to have obtained a license and drilled a water well and be using that water well according to the license from the province.
Okay. In terms of allowable limits, we're talking about sodium that enters into the water supply. What is the acceptable amount per milligrams per liter or 100 liters? What is the acceptable amount?
Okay, so the sodium and the chloride in the aquifer that exists to the west is a natural constituent. It's not a contaminant that's present. A large portion of aquifers in the central part of Manitoba are naturally saline. Groundwater I believe the limit is 250 milligrams per liter is chloride, but I believe right now that's still an aesthetic objective in the guidelines for Canadian drinking water quality. What we often find with people, especially we've been in the water well business in this province since 1892. We find that groundwater comments from the residents that we work for is a very subjective situation. We have worked with people that have lived very close to the saline freshwater boundary for 70, 80 years. You will test their water and get all the actual constituents of it and be shocked at the parameters that you see, yet they think that the water quality is fantastic because it's entirely a subjective comment.
Mm-hmm.
We also see a lot of people that have maybe moved from the city, which is their first time with a water well, their first time drinking water from the carbonate aquifer. We'll find the best water qualities that we see, areas far to the east in the carbonate aquifer or in sand and gravel aquifers that find the water quality quite offensive. So it's an entirely subjective comment. So,
but there is a standard or a guideline in terms of what's acceptable amounts and what would then be not acceptable or potentially.
Yes, but you have to remember the aquifer is a natural system, and there's no guarantees that the water quality that's being produced from an aquifer anywhere in this province is going to be able to be served at a standard that meets the guidelines for Canadian drinking water quality. Even in our best parts of the aquifer, off to the east, for example, there's still parameters in that natural aquifer that do not meet the guidelines for Canadian drinking water quality.
So, and thank you for that. But on the basis of that, and I'm just going back to the guidelines for a point of reference, are you able to determine water quality and not from a subjective perspective, but that is more objective in the sense of the data that from testing? So are you able to assess the degradation of the water quality through data that's collected that says if 250 milligrams per liter is the guideline, something say at 700 or 800 demonstrates that there has been deterioration of water quality?
Yeah, so really what you need in order to look at long-term water quality changes is you need multiple sampling over multiple years and multiple observation wells. And short of this study that the city of Winnipeg conducted with, that I participated in 2004, there isn't any sort of large scale regional monitoring in this area that would have data to that level of density. So the thing to remember with groundwater problems is an aquifer, water in an aquifer does not move at hundreds of miles an hour. It tends to move at, the average speed in the carbonate aquifer in Manitoba is in the order of meters per year. So water quality changes tend to be very, very slow and very subtle and take many, many years to monitor. So the province actually has a network of hydrograph stations that they monitor water levels and water qualities in. And unfortunately, there are none that are present in this area, but we were able to use some of the regional ones that were present immediately north and immediately south. It was combined in this work that we did for the city in 2004.
And how accurate is that data in defining the water quality for this?
Oh, the province of Manitoba collects that data fairly regularly, and I've always seen very accurate results from the province's hydrograph network. So.
And is that the provincial well monitoring system?
Yeah, so there's a network of about, I think it's between 800 and 1,000 water wells that are present, and the majority of them are present in southern Manitoba. There's a lot in Winnipeg, obviously, that record water levels and qualities in the carbonate and sandstone aquifers.
Does water hardness, is that an indicator of water quality as well?
It is, but it's not something that we use commonly for technical assessments. It's more common for us to use something which we would call the 6 major ions and electrical conductivity total dissolved solids. But in the last, I'd say probably 20 or 30 years in Manitoba in particular, we've used a lot more things like stable isotopes of environment from the environment in terms of dating and classifying groundwater. So there's hundreds of different parameters that we could look at, but we tend to use the 6 major ions and the major constituents.
Rather interesting. All right, if there are no further questions,
Thank you.
thank you. It's certainly not uniquely south of the perimeter. There are a few other parts in this city, but it's largely a south of the perimeter issue. So thank you for that. Madam Clerk, on to the next.
Next up in support, we have John Stefaniak, who is with us in the Zoom meeting. If you could unmute yourself and turn on your camera. You'd have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Madam Clerk, my video is saying that you are the one that's controlling it. Oh, here we go. Thank you, council members and Madam Clerk. If possible, Madam Clerk, I'd like to have Jeff Pratt's screen shared with council. There we go. So I've been asked to just comment on a few points on the legal end, and following this discussion with interest. I've been practicing municipal law and environmental law for a little over 30 years now. And the question that's been presented to me was whether the city's got the ability to regulate the water wells in this development, because the proposal, as you know, is to go to 0 water wells as opposed to allowing water wells, and as Councillor Chambers pointed out, could be multiple water wells on 5-acre parcels. So Jeff, if you could just move to the next slide, please. So water is groundwater protection, and the point that we're dealing with here, as referenced in the planner's report, comes out of the secondary plan. And as mentioned by the councillors, it is an old secondary plan. And that it calls for a limitation of groundwater withdrawal through a maintenance of appropriate development densities. So it then comes to us just to look at what's the city's authority to regulate water wells. Jeff, the next slide, please. So wells are included within the definition of buildings under the City of Winnipeg Charter. So that to the extent that the city has any authority to regulate buildings, it's got the ability to regulate wells. And that includes through the development permit process, the building permit process, and through other aspects under the charter that are permitted in the planning side. Next slide, please, Jeff. And as mentioned by Mr. Taves, there's the ability under zoning agreements and subdivision agreements to impose conditions on the use of land through development agreement. And as you know, those development agreements get registered against title to the land. Their notice of which is given that way through, which is to subsequent purchasers. They see the registration, they see the restrictions. The city has the ability to look at those restrictions when issuing development and building permits. And it's not a secret to anyone purchasing a lot or a home now or in the future. Further to that, a developer of land can, on its own accord, if it chooses to create a building scheme and register its own caveat against land that limits the types of buildings that can be constructed, what can be constructed on the land. And that is also registered against title and is binding upon all subsequent owners and can be enforced by anybody in that development that receives the benefit of that building scheme. So there are a variety of ways by which the lands can be restricted in terms of the development of wells. And just in response to a comment that was made by Councillor Chambers, or a question raised about the Groundwater and Well Waters Act and that Section 6. So what Section 6 of that Act basically says is that you don't need a well construction business license, and you don't need a certificate for well construction or well sealing. if you are a property owner and you use your own equipment to dig your own well on land that you own, or on land in which you have an agricultural operation. I don't see circumstances arising where people are going to be physically digging their own wells and using it for domestic purposes. So the other part that was mentioned by Mr. Bell is the Water Rights Act, and that's correct. You don't need a water rights license if you're using water for domestic purposes to which you have access, but that doesn't limit the city's ability to regulate water or water wells in any way. The Supreme Court's been clear on that for over 20 years now. It started out with cases in Quebec that dealt with the regulation of cosmetic pesticides, where the province has said that you can get a applicator license, and the federal government said these products are okay from use, but municipalities restricted the use of cosmetic pesticides on private land. And those were all held to be constitutional, because so long as the city's restrictions don't result in compliance with the province's legislation impossible, that is to say, the city requires something where the province prohibits something, that is all fine and good. So I've given the opinion that the city does have jurisdiction. This is kind of a red herring, where we've got a situation where you've got a proposal for 0 wells as opposed to other wells that would be permitted. And in terms of putting on the environmental hat for a second, what we're talking about in terms of salinity and brackish water is what we're saying is the more fresh water you pump out on one side of this boundary, the more ability there is for the salty water, and that's what we're talking about, salty water. We're talking about sodium and chlorates. It's naturally occurring salt in the water. And when you say brackish, that's what you're meaning salty groundwater. You're allowing, by pumping out the fresh water, you're allowing the boundary line, because you're creating a vacuum in essence, you're allowing that boundary line of brackish water to move in that direction. That's what you're trying to prevent here, so that anyone with existing wells is protected. So by not allowing the wells and using the legally available mechanisms to do that, that's what's being proposed to support this development on 2-acre lots.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stefaniak. I have one question, and it relates to the act itself, and that section that I did quote, that talks about if you are the landowner and if you have the equipment, you're entitled to drill a well for the purposes of domestic usage. And if the property is over a certain amount, you can use it for agricultural purposes. You talk about the likelihood of an individual not having the equipment and drilling wells on their own. But are you aware that there are schemes where you can lease equipment, and under the supervision of somebody with a certificate, you can drill a well on the property that you own, regardless if there is a caveat in place restricting you from doing that?
It doesn't give you the right to do it. It just says you don't need a license you don't need a well driller's license. It doesn't say that you can put in a well contrary to the law. It just says you don't need a well driller's license, and you don't need a certificate for well construction. So yeah, I'm not aware of that scheme existing, but it doesn't say that you can violate the law and drill a well where the city wouldn't permit one to be drilled.
So does the act say you can't drill a well, or does it say you can drill a well if these conditions are present?
It says you don't need a license to drill the well.
Right, so you can drill the well.
Well, you can't drill a well that's illegal and legally.
So you're saying that the caveat would make it illegal?
Well, you're violating the agreement. You're not getting a permit from the city. It's a development. Well's a development, just like building a deck that's over 2 feet high is a development, or building my garage. If you're violating the terms of the development agreement as well, that's something that can be enforced by the city.
Would the city be issuing a permit for well drilling, or is that the province? Surely.
I'm not sure exactly how the province regulates wells, but groundwater and wells fall under provincial jurisdiction.
So the city doesn't issue a permit to drill a well?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are limited, of course, by our unfortunate, the rules we have ourselves, which prevent us from going in camera as we sit here as Riel Community Committee. So this comes up from time to time where the legal interpretation of things gets raised at a community committee, and then perversely, we can't meet in camera, but the level above, the standing committees can meet in camera, though council cannot. So we didn't draft the bylaws, I guess, to create this, but there you have it. And you're not, my question that was pertaining to taxation, that wouldn't be your forte, I'm assuming, at least not for this hearing.
I don't know what the bylaw provides in that regard in terms of the rebate or the allowance. So no, I couldn't comment on, I would just assume that it's an application to the area.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you for that. Anything further?
No, just thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right, on we go then, Madam Clerk?
Next, oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe not.
Oh, yeah, so let's, if we can, finish off with the appellant and then break for lunch after.
We have 3 more speakers in support.
Perfect. Are you okay with that, Councillor Allen?
Traditional 4-hour lunch. Very good. On we go for the proponent side.
Okay. So next up in support, we have Brett Williams, who is joining us via Zoom. Ask you to unmute yourself and turn on your video. Hi there, you're now live with the Riel Community Committee, and you have up to 10 minutes to make any presentation.
Thank you very much. After hearing the presentations from my co-presenters, I have nothing further to add other than the fact that the tools and means are there for the city to use to regulate these wells and restrict them on this development. But other than that, I have nothing further to add.
All right. Did we establish, and I did, again, I think it might be a Taves question, if he's still there.
Still here.
Yeah, I'll come back. It pertains to the paving of the street. I just want to make sure it's concrete, not chip seal, because we do have that. That's a live issue down there south of the perimeter as well. We got the troika, right? We got some concrete, some chip seal, and we got the much loved gravel roads on Forbes, and that's facetious. The much complained about gravel roads on Forbes, Fraser, Viking, all the 2 mile, 4 mile, whatever. Okay, so I do want to get clarity on the paving issue later, but we can move on from there.
So continuing on, next in support, I apologize if I mispronounce the name. I have Frank Beauty or Frank Buetti.
That's the plan.
I'm not seeing Frank in the room at the moment, so we will move on to speaker, another Frank Spezzano, who I can see that is in the room with us.
Hello. Hi.
Oh.
Hello.
Good day. How is everyone?
Good. Not bad. Not bad.
As the presenters have already presented most of the information I'd be bringing forward, I understand there are some questions you may have of me as the applicant, so I would be open to those questions. There's some taxation questions you had?
Yeah, I'm assuming this is much like any other property south of the perimeter, at least on the east of the red bit of the perimeter. There's a rebate, but it's listed as a grant in the city budget, which is awkward, which is a minimum municipal services grant, about 300,000 all in, 250 household. So obviously we'd be getting additional property tax money in if this development were allowed, but there is a rebate back of 250 if you don't have water and you don't have sewer. So these houses would apply for that, right? That would pertain here.
That is my understanding, correct?
Okay. Yeah, we do have odd situations where Victoria Crescent, for example, has one but not the other, so you get a partial reduction. Well, you get a reduction on your frontage levy, but you don't on the minimum municipal services. Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Sposano?
Yes, Mr. Sposano, did I pronounce that correctly?
You did, Mr. Chambers, yeah.
Have you had a well drilled lately?
I have had a well drilled lately, yes, I have.
And what was the outcome of that well?
In what way, sir?
Are you able to use it in terms of the water quality is sufficient enough?
I have not tested the water yet.
Are you planning to test it?
I am prior to use, so I'm gonna test it, but it's only been drilled and capped. It is not active.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, current use of the property, this is active farmland, or is this bush, or what's a bit of both?
It has not been farmed in the last 2 years.
Okay. And can you just run through me again the connectivity between the connectivity between this proposal, Christie Road and Jean-Louis Road?
Right. I own Damon Farms, the property that's for this application. I own nothing between Damon Farms and Christie Road. Those are private landowners. And I have no way other than doing a shadow plan upon the request of the city of Winnipeg for future development to incur or develop any connection between this property and Christie Road.
Okay. And is the stub requirement then going north? Is the requirement that was talked about by Mr. Taves, that's just a dead end or
It is a dead end right now, but the intent always was for that to connect through this land to St. Mary's Road.
Okay, to St. Mary's Road, okay. And are you connecting then, is this going to connect to Jean-Louis as well, or?
Yes, that's
Okay.
how the bay gets completed.
Okay, that's, okay.
Just one other follow-up question. The well that you drilled, was there a developer agreement around the property restricting the drilling of wells?
No,
There was none?
there was none that was brought to me. Nope.
And paving surface, as indicated, we've got, we as now Councillor Chamber being, back when I had this area in my ward, there were always complaints about the gravel roads. But this is an asphalt road proposal then, as opposed to chip seal or gravel.
That is to be finalized through the development agreement with Public Works. I'm not sure what the exact spec is yet, so I don't want to mislead anyone. It has not been determined.
Okay, and that wouldn't be exceptional then if it was asphalt. I think we've got that some other places. Christie, maybe?
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
not
not.
familiar with Christie, but
Okay,
it's the standard RR2 road cross-section that Public Works has indicated.
fair enough. Okay. No further questions? Okay, thank you. We're waiting on Mr. Boetti, I think, still, aren't we? Are we?
I don't believe he'll be in it. He's not in attendance.
Okay. So to conclude, those in support, I had sent out to committee members written submissions from Heather Falconer, Jordan Falconer, and James Falconer. She received yesterday evening. And that is all we have registered in support.
Okay, which creates a sort of natural time to take a break then. test the house here. When do we want to reconvene?
I'm good for 1 o'clock.
Fine by me.
1 o'clock, okay?
Yes.
Let's come back at 1 o'clock then. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Back with our public hearing item on Damon Farms. This is the Riel Community Committee, April 27th, 2021 meeting. Madam Clerk, we had heard from the proponents, the applicants. I think we're now on to those registered in opposition.
That's correct. So to proceed right into that, the first representative we have in opposition is Susan Busha. Susan, if you could turn on your video and your microphone, we are ready to hear you.
Okay, yes, my name is Susan Boucher, and I have been asked by Michelle Olivson to read this speech that she has prepared. Dear councillors, Chambers, Mays, and Allard, as a resident of St. Vital Perimeter South, I believe that this development proposal will cause irreversible damage to my community's resources from the ground up.
We're just gonna, we're having some trouble with seeing you there. I mean, you don't have to be visible. We have people, Madam Clerk, we have people phoning sometimes, so. It's the light.
Yeah, it's in the background, the glare, I guess, from my window.
Yeah, that's better, I think.
Is that a little better?
Everybody okay
Sorry.
with that?
Yeah, I guess it would be like I was on the phone.
Yes. Yeah, phone is, yeah, given that we allow people to speak by phone. Okay, carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
In 2004, the city of Winnipeg, excuse me, received a comprehensive hydrogeological report, which recommended residential lot sizes be no less than 5 acres in a caution zone between the Red River and a half a kilometer east of St. Mary's Road in order to protect the quality of our drinking water. The report states that development in the caution zone is clearly the majority controlling factor for inducing poor quality of groundwater from the west of the Red River to move east. Despite this recommendation, the city approved subdivisions less than 5 acres in the caution zone by way of inserting conditions into development agreements and caveats into titles to prevent the drilling of wells. However, the city does not have jurisdiction over wells, which are under the authority of the province, who does not have a restriction on new wells in the area. The intent of placing well drilling restrictions on land titles and development agreements is to protect the water of all the residents who rely on the aquifer. These restrictive covenants require owners of newly built houses to do what is right. But at the same time, residents of Christie Road estimate it costs approximately $600 a month to provide water to a cistern and sewer pump out for a family of 3. And that's provided the household does not have a lawn or landscaping that requires watering. Given that this is cost prohibitive to maintain a cistern, the most logical solution for a new property owner would be to drill a well, because there's no enforcement by the city or the province. In addition, there is a loophole in the Provincial Groundwater and Water Wells Act, which allows private landowners to drill a new well using equipment owned or rented. As a result, many new wells have been drilled in the caution zone, which proportionately tarnishes the quality of the drinking water for all our residents. If the subdivision into RR2 is approved, no one can guarantee that 23 new wells will not be drilled on Damon Farm. Approving 23 lots is in a sensitive groundwater area against the recommendation of the public service and against the recommendation of the 2004 hydrogeological report puts the residents in St. Vital Perimeter South at a high risk of further decline in water quality. If there is a decline in our water quality as a result of this proposed development, is the city going to be responsible for providing the residents with potable drinking water? Or will approval of this development shift the liability onto the province? Take, for example, in 1970, the province was found liable because their water regulating practices destroyed the quality of water in St. Vital Perimeter South. That's the Connery versus the government of Manitoba. I am also deeply concerned by the lack of meaningful environmental planning that went into this development proposal. The area is rich in habitat and biodiversity. This proposal will completely decimate the area without any careful thought on how to develop without compromising the integrity of this land. A wetland will be filled in order to build a road. The forest will be destroyed to accommodate the amount of fill that will be needed to bring the land up to current flood levels. After the loss of the trees from the fill, the landowner will need to further remove tree canopy in order to build homes. The change in drainage could destroy whatever is left. If the city supports the 1 million tree challenge, this proposal goes against the fabric of that cause by destroying all existing forest canopy. While I'm strongly opposed to this application, in the event that any future development occurs on Damon Farm, what could help offset this habitat loss is meaningful land dedication. I am concerned about the city's desire to receive cash in lieu of land dedication for this parcel of land. Given that this large property is rich in habitat and wildlife, our community would like to have the city and the developer reconsider this and are asking for at least 10% of the total area to be set aside as natural preserve, whether it's for this proposed development or any future ones on this site. A petition was circulated on this matter, and we have approximately 1,500 individuals in support of this. The petition has been filed on record. We are not asking for any services or maintenance by the city of Winnipeg for the dedicated land. In the city's draft park strategy on page 102, the goal set out for the city is to proactively acquire parks in rural and agricultural areas to preserve natural areas. On page 56 of the draft park strategy, it states that land dedication is likely the method of park provisioning and that it should focus on locations comprised of high quality habitat in order to be proactive in the protection of these areas from developmental pressure. St. Vital Perimeter South has little area of dedicated park, and we are increasingly losing quality habitat. The loss of the land dedication for Damon Farm is an assault to conservation, the rural amenities that brought us here, and leaves no legacy for our children. Thank you for our time. And that is written by Michelle Olofsson.
All right, any questions for the speaker?
Well, thank you for your presentation this afternoon. How long have you lived in the area?
Going on 32 years, we've lived in the area. And in that 32 years, we have seen the quality of our water decline. The salinity, all you have to do is look at our taps and our facilities in the house, and you can see the damage, and that it has been especially in the last 8 to 10 years.
Do you have a reverse osmosis machine to make your water more potable?
No.
Do you have your well tested periodically?
Yes.
How often?
Well, the last time was probably about a year and a half. We're going to be doing it again soon, roughly every couple of years. I mean, we lived here during the flood of 97, which I don't think a lot of people can remember what it was like here. And the fact that our properties were basically just little islands. And so our water quality at that time was very precarious, and we all had to have water tested and shocked and various other things because of that. And that is a great concern of mine with regard to Jeff Pratt saying that the 2 acres would continue what has already been done in this area. But 35 years since Jean Louis Road has been here is a lot of years, and much has changed in that time. Probably close to 500 houses in the whole area have been added since then. The flood levels at that time were lower, and the building of Jean Louis Road wasn't, our houses weren't needed to be as high as the flood levels that were set after the flood.
And you're also using your well water to water your lawn. I'm assuming or speculating here, but a garden and you have on your property?
We use it partly. I do collect a lot of rainwater because I'm an avid gardener and plant starter, and the high salinity of the water is not good for many plants. Certain ones especially are intolerant to the salinity.
We haven't had a lot of rain over the last couple of summers, though. Is that your?
No.
Well,
we generally do not water what little lawn we have. When we put our house in on this 2 acre lot, we cut down only enough trees to put our house in. And so we have mostly natural trees on our area, so we do not water lawn.
Okay, thank you very much.
And
You're
what,
welcome.
I missed what street you're on? I didn't get that.
We're on Jean Louis Road.
Oh, you're on Jean Louis. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if while I'm at it, I can put in a few other little comments that I have regarding Jeff Pratt's presentation.
I think that's okay. I think you're under time limit yet. And can you, Jean Louis, is that gravel? I'm trying to remember. Is that asphalt or gravel?
No, it's paved. We were the first and only street in the area that had pavement when it was originally developed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Pratt had said about the advertising to the people on Christie Road was put in the Lance, and they were the Christie Road residents were notified of what was going on. But if we ask the Winnipeg Free Press and we look at the number of mailboxes or free press boxes there are on the street, there are very few of them. So very few people would even get the Lance. Christie people did not know about the development at all until the first week in April, which was 1 week before the original hearing was to take place. I contacted Trish Lowen, a member on Christie Road, assuming and expecting that she knew what was going on, and she nor any of the other people on Christie knew what was happening, and they were very shocked, rightfully so. With regard to little traffic with 23 proposed new homes, we are not thinking about the massive water trucks and the sewage removal trucks that will be going by there. If we very conservatively say that each of the 23 houses would have one water delivery and one sewage removal a month, that would be 46 massive tankers going up and down the road, along with those school buses. The road with all of that, those heavy tankers, I'm not sure how the road will stand up to that. And is the city going to fix our roads every year. After the trucks are going through during the periods where road restrictions are put on. We have road restrictions right now on Jean-Louis Road, and the restrictions are that much greater during wet years. So we also have to think about that, the heavy load traffic on the roads. The point where number 60 Christie Road was told by the city that they could not have a well makes me wonder why newer homes that are being built on Christie Road were allowed to have wells. I have pictures. I have pictures of newly constructed and under constructed houses, and I have a picture of their well right beside their homes. Now, if 60 Christie Road was not allowed to drill a well, why were subsequent places allowed to drill a well? These are questions that need to be answered, I feel. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Is the concern about, when you had mentioned people in Christie didn't know about this project, that's your statement. Is the issue though it's not the usual, it's not traffic or shadows or anything, right? It's just the aquifer, the impact on the aquifer, is that right?
Well, the impact on the aquifer, plus there are a couple of homes on Christie Road that will be looking directly at this new development. Their front yards and front windows look directly onto where all of the development is happening. And why these people were not notified is really questionable.
So their homes are facing southbound?
Yeah,
yes, a few of them are.
Oh, that's their place.
Yeah, they are on Christie Road as far as their address is, but their driveway takes them in, and their homes will face out onto the development.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, as Ms. Bouchard mentioned, she was providing a presentation also on behalf of Michelle Olufsen, and that presentation was submitted to the committee yesterday with the written submissions. We'll move along to our next presenter is Ms. Trish Lowen, who is with us in the Zoom meeting. So Trish, I would ask.
We just heard about it.
We did. Ms. Lowen, we're just waiting to see if we can get you on camera here. Currently, we just have you on a dark screen. If there's something maybe blocking the camera.
You're good.
I show that I am on video, but
is there something that could be blocking the camera?
I don't have anything blocking my camera. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Try it again. Just flip it on and off.
I'll just stop the video and try it again.
Sure.
No. Sorry.
We can hear you just fine. So you're now live in front of the Riel Community Committee, and you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Trish Lowen. I've lived on Christie Road in St. Germain-Vermette for 29 years. And while I'm not fundamentally opposed to the property owner's right to sell their land to the highest bidder or for this property to be developed, I am opposed to this application for subdivision and rezoning as presented. I urge you to accept the recommendations within the Urban Planning Division Administrative Report and reject this application. Others may speak to you about why this extensive development should be opposed, the impact of massive amounts of fill, the issue of drainage, the impact on flora and fauna. However, I will focus mainly on the matter of the sensitive groundwater in the area and the negative impact that further drilling of wells will have. We know in the past, the city has approved rezoning and subdivision in St. Germain-Vermette and justified the decision based on an unenforceable provision that no wells are permitted. You need only look at the RCC minutes, re 525 Christie Road and 3280 St. Mary's Road, which is the Viert Road subdivision, where it was proposed no wells be permitted. And we are fully aware that wells have been drilled on these properties. We know the city at this time doesn't require permits or keep a record of these wells. We know the province doesn't require permits or keep a record of these wells. We know that in 2004, the aquifer was deemed sensitive and caution re further well drilling was recommended. Today, a developer presents a plan to subdivide a property. He suggests the use of cisterns instead of wells in an attempt to appease councillors who will hear the matter and dissenting residents. Unless this is enforceable, wells can and will be drilled. It's a recurring theme in Saint-Germain Vermette. An application for rezoning and subdivision in what is known to be a hazard area is approved, and subsequently wells are drilled without impunity. Having read the administrative report and after hearing from Mr. Bell, you are well aware of the sensitivity of the aquifer in Saint-Germain Vermette. The question is, can the aquifer withstand 23 more wells? Maybe, maybe not. Can the aquifer withstand another 10 or 11 wells? Possibly, possibly not. Does anyone really know? As it stands, it's a bit like playing Russian roulette. At some point, the luck is going to run out. There will be a ripple effect, and it's going to affect not just one homeowner or 5 or 10 or 20. Eventually, the intermingling of the saline and fresh water is going to negatively impact the entire community. And that's what so many of us here are asking you to protect from happening. What I urge you to do before any further development within the area of this sensitive aquifer is approved is have an updated hydrogeological study undertaken and carefully reviewed. Without a comprehensive report, how do we know that even just one more well will tip the balance and the whole groundwater area will become contaminated? There appears to have been a disconnect between the city and the province as to whose mandate it is to manage the groundwater. The St. Vital Perimeter South Area Action Plan says it's the city's mandate to protect potable groundwater resources by not approving development that could negatively impact quality or quantity. But the city then turns around and says it's up to the province to regulate groundwater and also wells. The end result is that no official body is regulating what is happening to the aquifer in Saint-Germain Vermette. The city and the province can't keep pointing fingers at whose responsibility this is. Otherwise, it's like the Wild West out here. This is not fair to constituents who are relying on the aquifer for their drinking water and household use. Nor is it fair to current property owners who chose to adhere to the caveat placed on their title to not drill wells. Nor is it fair to a purchaser of a newly subdivided lot who looks for direction on water supply and isn't made aware that by choosing to drill a well, they could be the one who causes the entire community's aquifer to fail. It's time for the city and the province to work this out together. In 2004, the city paid, no doubt a hefty sum, for a thoughtful and comprehensive hydrogeological report. The report contains a number of excellent recommendations, including a dedicated well system to monitor wells in multiple strategic zones to properly track any water quality changes that may occur with future development. Isn't it time for these recommendations to be re-examined and acted upon? And I would submit that until this aspect is resolved, it would be reckless to allow any further subdivision in the area. And should you need any input on a method that the city and province can work together to put regulatory measures in place, I'd suggest you confer with our resident, Dr. Jim Shapiro, who has put considerable thought into a plan. My next point relates to the South St. Vital Area Action Plan, which I've no doubt you're very familiar with. This establishes objectives and policies for the logical and orderly development of the area. The first of the key objectives in Schedule A is to safeguard the general welfare of the community by ensuring the location and density of development respects the natural limits imposed by the local environment. The plan sets out a policy for hazard areas, which encompasses land sensitive to natural balances like transitional areas between saline and potable groundwater. It sets out a policy to protect the potable groundwater resources in the area. It sets out a policy for community services, including to make provision for the preservation of natural treat areas and to make provision for adequate public access to riverbanks. It sets out a policy for implementation, including the effective use of planning tools through subdivision control. So when considering this application, I think these questions are valid. Is plunking in a 23-house development on Damon Farm Road a logical and orderly development? Is the proposed development compatible with the natural environment? Will this development cause appreciable adverse effects upon the quality or quantity of the potable groundwater resources? Are we safeguarding the general welfare of the community by allowing the subdivision to go ahead? There is no doubt that there will be further development in Saint Germain Vermette. There are still many land tracts and properties that at various times owners will want to sell, just as the Damons Faulkners are doing. I'd like to think that having had the use and enjoyment of these 57 acres for so many years, that it's the family's wish to pass along the stewardship of their land in a manner that won't create disastrous consequences for their former friends and neighbors. And along the same lines, I don't believe that anyone who might buy a lot in this area and who might make an uninformed choice regarding their water supply will have in mind to intentionally tick off their new neighbors when they drill a well. But it doesn't have to be that way. Via the secondary plan, the city is guided by a policy to protect the potable groundwater resources in the area that make provision for the preservation of the natural treat areas and even for adequate public access to riverbanks. It's the implementation of these policies that have in the past seemed haphazard. Our residents, especially those who have lived in this area for years, don't want to spend their time attending subdivision and zoning hearings each and every time a developer sets their sights on Saint Germain Vermette. I'm sure everyone here would rather be doing something else right now, but these hearings will continue as long as there is no clear and thoughtful plan for development. And that requires leadership, comprehensive studies, and I would suggest, most importantly, an updated hydrogeological study. This application has been a golden opportunity to air many issues that have lain dormant for much too long. There's no better time to address these issues and to get them right than now. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. You used the term St. Vital Action Plan. Is that the secondary plan from 1977 you're talking about, or is that a separate document?
That's the St. Vital, that is the St. Vital Perimeter South Action Area Plan, Schedule A to Bylaw 1735/77 of the City of Winnipeg. Your planning department has referred to this many times in the application.
Okay, but that's the same as the secondary plan?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the secondary plan bylaw. It's just in the 70s, they called them action area plans.
Thank you. And did you, no, I think it was the previous speaker who referenced a court case, and I was going to get the name of that. Do we have that?
Yeah, we have
It was passed along yesterday.
Oh, Christ. All right, so that's in yesterday's materials. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Trish Lowen?
Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned that there were a couple of addresses where there were caveats put on the title, 3280 being one of them. What was the other address?
525 Christie Road.
525 Christie, okay. So that's 525 is a relatively new one, correct?
It was in 2005. That area was subdivided into 6 lots.
6 lots.
So it's been a while now.
Okay. And when was the Veert? The Veert?
2009.
I didn't think I was here for that. Okay, thank you.
And each of the, so the subdivision at 525 had a caveat for no well drilling?
Yes.
The developer agreement for no well drilling?
Yes.
Yet a well was drilled on one of these properties, to your knowledge?
At least one.
At least one, okay.
Yeah.
So the caveat was notwithstanding then, it didn't matter?
Well, apparently not. I mean, it was definitely stated in that no wells will be permitted in the meeting, for sure. I think in the executive policy level as well.
Okay, and do you know who might have enforced or would be responsible for enforcing or fining or whatever the consequence was for drilling? Was there a fine imposed? Would there be a fine imposed?
Well,
would there be forced to
wouldn't be something that I would know. And again, this whole issue has recently come to my attention. I understand as a result of the Groundwater and Water Wells Act that individuals can actually
Drill.
no, state,
Oh.
that illegal wells have been drilled, and then the province has to investigate. But so far, nobody has. I mean, it's sensitive. We are on Christie Road. We don't want to have issues with our new neighbors. We would like to think that the city or the province would be able to step in on behalf of all residents to look after issues like this. I don't think it would be proper for residents to have to intervene and to be the enforcers of this.
So I guess the question then, who is the arbiter in terms of well drilling and even if there is a caveat or a developer agreement, who would be that arbiter to decide whether or not a well could be drilled? So,
yes.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Yes, thank you for the president. I found the Connery case that was referenced earlier. So thank you, Madam Clerk, for just getting that wash of material from yesterday. If there are no further questions, thank you. And on to the next.
I understood that Mike Lowen had also registered to participate. Mike, if you are with Trish, do you have a presentation you would like to make?
I do.
Perfect.
So I'll just try to start the video again. I've put in a request, but it says it's you've stopped it. So maybe we could try one more time.
Sure. You should be seeing a prompt now or shortly.
Okay. It still says the host has stopped it.
No, your video is on with us. We just are getting a black screen as if something might be covering it.
Okay. Nothing's covering it. Okay. Well, disregard. I'm not as good looking as my wife anyway, so nobody needs to see me. Good morning, councillors and fellow citizens. My family has lived on Christie Road for 29 years. We moved here to enjoy the healthy benefits of a semi-rural lifestyle, as well as the many beautiful natural attractions this special area offers. Let me start out by stating that we are not fundamentally opposed to development in our community. On the contrary, we are eager to share all the wonderful attributes this unique area of Saint Germain Vermette has to offer, but only if done in a meaningful and well thought out manner. We are not interested in just handing over small, valuable parcels of land to hodgepodge of self-interest commercial developers who gain short-term profits at the expense of long-term negative consequences for our entire community. There needs to be a comprehensive and overall master plan for this area that involves major input from community members. Individual and ad hoc subdivision plans are not the answer for developing this unique and rare section of geography within the city of Winnipeg. In the meantime, there are several reasons why this proposed subdivision in its present form should be rejected. We have heard, or will presently hear, about the threat to wildlife, the destruction of tree canopy, the change to natural runoff and drainage, the increase of truck traffic for water and sewage, creating more noise and impacting the safety of citizens in the area. Any one of these factors by themselves should be enough to halt this proposal in its tracks until more comprehensive studies have been conducted to eliminate or mitigate the harmful effects they could impose. But the single most important factor in this or any further development in this sensitive area is the threat to the aquifer. We, the residents, have always known that the aquifer is in a very threatened state. Every new well dug further threatens the usability of potable water that the vast majority of our residents rely on. It is incomprehensible to me that both our municipal and provincial governments continue to allow any action to occur, specifically well drilling, that would cause harms to its citizens. In this case, by denying them the right to clean water. Good water that has always been there, but is now becoming so saline with each new well dug that it is quickly becoming unusable without the installation of very expensive filtration and treatment systems, none of which are practical in individual well systems. The 2004 Warderup hydrogeological study, although not readily made public, has nevertheless been well circulated to all parties debating this proposed subdivision. And it clearly states, both in the full report and in the executive summary, that every new well dug in this sensitive area threatens the entire aquifer. The addition of 23 new homes in the Damon project presents an unprecedented and potentially catastrophic impact on our already overly sensitive water resource. Notwithstanding the commitment by the developer to provide each lot with a cistern, it is totally unreasonable and unbelievable to expect any new homeowner will not immediately attempt to dig a well on their own property in order to irrigate their lawns and gardens, if not also for indoor domestic use. Weekly water truck deliveries and the bills for them will grow old very quickly when compared to the one-time cost and ease of drilling a new well. We simply cannot absorb the impact that 23 new wells, or even half that number, will have on our already compromised aquifer. This debate our residents find ourselves forced to participate in is not a fair one. Far from it. It's more like a David and Goliath story where a handful of residents face off against a well-funded and professional land development company, a major commercial home builder, and City of Winnipeg administrators and councillors who are being heavily lobbied to approve this subdivision without due consideration for the near and long-term consequences to the geography and environment. The quick profit for a few individuals derived from the sale and building on these lots pales in comparison to the potential damage and subsequent costs associated with depriving more than 1,500 citizens of currently safe potable water in their homes. I cannot imagine the negative impact that class action lawsuits and national press accounts outlining the short-sighted decisions made in haste and without science-based recommendations would have on our city and province if this subdivision in its present form is pushed through. As I said in my initial statement, I'm not opposed to development, but step number one must be a new and thorough hydrogeologic study comparable to or greater than the 2004 Wardrop study, funded by the province and or city to provide recommendations for the safe addition or not of any new wells in the South St. Vital, St. Germain, Burnett area. As a baseline, this study should include a comprehensive survey to determine the exact number of wells currently in use in the designated area. Only then can proper land use plans be drawn up and proposed for future development by city planners and commercial and private developers. Councillors, please do the right thing here and confirm what your paid experts in planning, property, and development have already scrutinized and rejected as not the right proposal for the Damon Farm property. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, John. Is it John?
Michael.
Michael, sorry. The comments you made, or one of the takeaways, is you want an inventory of the wells that are in the area?
That is correct.
Okay. And an up-to-date hydrogeological study?
Yes. As Mr. Bell stated, that's been 17 years since the first one was done, and we know how much additional traffic and building has gone on since then. So nobody really has a good understanding of how many wells are actually in the area right now. We need a baseline.
Okay, and I asked this question of the previous presenter. You have a well, correct?
Correct.
How often do you have the water quality tested?
I haven't tested it for a couple of years, but the saline is creeping up slightly. The total dissolved solids is creeping up. But so far with our reverse osmosis system, we are still able to drink our water. And our house is halfway down Christie Road, so we're right on the sort of the cusp, the border that would probably be impacted first if there were negative effects. And however, there are 5 houses scheduled to be built this year. One of them already in construction, which, by the way, also has just a new well dug on our street that are expecting to have wells dug on them.
Okay. In terms of these parcels of land, are you aware what the sizes are? Are they 2 acre? Are they?
They would all be minimum 2 acre, I believe. I don't think there's a 5 acre. I think there's one at the top of the street by St. Mary's Road that is bigger, but the rest are 2 acres or plus or minus a small amount from there.
So 2 acre properties, and all are expected to have wells.
They're all anticipating it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor, I have a submission by neighbors of ours across the street who are both primary healthcare workers and unable to attend, and they've given me a 2-page written submission by 2 of their children and 1 adult, and they were hoping that I could read this in for them. I've timed it. It takes about 4 minutes. Would that be possible?
You go ahead. The clock is yours.
Thank you very much. This is written by William Winton Yu, of 12 years old, on Christie Road. And he says, growing up on Christie Road has greatly impacted my life since there has been so many wild animals and so much wildlife. These subdivisions would greatly impact the wildlife in and around the area. The Damon Farm is home to many different animals, including ducks, geese, deer, bald eagles, and other small mammals and birds. There should be at least 5 acres in between the Red River and the subdivisions for the many animals to live. Not having this natural area would greatly decrease the animal population. His sister, Hannah, who's 14 years old, has written, I have lived on Christie Road for 9 years. During that time, I have had many unique experiences that have shaped the way I see the world. I appreciate the beauty of the Red River and the plant and animals that depend on it.
Sorry, my husband's getting a little emotional about this. I'm going to take over from him. Hannah continues to write, being surrounded by nature has gotten me to pay more attention to the natural world and the precarious place it is in right now. I think that sharing the life that can be found on Damon Farm is a great idea. More people will get to experience the beauty the Red River has to offer. But it has to be done responsibly, taking into account the animals, plants, and people that already live in the area and the people who will live on the Damon Farm land. Damon Farm is located in a sensitive hydrogeological area between St. Mary's Road and the Red River. Groundwater is an essential natural resource that has to be protected. Heavy pumping of the groundwater can cause the water table to fall and the quality of the water to decrease. This negatively affects the people who are already living in the St. Germain and Vermette area and the people who will be living in the proposed new development. And Stephen, their dad, Michael could take over again.
Sorry, I got choked up there. She's such a sweet young girl. And Stephen has himself and his wife have said, on behalf of myself, my name is Stephen Winteyu, and my partner Susan and I live and own 351 Christie Road, and we would urge you to consider our statement when reviewing the variance from file submitted by Landmark Planning and Design for the following reasons. Most importantly, the fragility of our groundwater in the area. We have a well, as the city is unable to provide us with water and waste services. Our well water has a high concentration of minerals and requires extensive filtration to make it usable. Any further salinity would make it unusable. We experienced how fragile this is a few years ago when there was construction across the street from us. Almost overnight, we noticed the salt content on our water change. High quality stainless steel knives made in Germany would rust after hand washing and left to drip dry. Cutlery washed in our dishwater would have rust after a single wash. Our bathroom taps and faucets had to be replaced. Any kitchen utensil with aluminum was destroyed. The copper plumbing began showing corrosion at all soldered joints. We had the installer of our filtration system come back and perform a water test from our well and from the treated water after our filter. What they found was that our well water that was treatable a few years earlier was now at a point that it could not be used even with the most advanced filtering. The good news is that it did correct itself back, as nature is so good at doing. The lesson I learned was how fragile this resource is, and once it is gone, there's nothing we can do to bring it back. I believe that the disruption of the new construction, drilling a well, installing geothermal in the ground was enough to tip the salinity scale at our well source, changing our water in a significant way. I'd like to caution the city of Winnipeg to approve small lots in this development with no plan to regulate or assess the impact of increasing the demand on our fragile water source. If the city does not approve this subdivision, if the city does approve this subdivision, what is their plan to provide us with clean water should the aquifer become unusable as a result of poor stewardship? Secondly, I would urge the city to reconsider waiving the 10% land dedication for this subdivision. I feel it is a missed opportunity for future generations to witness the natural world's cycle of life. Living in this area, my children have seen how wildlife interacts and depends on wild landscapes and how their interaction has an impact on other life. This area has a dense concentration of flora and fauna that depends on all of it in all seasons. I would like the city to ask the developer to redesign their proposal to include 10% of land to be set aside along the riverbank with public access instead of blocking it and allowing the highest concentration of private property development, destroying this unique resource. The statements by my children were prepared completely independently after I asked them to read through the material you have sent us. I think it is important for the city to know that these small changes add up and will affect future generations long after those that made them are gone. It was a reminder to myself that they are watching and listening to the choices and things I stand up for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we generally don't ask questions of children when they present, but I will say, you know, I can think of it the last 2 years, we've had people come and say, you should buy 11 more for Parks property instead of allowing it to be developed. You should buy whatever that was on St. Anne's Road that we had at the last meeting. You should buy that for Parks property. You should buy River Road in Bishop because people said, well, we use it like it's a park and it's private property. You should buy the one just before you got elected, Marcus, the one down on the one on St. Mary's Road down near the perimeter. People wanted that bought up for city property that was adjacent to Antelope Park. I guess, I mean, I appreciate people get used to using neighboring property as if it's green space. I get that. I could think of more examples. Those are just 4 that we've had in the past, well, 3 in the past couple of meetings and 4 in the past 2 years or so. The difficulty is, of course, the land's privately held. Generally, this isn't like us selling off golf courses or parks or something to developers. This is privately held land. So I guess I appreciate the comments, but you know, we had virtually identical comments read in about River Road and Bishop from kids, and it's, you know, it's great to have these resources. On the other hand, somebody owns the land and they come in with an application to develop, but you're saying you're not opposed to any development, which I appreciate. I guess just to give you some context of the shoes we find ourselves in, virtually every one of these hearings now, we have people say, well, buy the land up and keep it as green space. So we frankly don't have the resources, and I'm not sure it's the best planning to buy 11 more or whatever that was, 626 St. Anne's or whatever that was that we had last week, or River and Bishop. So it's not that we're against green space or nature. It's just, this is, we get similar arguments put to us quite often, I guess is just the caution I want to give. So it's certainly the aquifer issues are unique. I certainly give you that. But the issues about, you know, hey, this is green space now that's privately held and the city should take it over or change the rules somehow. We do get that quite a bit. So I appreciate that the kids value the surrounding area, but you know, we have to give some weight to all the players, including the people who own the land. Not really a question, more a statement of the arguments that we face really almost every meeting now.
Yeah, no, LeMay Forest is another prime example.
Yeah.
22 acres of forest that has been utilized primarily by residents in the area of St. Norbert as their own nature wonderland, but is privately owned. So as much as we would love to take over this land and keep it as natural green space, you know, even in light of our Million Tree Challenge, you know, it does become a resource issue in terms of having the financial resources to take over all of these properties that are privately owned. But I do want to thank the family, the Wintanu family.
Wintanu, that's correct, yes.
Wintanu family for their presentation, and it's great to see young children or young adults participating in this process and adding their valuable contributions, because it is about their future as well. So thank you for that presentation and including them in your presentation today.
That's why we couldn't get on.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you.
Noting that, I'll just put onto the record that the Wintanus, Stephen, Susan, Hannah, and William, they had made those comments in written submission, and that has been dispersed to the committee as well.
Good.
So moving on to the next speaker, we have Dr. Jim Shapiro joining us. Dr. Shapiro, if you're able to turn on your camera and your microphone. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Shapiro. You have up to 10 minutes to speak to us. Long time no see. You're still out there south of the floodway, I suspect. When I had that part of St. Vital, we certainly spoke. Council Chambers, of course, has now got south of the perimeter. So good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. I still remember your intro site course where you taught avian attachment behavior. Still got a paper on imprinting.
I thought you were a Canada Goose specialist. I think we talked about Canada geese as well in here. So anyway.
That goes back a long time. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Jim Shapiro, and I live at 130 Greenview Road. Greenview Road is in the area of Winnipeg known as Saint-Germain-Vermette. I have lived in Winnipeg for 50 years, and I have lived in Saint-Germain-Vermette for 38 of those 50 years. I am very familiar with the problems associated with the area. I am here to support the recommendation made in the administration report to reject, I repeat, to reject the application to subdivide and rezone land located at 45 Damon Farm Road and 2974 St. Mary's Road. I reject the application for all of the well thought out reasons stated in the report. I have a question for you. The administration report states that in November of 2019, the applicant was told that their application would be rejected if they proceeded with it. As the report states, the applicant decided to proceed with the application with full knowledge of the public services position. Why would they do that? Why would they devote large amounts of money, time, and effort to submit an application that they knew would be rejected? The applicant is A&S Homes. A&S Homes is a large, well-known developer whose objective is to make money. Why would they engage in activities that would appear to be futile? The answer, of course, is that their efforts were not futile. A&S Homes will simply resubmit the application with no request to rezone from 5 acres to 2 acres, but to simply subdivide the land in question with 5-acre lots. Now that's permissible in our area's secondary plan. All the work they invested in this application will be used in the next application. They have lost nothing by expending money, time, and effort on this application. Now, should their application be approved, it will be a home run for them. But if not, this application was a practice run to see what would happen. In addition, they scouted out the opposition, they found out who they were, and they learned what their concerns were. They pretended to innocently believe that the only Tier 1 stakeholders that were involved were the few residents living on Jean-Louis Road, rather than all of the residents of Saint-Germain-Vermette whose water would be affected by the drilling of new wells. Knowing full well that the province controls the use of water, and that the province has no means of enforcing a ban on wells, they proposed that no wells be drilled in the area under consideration. A&S Homes is not an amateur in the development field. They played the residents of the area while they did what was necessary to bring this subdivision proposal to its logical conclusion. For them,
Mr. Spear, if you've used pretend and played and you're getting a little judgmental, perhaps, I mean, you can make your point, but maybe a little less adjective laden about the about A&S. You're making a clear argument here. Carry on, but I just I don't think the proponent questioned anybody's motives on the other side. So, I mean, they're trying to make money. That's fair enough. That's the system we have. But carry on.
Thank you. ANS has told you councilors that the residents of Saint Germain Vermette have no concerns about this proposal, but just the opposite is true. Now, my question for you is this: are you going to ignore all of the administration's well thought out reasons for rejecting this application just because 2-acre lots are no longer being requested? Are you going to say that 5-acre lots are all right in spite of the statements made concerning development in this hazardous area? You may ask, what is a hazardous area? Section 3 of our secondary plan states that, quote, hazard areas include lands that are subject to hazardous conditions like flooding or transitional areas between bodies of saline and potable water, end quote. Nothing could be more descriptive of Saint Germain Vermette than that statement. The fact is that the hazard areas policy allows the city to restrict development regardless of lot size in order to protect potable groundwater resources. What this means is that the city can enter into a contractual arrangement with ANS Homes to develop the area in a manner that allows the Damon family to make some money, as well as allowing ANS Homes to make some money, plus satisfying local and area residents that the subject development does not present a threat to their lifestyle. For 50 years, water has been a problem in Saint Germain Vermette. The city says that they have no control over the use of water. The province says it has no legal means of enforcing the use of water. For the love of common sense, councilors, if the governments that are supposed to make laws and promote the general welfare of its constituents cannot solve a simple problem of protecting our water source, who do you expect the people of Saint Germain Vermette to complain to? If the powers that can make the laws refuse to do so, what options are available to the residents of Saint Germain Vermette? If the city of Winnipeg and the province of Manitoba are going to continue to use word games to excuse their dereliction of duty, what do you think is going to happen? For 50 years, the residents of Saint Germain Vermette have been complaining that the city is not providing them with the services or the protection that they should be receiving for the taxes they are being charged. At some point, the residents of Saint Germain Vermette are going to say enough is enough, and they will follow the lead of the municipality of Headingley and attempt to secede once again from the city of Winnipeg. Instead of burying your head in the sand and ignoring the problem, why not try to fix it? It is not difficult. In the meantime, why not try to stop exporting the city to the country and try importing the country to the city? Encourage ANS Homes to cooperate with area residents to come up with a development plan with fewer houses, larger lots, and corridors for wildlife. Make Saint Germain Vermette cottage country, Winnipeg. Instead of losing tax dollars to adjacent municipalities who are providing the kind of lifestyle many people desire, facilitate that kind of development within the city of Winnipeg. The developers benefit, the city benefits, area residents benefit, and potential residents who want such a lifestyle will be attracted to this area of the city of Winnipeg instead of leaving the city for adjacent municipalities. Increasing the attractiveness of the area will increase property values and resale prices and provide more tax revenue for the city of Winnipeg. Your immediate response to this application should be to reject it. And in the next pre-registration process, require ANS Homes to facilitate public meetings with the entire community to discuss alternative and reasonable development plans for all concerned. You should also take the appropriate steps to resolve the water issue with the province. If the provincial and municipal governments do not do that, one or both of them run the risk that they will be sued by individuals sick and tired of being used as scapegoats by their governing bodies. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you. The secession, again, reference being, I think, to the 90s. I think it was the 90s when there was a study done by the then provincial government based on requests from St. Germain-Vermette and Ramblewood to secede. At least that's my memory of it. I think that's a 1990s study that was done, report.
That was done by Jim August in 1995. It was the St. Germain-Vermette report.
Okay, thanks. Any questions arising out of that delegation?
Yeah, you heard this morning from the legal opinion of John Stefaniak, who's representing the developer and landmark planning. His opinion on whether or not the city can provide a caveat on well drilling in the area. Do you have any comments with respect to what he stated this morning?
Yes, I do. I do not agree with Mr. Stefaniak. He indicated that wells are considered under buildings. The province will reject that application, saying that their control is water. It doesn't matter if it's considered a building or not, it's water. The province has sole dominion over the use of water in this province. In fact, the groundwater management section of the province of Manitoba is solely responsible for water well construction, but they have no ability to restrict the drilling of wells. And that's because their rules and regulations are Bill 25, the Groundwater and Water Well Act. And that act is flawed because of Section 2, subsection 2, that's the domestic exemption clause. It states, this act does not apply to a well that is drilled or developed by an owner on his land using equipment owned by him for the purpose of obtaining water solely for his domestic use. That's where the section ends. It should have continued by saying, but not in areas where water-sensitive situations exist or those near a freshwater, saltwater boundary. The domestic exemption allows an individual to withdraw 25,000 liters per day from their well. Now, I think there's a solution to this problem, and that is when an individual applies for a building permit to the city of Winnipeg, what should happen is they are first required to apply to the province for a well drilling permit. The province will say, no, that's a water sensitive area. You can't drill a well here. The homeowner now takes that piece of paper with their building application to the city. The city says you can't drill a well here, but here's your building permit without drilling a well. Now, this is a cooperative arrangement between the province and the city of Winnipeg. But in Bill 25, it also states in Section 12, subsection K, that the province can prescribe measures to be taken to prevent or diminish the pollution and contamination of groundwater. So this kind of cooperation should be possible given the parameters of the existing Bill 25.
Do you feel that the way the act is written or regulated is ambiguous in nature by purpose?
That is, the wording of that question is something I cannot answer. The wording is deliberate. In 2012, I appeared before the provincial committee discussing this bill, and I pointed this out to them. The emphasis of the bill was almost exclusively devoted to the drilling, construction, maintenance, and sealing of wells. It did not protect those who rely on well water. So given the fact that the flaw was pointed out to them, and given the fact that they did not change the wording, I feel it was deliberate. And I feel that it was oriented more to the well drillers than to the people who are using the well water.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are conscious that it's a good point you make, and we do need to debate at some point. I meet people all the time who have moved to Niverville who don't live in the city of Winnipeg anymore. So that is an issue that you've identified as people move out to neighboring municipalities or neighboring rural municipalities. Thank you for the presentation. And Madam Speaker, I think on to our next. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, okay.
Hasn't even been that long a day.
Okay, next up, in support, we are scheduled to hear from Gord Gaudes. However, I do not see them in the Zoom session. Following Gord, we have Dennis Cloutier, also missing from the Zoom session. So we'll proceed. I have Shelley Killeen and Ron Miller who are present. Shelley and Ron, if you're able to turn on your microphone and video, we are prepared to hear from you.
Yep, I'll slide in here. So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to all the participants for all this enlightening. I did prepare my notes and put some thoughts on paper last night, but after hearing a lot of the other submissions, oppositions and that, I might sort of deviate and add a few more thoughts that have come forward. So my name is Shelley Captain Killeen. We built in Ramblewood Estates back in 1983. I've been here for 38 years. We would love to have had a pretty sign that said Ramblewood Estates like Damon Farms might be getting if it goes through, but that's another one. So I was also a member of the Saint Germain Vermette Community Association.
I didn't get what you were saying there about Ramblewood.
Ramblewood's Estates never had a sign put up. And like if Damon Farms, I saw that picture, it looked so beautiful because nobody knew where we lived when we said we lived in Ramblewood.
Fair point on that.
Yeah, so I was a member of the Saint Germain Vermette Community Association with Pat, Trish, and Mike Lowen and Jim Shapira and many others that dedicated a lot of efforts, and we advocated and met concerns for our community, as well as we did numerous fundraisers. So we were a very tight, lovely community for years and years. We were the fourth house to build in the phase 1 of the Ramblewood Estates. Then came along phase 2. And at that point, that's when in 2004, that's when the city initiated the study from Wardrope, which was also superseded by the other bylaw, one that we've talked about numerous times today. And it concluded it was not really a good idea to subdivide into 2-acre lots. So we had a meeting at the St. Norbert Community Club where a lovely gentleman came in and he had bought the property, which is now the 3rd phase of Ramblewood Estates. And we all went to that meeting. It was a variance subdivision meeting, and we all sort of voted him out, and he was rejected the opportunity to subdivide. And I remember vividly when we left that meeting, and he was a lovely man, and I think he saw this as a little golden egg and his opportunity. And basically we apologized to him, but we said, we don't want to set a precedence because we feel that our water, and they've talked about the groundwater a lot, but it's also the flow, I think was Jeff Bell had noted. And that's also my concern is the water flow reducing itself by the time it gets all the way over to here is and also a big concern. So we apologized to the gentleman and he walked away and he says, so it looks like I just have a big white elephant sitting on my back. And poof, 2 years later, there comes phase 3. How did that happen? I would love to know who the developer was and how phase 3, after we voted and it was rejected, that he wasn't allowed to build. So how does that happen? So don't answer me now, and I'd love to know who that developer is. I have a hunch, but going forward then, let me just pull up here.
Another concern is not only ANS. Ron and I attended at 5 o'clock on February 14th, Valentine's Day at dinner time. Not too many people attended that one, where Qualico is now purchasing up various parcels of property, and their mandate was to gobble up every parcel they could off of St. Anne's to build riverside condos, smaller lots. We are hearing lots of rumors within the neighborhoods where part of being sold, the farmland. I think it was a lady who had a big farm out there. I don't know her name. She's sold that property. Maybe that's Damon. I don't know. What's going on with behind the water treatment plant? There's a 2-mile road. So it's not just ANS that we have to be concerned about. And part of why Ron and I are, again, with this is the mandate that's going to happen and the precedent that there's going to be more and more and more lots happening. So we have to worry about the big developers. So my understanding is the province, and we know that they can't enforce it. So things like the new infills, there's lots of smaller homes on Forbes and some of the side roads where they've taken nice small little 1-bathroom homes, and now they're building gigantuous big homes. And some of them, I'm quite sure you'll have people with now 3, 4, 5 bedrooms, hot tubs, jacuzzi bathtubs, maybe an above ground pool or an in-ground pool. Some of them have beautiful water features, maybe in-ground lawn sprinkler systems, vegetable gardens, flower gardens, horses and livestock. So my question is, where are they capturing this water from? I'm sure it's not snow runoff, and some of us, we rarely use any water because we collect all our rain. But like we said, there's dry summers, you know, so it is affecting us. And then there's also the increase in the fuel with the carbon tax. So we have a holding tank and we have a well. So we pay, in fact, the truck is probably going to roll up here any minute and start pumping out our holding tank, and it's going to get noisy. But that's $200, $205 to be exact, every 3 weeks, once a month to deal with that. So I find it really hard to believe that those people in this new development, if it goes through with the 25 lots, are going to be able to sustain cisterns and the emptying the holding tanks and the likes of that to uphold the lifestyles. And then the other thing is clearing the trees. I think there should be something that part of the caveats that you're not allowed to clear cut trees would be another thought. So lastly, then, it's the natural habitat, the wildlife and our ecosystems that everybody's been talking about. We need the protection from the urban sprawl. So thank you for listening. And I have Ron beside me. No other questions.
Ron going to speak?
Well, I can, sure. I just got to move over.
Okay, here, please sit down.
I didn't know. Yes, my name is Ron Miller. I'm partner with Shelley here at 162 Prairie Grove Road. Thank you for the opportunity to address the public hearing. I'm in opposition to the application to rezone the 57-acre site from RR5 to RR2. I just wanted to thank you for providing the background information, which certainly aided me in making my decision to be in opposition to this rezoning. And so I spent a fair bit of time looking at it, and I was looking at the City of Winnipeg bylaw number 1735, year 77. It had great insight some 44 years ago for the logical and development of this and limiting the urban expansion area. And so if you look at that document, it set out, I think, really well. It adapted 9 policies that were to now govern this area. And it started off with limited urban expansion, medium density rural residential, low density rural residentials, agricultural areas to be respected, hazard areas, which we've talked about, floodplains, particularly the groundwater, community services, industrial development, commercial development, transportation, implementation, review and evaluation. And I will just make one comment because we've spent a lot of time talking about it today, but it's very powerful for me, and I don't know whether the city's even adapting it because it's written in here. The City of Winnipeg Act provides the preparation and the adoption of the action area plans areas within a community in the city and additional zones consisting of text, maps, illustrations, formatting in such detail as council thinks appropriate proposals for the development and use of lands and districts. And a description of the measures which the council considers should be undertaken for improvements of physical, social, economic, environments, transportation within the community action areas. Plans are prepared within the context of the Greater Winnipeg Development Plan and require review at least once every 5 years. I'm not quite sure, but I don't know if the city and its politicians and staff have done it. It's a great question. Maybe somebody could answer that for me. Or have we looked at it over every 5 years?
Was that a question?
Yes, it is. Has the city been looking, as per these bylaw, they were to review it every 5 years. And that's what I think I'm hearing in all these discussions, is that we haven't reviewed this document since 1977. We haven't looked at the water studies and geologic or hydrological since 2004. There sounded like there was another study done in I wrote down 1995, I think, but it wasn't part of this package we received. So it just needs to be, I think, and people have mentioned that we need to get accurate information on what's the existing conditions today, and then look at how we systematically develop this thing appropriately, if that's the wish of council. But I think it's time to step back and take a good look. And then I looked at just even the concept of cisterns, and cisterns, typically you're going to use 2,000 or 2,500 gallons of water a month. Really conserving what you do, because remember, what you bring in water, you're taking out on the septic side, because you've got septic tanks. And so that cost of that is significant. But it's just, my concern is that now, if you look at the 23 lots, and they're using that kind of consumption, you're going to have at least 300 trips, trucks coming in and out to take water in and take sewage out. But I believe that the green initiative within the city needs to be followed if we're going to do any substantial change to the environment. Because now you got trucks running fuel, all the back and forth traffic into these areas, pollution, noise, pumps running. And then the West End treatment plant, I'm not sure will even take the waste. We're pulling all our waste now to the North End treatment plant, which even creates more pollution within the system. So it's just, I think that as councillors, I would appreciate that you at least take a look, but I'll just be giving a summary, because I know we've had a long day and some great presentations, and ultimately there needs to be a decision made. In summary, over the 44 years history, that there's been significant development in St. Vital Perimeter South District, and the city should continue following the policy set out in 1977 for the benefit of all residents in the area, to ensure that fresh potable water is in this area, and that limit the city's liability for not acting to ensure that the aquifer east of the Red River has fresh potable water, not saline water, which is prevalent on the west side of the Red River, which is reported in the 2004 report. Money and taxation should not be the reasons for reducing lot sizes from RR5 to RR2. We must be stewards of the land and which we live on, and enjoy good, clean, potable water in the future is fundamental for life and for the development of these areas. Thank you for listening to us. Shelley and Ron.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rob.
Go ahead. I have some questions. Go ahead, Councilor Chambers.
Yeah, just in response to the question that you asked with regards to the 1977 secondary plan. I know that Councillor Allard, to his credit, has also talked about updating our zoning bylaws. So yes, we do undertake to review our current practices and modernize the language around land usage. And we have our Winnipeg document, our complete communities strategy document as well. All of these are being refreshed. All of these are looking at how we use land, highest best use, and having more of a visionary plan in place rather than a backwards looking document. So thank you for those comments.
Thank you for your interest, because you're easy to just say, well, we live miles east of this, so it's not our problem anymore, but you are south of the perimeter. That I couldn't follow that reference. The phase 3 Ramblewood, is that the bit that's south, the Victory Lane or whatever it's called? No, it's called what, Courage Place, that's what it's called.
No, not Courage. That was the phase 3 is the one that's up by the perimeter, that lines up with the perimeter between the railway track CP and 59.
Yeah.
And right now there's a house going up there.
Is that Stu Budd Road?
But well, it's back of Budd Road. Yeah.
Budd Road. Okay. Okay.
And there's a house being built right now, if I can add, and I'm sure there's going to be a well going in there. Like they're still going in at the speed of light.
Okay, yeah, and the 1995 plan that was referenced a speak or two ago was separate. There was a push in the 90s to have south of perimeter secede from the city, and then the province got some sort of report done that prescribed not allowing that or doing something to discourage that. So that was the 1995 report that was mentioned. It wouldn't be in, it's not in the materials that are filed for this hearing.
Well, thank you very much.
Part of that.
Yeah.
Maybe that led to that move to give everybody $250 back off their taxes, I suspect.
Maybe.
Councilor Chambers, any further questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Where you are though, over in the Ramblewood, that's mostly 2 acres?
Yes.
Mostly
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But besides,
Yeah.
But again, well water and people are fields or I guess they're probably on tanks as opposed to fields for septic.
No, there are fields there.
Okay, different era. Okay, fair enough.
We're on a
just on-
holding tank. We're
just-
across the way now.
we're really up against the river.
Okay. Thank you. And I think thanks for your interest in this, and Madam Clerk, on to our next presentation.
Certainly. Next up in opposition, we have Robert Loisel. You are free to turn on your microphone and your camera and address the committee for up to 10 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Robert Loisel. I live at 19 Christie Road. My wife and I bought this, or my late wife and I, we bought this property in 1993. And I remember making a promise to her that if ever I got the price of the house we lived in Port Richmond on Whitehaven Road, that I would build her dream house. That came to fruition in 1996. But I want to reference back to Jack Shapiro. In 1995, I was working with him on the Saint Germain Vermette study, and there were many residents who wanted to follow Headingley and separate from the city of Winnipeg. And Jim and I worked on the no side. And it was very, very small majority voted to stay. And in a way, it was a good thing we did, because come 1997, my house and the one next door to it on Christie Road were the only parts of Christie Road that were not surrounded by water. 2 doors down was an empty lot, and I had riverfront property down there. We were glad we were still part of the city, because, and it was at that time when we voted not to secede, Councillor Mays, that the city very gratuitously gave us $250 because we don't have sewer and water. We were enjoying it. We came out here for the country atmosphere. Things have changed. We had in 2004, we had the study by Wardrop, and they definitely stated there should be no more wells dug. And I noted Mr. Spezzano earlier said that he drilled and capped a well at his new mansion further down Christie Road. And the thing is that he is on where land that was previously a market garden, and the market gardener irrigated his land by taking the water from the river because it was too brackish down at that area. And I think if he tries to use that water, he's going to find every plant that he tries to water will die because it's all very salty water. Now, I am opposed to this subdivision on a number of fronts. First and foremost, people on Christie were never, and I accentuate the never, surveyed before, first of all, Damon Farm was changed from rural to the R5, and now they're wanting it to go down to R2. We were never checked on that. Earlier, one of the representatives from Landmark said there was lots of consultation. Not the case. He mentioned putting ads in the lands. Well, unless you're perhaps a daily subscriber to the Free Press, down here, we don't get the lands. They didn't turn around and take the obvious by asking the Mail Canada Post to drop notices to us. So a couple of things, no consultation on changing the Damon Farm from a farming rural to residential. That was never done. The city never really got in touch with us here. And then secondly, when they're going through on the development of the Damon Farm, we never got surveyed at all. So I have to laugh and say, just where was the consultation? As the previous speaker and Jack Shapiro said, it should be the whole area who is consulted. And I would certainly firmly request the councillors. I am a retired accountant. I worked for the federal government for 39 years. And the one thing is, I realize you as councillors are always looking, perhaps rubbing your fingers together and saying, hey, let's make sure we get those tax dollars. I did some basic calculation, and if we had 23 homes and they got $7,000 in taxes, now granted, not all of that would go to the city, but you're looking at in under $200,000 of income to the city. But you're also going to have to look at changing the schedules for snow clearing, garbage and recycling, etc. So there's a lot more costs. There's more debit to your books than there is credit. And I firmly agree with your bureaucrats who are recommending against accepting this plan. This plan has not been totally researched. I don't care what Landmark or ANS homes say. I remember my dear wife, she used to complain about the deer eating her plants in her flower beds or her garden. My two brothers who are avid hunters and were bow and arrows, and I remember them saying, well, Shark, we'll come and sit on your deck with our bow and arrows. Naturally, they were kidding. They knew they couldn't hunt here. And Charlotte's response to them was, guys, you'll be dead before Bambi is. We have got lots of, like the children who had presented something, there's lots of wildlife here, and we have to be able to protect them. I submit you would not allow a development in the Assiniboine Forest in Charleswood. You'll keep it as a forested area because it's time that we've got to start protecting our wildlife and our water. Now, speaking of water, in 2004, we had the study by Wardrop, as I referenced earlier, and it cautioned against any further drilling of wells because it'll affect our aquifer. Because I'm the first house on Christie, right now I still have pretty decent water. We don't have a reverse osmosis, or I don't, and I do know I've had the water the last time, and you had asked a question before, Councillor Chambers, so I will say it was 3 years ago since I did my last check. I'm going to do it again. And as a matter of fact, at my last check, I even had to shock my well because they were concerned about the viability of the water. So if all of a sudden those people go, just like Mr. Spezzano did, he dug a well, he didn't need a permit, and the province said, well, the city can't control that. And they didn't object to the drilling of the well. So what's to say, even if we've got 5-acre lots, people won't start to get, shall we say, bandit wells dug? Who is going to pay for me to have to get new treatment plants or something like that because this development has gone ahead and allowed something that they, or the individual, that they've allowed something that was not supposed to be done in the first place? We need someone to be able to enforce the rules and regulations. And right now the city isn't doing that. We have got, that I can see with stakes out, there's 3 more buildings planned, and they'll probably start going up this year. Matter of fact, I spoke to the owner of one land that is adjacent to Davis Road, and he said he plans to get the diggers in the ground this year.
Right.
And I said to him,
Are you just, Mr. Wazell, you're just about done? Your 10 minutes has run out. We can give you a couple more if you need it.
just a couple more and I'll wrap up.
Get 2
The
more.
thing is that I request that A, you get an updated hydrological survey. B, you reject, and the only way that anything would be changed is that you will make sure that there is the 10% preserve left. The other final thing, there is rumors that the city is looking at maybe they're going to put an access from that area through to Christie. Christie cannot support the extra traffic. Councillors, I beseech you to deny this particular application. The wildlife and we cannot afford it, and it's not going to give financial benefit to the city as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I had some questions, or Councillor Chambers, do you have any questions? Just thank you for the presentation. It is just worth noting, and I could have dropped this in earlier as well. There was talk of changes in the area. Just perhaps we don't get more people referencing secession or something. I mean, you can if you want to, is what I always said to people. But in the past 2 years, Councillor Chambers, with some support from me, I think with Councillor Chambers has been able to get some pretty good changes there. The fire service is much improved because you can't fight fires where there's no there's no water, there's no fire hydrant. So we have these new tanker truck system that's been accredited that can get out there. We've got, for the first time ever, you can now get Handy Transit or Transit Plus out south of the perimeter. That kicked in on January 1st. You have the option of paying for the U-Pass if you're a university student because there's no bus within miles and miles. So people objected to that. So we've made that optional. And I suspect when you moved in 93, you probably had to pay into some money for paving for the future services account. And a lot of that money is just sat dormant for 30 years. So we're underway on that. We're starting to get some things paved finally. Councillor Chambers has a number of them down there south of the perimeter. Councillor Klein has a lot out in the West End in his more rural areas. So we are, I think, for the first time in a while, doing a number of things for south of the perimeter in the St. Vital area. But thank you for your comments. That was a very good overview.
If I might add just one thing there, Councillor Mays, and that is, if this ever did go ahead, I trust that ANS Homes would tell their people they have got minimal internet here and we don't have fiber optics. So our only option for TV other than the old Farmer Vision is to get a satellite dish. We do not have cable here. We do not have a lot of the services. And I thank you for pointing out the bus, but we don't have regular service here. So, I mean, kids require school buses and that sort of thing. But there's a lot of positives. We want to keep this natural, and there should have been more consultation. Thank you.
I think Councillor Chambers may have a question or two.
Yep, and thank you for your presentation. You know, in recognition that you voted to stay with the city of Winnipeg, I think the one perk that came out of that as well is the fact that I get to represent the area. So thank you very much. You talked about the consultation process and the fact that you felt for especially the residents in the area of Christie Road that it was lacking. What would you see as a better mechanism to alert residents in terms of these developments plans that are being proposed?
Well, one of the things, as I say, they had said how they put an ad in the Lance, and it's easy just to get Canada Post, and sure, it's going to cost the postage, but you get Canada Post to deliver letters in our super mailboxes. At least then we would know something is going on. We didn't know a darn thing, whether it be the city when it was put through to rezone the Damon Farm property, or whether it's these developments. If it hadn't been for Michelle Olafson walking down, I try and walk the full length of Christie every day, and I met her and her two children, and she said, do you know who we can talk to here on Christie Road? Because we didn't even know what was going on until January of this year.
And so if perhaps somebody came and put flyers in your mailbox, that would be, because I know for myself that in terms of the Lance, we get it delivered with our flyers once a week. I don't know if this is the same out in the Saint Germain Vermette area. I guess with the distance of the homes, it might be a little bit prohibitive, but in my area, every Thursday I get a Lance with all of my flyers shoved in my mailbox, whether I want them or not. But perhaps in this instance, having a flyer put in your mailbox. Now, I've walked down Christie Road when I was campaigning. Not every house is accessible. There's some are gated properties, but how would you propose a better mechanism to alert residents?
I'm not being facetious, Councillor Chambers, but perhaps you should go to Remax Performance and ask them, how is it that their agents get their advertising put into mine and everybody else's mailbox at least once a week? So the same facility, it's something that would have to be set up with Canada Post. And obviously there is a charge because none of us have outdoor mailboxes. But I think that way, at least in the mailbox, and if you've had Canada Post doing it, first of all, you can get our whole area, both the other Ramblewood there, and so just into our mailbox through Canada Post.
Fair point. Thank you.
Yes, very good. Thank
Thank
you.
you for your time.
Thanks. Madam Clerk.
Next up in opposition, we have with us Carrie and Joan Wilson, who are in the Zoom meeting. If they are able to turn on their microphone and camera, we are prepared to hear from you.
Okay, I think I'm here.
Yep.
Have you got me there?
Yes.
Yep. How's the volume?
Good.
Not bad.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good afternoon, councilors. I don't have a prepared statement. I don't want to read a prepared statement. I just want to go more off the cuff today after paying attention to Landmark's presentation and Donovan Tave's presentation and sort of why I'm in opposition. I mean, first and foremost, I'm in opposition, and I would like to see the rezoning rejected. Totally in agreement with the Winnipeg Public Services recommendation, but let me open by just giving a little description of my location and my skin in this. I do live on Jean Louis Road. I'm at the very end, so I am immediately adjacent to Damon Farm. Been here for 17 years. I have witnessed there was nothing on the south side of me. So I have witnessed 3 homes go up. Actually, I'm looking to my left and seeing those 3 homes, 5-acre homes, what was green space, lovely, wonderful. I am not against development. I understand you totally, Councillor Mays, when you pointed out about, people obviously relish their green space. I relish the green space of Damon Farm right now. I relished it when Mr. Damon was alive, and I spoke with him, and he was tilling the land. And since passing away, I've been able to, I guess, albeit sort of trespassing, walk the lands, and it's beautiful. But to focus on today at hand, the rezoning from 5 acres down to 2 acres. Now, some of the points made by Landmark. When I hear them talk about 2 acres, and by all means, councillors, interject anytime. I'm just going off the cuff. If you have questions, Councillor Allard, if you need to top up your coffee, I totally understand. I'm usually at nap time right now. The words that were attached to the 2-acre lots were words like restrictions, enforcement, regulation, jurisdiction. I think Councillor Chambers, you mentioned something about, sorry, I may not quote you correctly, schemes to overcome restrictions. They talked about that. So these are things that are attached to if you rezone to 2-acre lots. Now, I hang my hat completely on the 04 study that everybody has quoted. I'm here because of the survival of the aquifer. And my understanding in reading that 04 study, granted it is getting rather long in the tooth. It's old, but after that whole study, there was one and only one recommendation to the survival of the aquifer, and that was maintain 5-acre lots. And I know Jeff Bell talked about density of wells, and I just want to bring that together with, to me, and maybe I'm translating improperly on this 04 study, but a 5-acre lot, RR5 lot, means 1 residence every 5 acres. And 1 residence, I don't care if they drill 1 well or 20 wells, they will use an average amount of water. That's what the study pertained to. And so I think when the study in the end concluded that if you go less than 5 acres, that a residence every 5 acres, eventually that is the only one that will relate to the survival of the aquifer. If you go down to 2 acres, and I don't mean just 23 lots right here on Damon Farm Road. Of course, this extrapolates down the road, future down the road. There are going to be more lots opened up, and I don't want to go back and cry over spilt milk that Viert Bay put up. I don't know what it is, 4 or 5 houses. They are less than 5 acres. They are 2 acre lots. I checked the registry, and they have wells, but it's sort of time to draw the line in the sand, and maybe just today with the task at hand, 5 acres, don't go down to 2 acres. They've made wonderful suggestions of how they're not going to use the well water. They're not going to put a well in, but we don't know that. And maybe until we have an up-to-date study that shows what we do have at hand is that the study says maintain 5 acres and the aquifer will survive. And so that's sort of where I hang my hat, and the argument I make that at this point in time, we're not ready to cut down to 2 acres, as much as I'm sure it will be a beautiful and wonderful development. And I know in time, I look forward to development next to me, but I think it's going to be detrimental if it goes down to 2 acre lots. Do you guys have any questions or that might pick my brain on my thoughts about this?
That was very clear. Thank you. Very concise. Councillor Chambers, any questions?
Yeah, so just to confirm, you're on the south side of Christie Road?
I am, yes. I am on the exact south of Damon Farm.
Okay.
So the Damon Farm development will be immediately, I can reach to my right here and handshake the first lot.
Okay.
But your home is on Jean-Louis, aren't you? You're not.
Yes,
on...
it is.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on Jean-Louis, okay.
Yes, I'm on Jean-Louis.
Okay. And you have a well?
I do.
And how often do you have your water quality checked?
Well, I have been here 17 years. I haven't had it checked in several years. I did go through my first 10 years getting it checked every year. And to be honest, all I was concerned about is that it came back potable, and it was.
Okay. Okay.
But I do know that I now, my indoor plants, they drink bottled water.
Okay.
Along with myself,
Okay.
because they die from the well water.
Are you on a 5 acre or a 2 acre lot?
5
acre.
4 and some, 4 and a bit.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
The Viert Road, which runs off of Fraser, I think it is, or Forbes, I can't remember which. So that's relatively new in that it's like 12 years old or something along those lines. So that came in, that's 2 acres, but that's only like 4 homes or something, isn't it? I'm trying to remember.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
But that, I mean, that's another one in hindsight. I mean, I was only brought to the attention of this 04 study because of Damon Farm being developed. And then I learned that I wondered, how did Viert get rezoned when this study was already available? Now, we're not here to cry over spilt milk today, but it set a precedent. I know that we saw today that that landmark showed that the Damon Farm development is going to be surrounded by 2 acre lots. And the majority, if not all of these 2 acre lots, they do have wells, but that doesn't make it right any further. I mean, we have to draw the line in the sand today that we can't keep, because the study says if we keep doing 2 acre lots with a residence on each 2 acre lot sticking their straw in the aquifer will be negatively impacted.
Nice image. That's actually, yes, that is the image. Actually, if people keep sticking their straw in, it's the too many sheep graze on the commons, then there's no grass left for any sheep. So it's,
but not if it remains at 5 acres. The study says, and again, I draw the assumption that a 5 acre lot means one residence every 5 acres, and every residence drawing the average amount of water that they need. And you know, already the Donovan alluded to, well, we'll make our 2 acre lots are going to have this restriction and this red tape, but we'll make sure that it's enforced, and then we'll have regulations and whose jurisdiction is it in. We're not ready yet to allow them 2 acre lots because we don't know what's going to happen.
I just need to kind of throw this grenade back at you, so to speak, but you also recognize that at 5 acre lots, it could be used or zoned for agricultural purposes. They can draw up to 25,000 liters of water out of there per day.
But it's not zoned agriculture, it's zoned rural residential.
Well, sure, good point, yeah. But again, at 5 acre lots, if they got rezoning to agriculture, they can draw up to 25,000 liters a day.
Okay, and when they apply for that rezoning, Councillor Chambers, I'll be here arguing again. But we're not there today. We're just arguing. I'm just arguing for keep it at 5, because that 04 study says 5 acre lots, our aquifer will survive.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you. And there are no further questions. On to our next delegation.
Thank you. So next we have registered in opposition Tim Braun, but I'm conferring with their clerk, and they do not appear to be present in the Zoom session. So we can move on to the next presenter, Carrie Thatcher. If you are prepared to turn on your microphone and camera.
Okay, my audio is on, but I'm getting the, starting my video.
There you are.
Right, so I'm another ad hoc guy. I don't have a whole bunch of prepared stuff to read, so I'm just going to speak to my concerns. So we built a house on Jean-Louis Road in 1994, so we've been there for quite some time. And I guess I want to talk a little bit about the process. Much of what I intended to say to already, I might repeat some of it. And I think everybody that I've met that's in opposition, I'm clearly in opposition, and I want the city to accept the 5 acre recommendation that's before you now. We all understand that development happens. We understand that citizens don't always get what they want. You know, you've heard people wanting the stuff to stay green. I get that that can't always happen. But I think what we can expect and should expect is a process with integrity and transparency. And I'm going to come back to that in a little while, but I don't believe we have that here. And I just want to make a few points, and some of them will be repetitive. And I'm in full support of what I've heard about the risk to the aquifer. I think that the so-called legal opinion that we got earlier today is contingent upon some new rules that don't exist yet, that would be incumbent upon the city to be put in place. Because today, if you read those exemptions, there is no mechanism to enforce those rules. So I'm not really sure what the point of that was. And I guess I'm also extremely puzzled as to why ANS is doing what they're doing. Because if I was going to buy a property on the new development, and I was to find out later or during the process that I have to have a cistern on a 2 acre or a 5 acre lot, I live on a 2 acre lot. I know it's almost impractical. Considering the watering requirements and everything else, they're going to be under immense pressure from a financial perspective to go ahead and make some kind of change to that, or a lot of people aren't going to live there. And if they do, they're going to do it because they're not informed. So I'm really puzzled as to why it is that this thing, in my opinion, is being recklessly pushed forward when they're trying to put such a caveat on here. It just doesn't make any sense. So I also want to speak to the due process here. I think we're all owed due process, and we haven't had it. In that I was at the first meeting at the football club where this was first proposed. And in that, these people were asked, what about other people, including Christie Road? And the answer that we got was, okay, this is the first meeting. We will make sure that they're involved in the future. And we've heard several times now that that hasn't happened. And the Christie Road people have spoken with great eloquency. They have relevant experiences with cisterns and wells going bad. So I really question why it was that even though we asked them, that didn't happen. So again, this speaks to the integrity of the process. The other people have touched on this already, but if you walk that property, you will find out how low it is compared to Jean-Louis Road, which is already at the end where Kerry Wilson lives, is already too low. I don't think he was there for the 97 flood, but I was. And that property is going to need unbelievable amounts of landfill to make it viable from a flood protection perspective. And at the same time, we've been told in the plan that north of 80% of the trees will be preserved. And given what I've seen on the integrity of this process, I just don't believe that. I don't know how that's possible when you think about how high up these lots are going to have to be built and then expect the trees to survive at the same time. The other one is, I believe that we've not been properly informed as to the impact of assistance. It was a very simple statement that came out that said, we'll fix this by putting cisterns in. Cisterns get filled once a month. I had no reason not to believe that until some subsequent meetings with Christie Road people who are familiar with cisterns. No one lets their cistern go empty. So this is more like once a week, and people have spoken about the impact of cisterns on the traffic, the air pollution, and everything else. And so it's another thing that just strikes me as not credible in what we've been told here. And again, this adds to my concern that there's going to be tremendous pressure on this developer to avoid that cistern rule. And today there's no mechanism to prevent it. I guess I want to turn now to a couple other points. Everybody's already mentioned that 5-acre lots have been recommended. I just want to register my strong support of that. And then in the last couple of days, I don't know if any of this is true. If it isn't, I apologize for raising it. But there was information floating around that the developer had spoken to the engineer that wrote the report, that there was a mistake in the report, that it shouldn't have said 5-acre lots. Last night, we spoke to the author of that report and spoke earlier today. And he said that is not what he said. So I don't know what is going on in the back rooms here, but when all these things are taken together, it makes you very skeptical that we have a process that we can believe in. So again, I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, I hope that no one's going to let that go any further. That report was written in 2005. That was before the completion of the floodway expansion. And one of the strong parameters in that report, which I've read, talks about the floodway being a relevant component to the study. And since that time, the floodway has been expanded. Now, we spoke last night to the engineer that wrote it, and he says, based upon his best opinion, he doesn't believe that that will actually impact the net result of the study. But I'm an engineer. I'm not a civil engineer, but I'm an electrical engineer. And in engineering, surprises happen. So the other thing is that that report also had a couple of other recommendations. One recommendation was that that model, that is an amazingly well done job, needs to be updated periodically as new wells are drilled and as new development happens. There was also a recommendation that said there needs to be a dedicated well system to do monitoring. And that, to the best of my knowledge, none of that diligence has happened. So I support what people are saying when they say that, why don't we, stop the rush, get another study done, and we're really going to be impacted here. We could find out that we're okay. We don't know yet. So we're basically throwing darts in a situation catastrophic to both the people who already live here and the people that are going to be buying these lots thinking that they're going to have a proper water supply. So, you know, to summarize, I'm not a natural skeptic, but this whole process has got me wondering, you know, why it is that we haven't been given the respect that we deserve with something so crucial. So to summarize, the Christie Road people were not informed of what was being said. The impact of cisterns on traffic is not the way that it was projected to us. The legal opinion that we got earlier today is of almost no use because it requires new rules that don't exist. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't really believe that this idea of enforcing no wells makes even business sense. So I expect us to be under a lot of pressure, and you guys to be under a lot of pressure to have that changed. I also don't believe what's been said about the impact on the canopy in the forest. It just doesn't make any sense at all. And to summarize, key recommendations in that report have never been acted upon. It strikes me as negligent to go ahead with a development like this without having that updated. So my request is, you know, threefold. I think this thing should be rejected. The way that your own people have said it should be rejected. There was talk earlier from the hydrogeological engineer that said, this area needs a plan. We don't actually have a plan. And we'd all feel a lot better and wouldn't be in such strong opposition if there was a plan that we're following rather than something purely ad hoc. And finally, I think we need an updated hydrogeological study. It doesn't make sense to direct us to go at this without that happening. So those are my ad hoc comments. And Marcus, I hope you don't ask me about how often you get my well tested, because this has really opened my eyes to have. I've been blissfully thinking everything's okay, and I find out, well, maybe that's not true. So
Do you have a reverse osmosis?
No, I don't. By the way, we have bottled water for drinking. I don't know if we should or we shouldn't. It's just that my wife doesn't like the taste, and that's subjective. I mean, not matter. So no, I don't have a reverse osmosis system. I'm not experiencing the kinds of things that others have talked about. I was quite shocked to hear that from people's wells. I would be pretty upset that was happening to me. But from what I can tell, my well's okay, but I need to start getting on a testing regime.
So you use your well water for washing, potentially cooking as well?
Yeah, use it for washing and cooking. I drink it myself because I don't really find any problem with it. I have a small garden, I water that. If I have a new sod going in, it will die if you don't water it. And I would have drained a few cisterns probably pretty fast, given some of the landscaping I did this past year.
So, and just as a little bit of background, when I grew up, my family built a home on Knowles Avenue, which at the time back in 1974 was the last street before the perimeter east of the 59 highway. So it was well water, septic field, very rural at the time. Couldn't drink the way, and we had come from Transcona and moved out to the East Kildonan, North Kildonan area. Couldn't drink the water. It was very hard. We did use it for washing clothes and bathing and brushing teeth. But you can tell even back then that the water had an effect on our clothing in terms of when it was washed and whatnot. And you get that kind of sulfury, kind of rusty kind of smell to the water. So I do have some experience with well water and you know, understanding, you know, how residents in the area want to preserve the quality of water that they currently have, and that it not be diminished any further through additional wells that may have an impact on the aquifers.
So you're telling me that my shirt doesn't look clean, right?
Oh, you're using Tide Pods, and they're better now.
I did want to say a couple positive things. I know that Marcus, you put a lot into this, and you kept us informed. I think you've done an outstanding job. Councillor Mays, you mentioned earlier on that the city is paying attention to this area. I'm eternally grateful for the support I got during the flood of '97. As previously mentioned, we were not properly graded when some of these homes were built. We didn't expect the levels that we saw. And I would have had a catastrophe on my hands without the help of the city. So I don't want this to come across that we don't understand or appreciate the value of being in the city and everything of all the support that we get, because, you know, I'm very happy with it. So there are those of us that recognize that you guys are working on this and that you're trying. So I do want to, you know, have my appreciation registered.
Thank you. You'll remind me when we get to, we still have questions for the admin coming, right? Because I certainly have a couple of paving questions that start to come up here. So I'll have that for Mr. Trenchard here, I think, when the time comes. Any further questions? And so your address, you're on Christie, or we?
No, I'm on Jean-Louis.
You're on Jean-Louis. Okay, so we've had some of both. Okay, thank you very much. If there are no,
And just for clarification, 5-acre lot?
2.
2-acre lot, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Bob Krull, who appears to be with us in Zoom session. Mr. Krull, if you're able to turn on your camera and microphone, we're able to hear you now.
Afternoon, Mr. Crow.
Looks like he's frozen.
You might be
I think
frozen.
you're
there.
frozen on video here. I think he's from the Ramblewood area. I'm going to say, hey, that was pretty good.
Mr. Krull, we can't currently hear you on audio. Do you have a microphone or headset turned on? And Mr. Krull, it looks like you might be participating on telephone and on web conference. Are you able to perhaps utilize the teleconference and unmute yourself? Sorry, it just looks like we're getting a frozen web feed for you.
Web feed.
We would perhaps move on to the next.
I put an amendment that we put the city water and sewer pipes all the way down. So
He's frozen again.
Mr. Krull, we can see you, but now we can't hear you.
Yes, exactly. Why not? Put it in our window. I'll put it in our window. That's it. No one will even notice. Pipes everywhere.
Perhaps ask him to turn off
Police,
the video.
no,
for more
no
bandwidth.
police. No, that'll see if we have to play it.
We're going to try to turn off your video to see if we can get some extra bandwidth in
It's not-
order to hear you, but
It's
we're not
the dog.
hearing you. Would you like to
Crazy.
call in with the telephone information? Okay, maybe
Sure,
we'll try to
Trenchard,
see if we
you
can
want
reach out to Mr.
Chip
Krull.
seal versus asphalt for the next time. Well, that didn't take it.
Committee, we have, those
That's
are
what we
the
need
remainder of the presenters we have. We have a number of folks who had submitted written submissions and had registered to participate. And I think the appropriate thing to do would be to just read their names into the record.
Yeah, I can do that.
If you do not like the sound of my voice, it's not going to be a fun couple of minutes. So for opposition, just going to read into the record the following folks who have registered for this meeting. We have Gary and Fiona Crow, Michael Lee, Susie Lohr, Glenn Romaniak, Shirley Sawatsky, Jim Kuzi, Grace Peltier, Arnie Levitt, David and Karen Priestley, Ed Cooper, Joy Hughes, Kim Thompson, Dave Seaton, Marcel and Betty Fontaine, Peter and Diana Dewick, Jindra, Michael and David Van Kura, Adam Holick, David Dulco, Caroline Zaitaba, Jim and Claudia Weselick, Marion Braun, Kara and Paul Mazuriak, Geraldine Collin and Brad Thompson, J. Murray Armstrong, Chris Friesen, Chris Strachan, Mildred and Ann Smallwood, Monique Couture, Adam Shields, Bruce Surgener, Teresa and Jeff Boorsboom, Scott and Candace Savage, and we have Bruce Lamont.
Madam Clerk, I have a few names as well that had asked for their names to be read into the public record.
In order to do so, I would also need to collect their addresses to make sure that they're receiving a letter that entitles them to all the benefits of those participating, but I might also have them on my list from last meeting.
Okay. Am I allowed to read
Sure,
them?
I can cross-reference.
Okay. Obviously, Stephen and Susan Winton, Tim Braun, Carrie Thatcher, Geraldine Thompson, Arnie Lovett, Marianne Braun, I think you mentioned already, Adele Delorme, Denny Coutier, Trish Lowen, Mandy and Jason Vandell, Michelle Olafson, Bill Lopuk, Chris Friesen, Dr. Jim Shapiro, Ray Dubois, of course, Carrie Wilson, Mildred Smallwood, Ulrike Helmuth, Caroline SZTAUBA, and David Dulco, Karen and Joe Lavetri, Susan Bochat, Adam Toll, Rochelle Neeson, Jeff Stokey and his wife Denise, Sophie Bruce, and Deborah Schlamm.
Would I be able to get that list from you?
I
Just to
will.
cross-reference that?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
And
And
sorry if I butchered anybody's name.
I believe we have Mr. Krull now participating via the telephone. If you're able to unmute yourself, I'm hoping that we can hear you this time.
Unmuted?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I've been watching you. Anyway, thank you for the work that you are doing today, and I appreciate the opportunity of speaking. I've just got my phone, so I'm just going to respond that way. What I wanted to say was I came to the meeting at Michelle's request initially for the simple reason that she indicated we were concerned with the damage to the aquifer with this particular development. That's not what I walked away with, secondly. And then thirdly, I'm back to being concerned about the aquifer. So I've learned a ton. I thank you for all of that. But initially, let me say that I am surprised that the developers consider this a rural development, and their comment of it being a low density proposal raises the question of their lack of concern of the potential impact that we way over on the east side of just before 59 highway could have as a result of this density increase, and certainly the impact to the aquifer. At the moment, we have no choices. I mean, we're on the aquifer. I bought out here. We drilled a well 15 years ago, and we've had great success with the well, no problems. We test the water every 2 years. It is definitely getting saltier. When we installed or built our project out here, we put 2 geothermal heating, cooling plants in this building. And I've had, in the last 5 years, I've spent another about $10,000 on repair due to the salinity increase in the water and the effect of it going through these particular geothermal plants. So there is considerable cost associated with the potential damage that a high saline water input will have on this home. And I, although I'm way over on the east side and won't get so directly impacted as some of the participants to the meeting, there is absolutely a long-term impact to not just the aquifer, but our lifestyles. And also, I look at the concept of the whole southern perimeter development area. I agree with Dr. Shapiro that A&S Homes are not just looking at the Little Damon property. You know, Qualico is looking at the development or the potential development along the south, the Sumka properties, and they are sniffing around this area, as I have some friends in the development business that are are giving us that input. And you know, with more and more straws going into the drink, there is going to be significant impact. So I'm just going to ask the question. When I built my home out here on North Ramblewood Road, I remember Mr. Carrier from the Winnipeg Planning Department basically looked me square in the face and said, if you want a building permit, you're considered a developer, therefore you have to pay for the road that's going into this property. Now, there are 8 homes along North Ramblewood Road. I've never collected a penny from them. They've successfully bought in. The city didn't pay a cent for it, and they do very little maintenance in the area. So I don't think the city has spent much effort or time in maintaining the properties that we pay taxes for. However, when I look at the water side of this equation, it's significant in the long-term damage that we have. And I'm wondering why the city doesn't say to the developer, why don't you pay for water lines going from South St. Vital or St. Mary's and begin the process that we're ultimately going to be faced with over the next 20, 25 years in this South Winnipeg area, where we need city water for consistency, and we need sewage control. Like right now, we put all our waste, it's just my wife and I, so it's not a big deal, but we have this huge septic field in the back of our property. Why are we doing that? Why don't we capture the waste and utilize it and do something with it as a city to make sure that we have control over the waste that is produced by all of these people in the South? And then add that to city water lines where we can, the city can gain income from delivering water, but also take control over the water and waste that's in this area, because it's not going to go down. It's only going to go up. It's going to be increased. We are already having some septic field leakage in the Ramblewood area from time to time because septic fields don't work all the time. And for that reason, this is only going to increase, in my opinion. So the city should take control over this, as many speakers have already said. The area needs a plan, like the previous speaker says, and I really am in agreement with everyone that says A&S needs to take more responsibility, or the city needs to take responsibility and decide which direction they want South Winnipeg to move. But at the moment, whereas we're a so-called rural area, it really needs to be under better control in order for all of us to share the beauty of the environment, South Winnipeg, and control the density, which could zip out of control very quickly. Thank you very much for your time.
I think the answer to your points about the development, I mean, they are, Mr. Trenchard is going to correct me if I'm wrong, the developer is obligated to pay for a asphalt road into the properties.
Yeah, he not just pay for it, he has to build it.
Right. Okay. So the developer has to build the road, and the cost to bring the sewer and or water pipes down from north of the perimeter to a 23 unit development this far south of the perimeter would be, if not, perhaps not hundreds of millions, but certainly tens of millions of dollars to get a pipe down that far.
Yeah, correct. And I don't believe Water and Waste has plans to do so in the near future in their budget lines.
Yes, the irony is it's the big players that you talk about that might actually end up having the pockets or having the resources to do that. So that's the trade-off, is if any one developer does start buying out huge areas, then that debate starts to get more real. But no, we aren't obligating them to bring the pipe down, because it's the cost of that would be out of scale with a development of this size. But we are obligating them to install, to put the road in at their own expense. We certainly had some meetings out there at North Ramblewood and Ramblewood where there's that weird cul-de-sac and trying to get everybody to pay to link those two roads up. So yes, some time spent out there on foot. I don't know, Councilor.
That's right.
No, I'm good with questions. Thank you.
All right, so I think we are not on to our next delegate because that is our final delegate. Am I right?
This is the final delegate in opposition. Just into the record, I have 2 registered for information. I do not see them participating in the Zoom session. Their names are Douglas Feldman and Gilles Gobert. And that concludes the
Okay.
representation.
Okay. I'll start, if I may, because no one else will ask about the paving. So paving, you just touched on, pretty standard obligation for developers to pay for roads, but this isn't gravel we're having them do. Why is that? I think you touched on it earlier. Can you just clarify? It's
Yeah, Public Works has a standard for rural residential lots, and that's what they've requested. As far as I know, their chip seal roads is no longer part of the 2021 standards for pavement. So asphalt is kind of the minimum allowable for lower traffic uses like this.
okay. Thank you. This would get city, one of the speakers was correct. There's city garbage, there's city recycle. Hopefully someday there'll be city compost. There's snow clearing. So all of that is envisaged on this if this is approved.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And they're also right in saying there'd be a lot of water and sewer truck. You got to pump out those septic tanks. All right. Thank you.
So does the asphalt hold up better than chip seal?
Yeah, it's a superior pavement.
It is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would be my concern as well with respect to the amount of vehicles that would be transporting water to and waste from that location.
Yeah, like a chip seal road is essentially
Yeah, we
like
just
a
had-
quality dust control
Yeah.
measure. If you're having low speed, heavy traffic like a septic truck, you would want that on something like asphalt, which I expect is why they've requested it.
Yeah, we just had chip seal on South Waverly, past Grandmont, all the way to
Oh, yeah.
Liberia Park. So,
Yeah.
and had the opportunity to drive on there on my way to Aurora Farm earlier this year, and it's great. But again, if it's not as good as asphalt, that would be the better route.
Yeah, and it's the low speed turning traffic that affects chip seal more than like a high speed moving vehicle. So something like a septic truck that's stopping and turning in each driveway is just liable to rip it up.
With regards to, and again, most of the discussion today has been on the aquifers and the concerns and whether or not the city has jurisdiction to enforce a caveat. I did note that there was a decision that was made in terms of the developer agreement on 525 Christie Road back in 2009, I believe it was October of 2009 or April of 2009, or sorry, 7, April 2007, where it talks about no wells to be drilled for this area, yet we're hearing that wells were drilled. So again, even though it was something that was written into the recommendations in terms of a developer agreement, we're seeing that it was not enforced. So does that speak to the same issue here, potentially, in terms of if there is a caveat on the title for 23 properties that potentially could happen in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I can't obviously speak to that recommendation from 2006. Based on the information we have today before us, and our jurisdictional authority, yeah, we wouldn't recommend that course of action.
One of the things that we also heard today is the fact that some of these plans need to be updated, and specifically the secondary plan that was done in 1977. And I know that I have some notes on there, but on that. But could you just, as an overview, just provide me with some direction on what that might look like, or just an overview in addressing the safety or that zone that we talk about as the danger zone for water, how a change to the secondary plan might address that effectively once for all?
You know, we would have to engage in a planning study of the area based on all the information we have presently. Of course, the hydrogeological report came after the plan was originally adopted back in '77. So that would be part of the analysis as well.
Could we use that report, or would it be recommended to have an updated hydrogeological study done?
That would be a question for water and waste about the hydrogeological study.
And who would assume cost of an updated hydrogeological study? Would it be the city or the province? And to the extent that it's necessary.
Well, I can say that right now we have no plans, no current plans, no current projected budget to update the hydrogeological study. We believe that it was based on, I mean, a survey of existing wells, and a monitoring program was done, and the modeling was done anticipating the development that we've sort of seen. And just to clarify, we're attempting to manage the risk to the aquifer by following the specific recommendations made in the report. And the direct recommendation that I'm referring to is to only allow residential lots in this caution area, and require that they're 5-acre minimum. And that's the most effective way for us to manage this risk. It doesn't require any new bylaws or a permit system or challenges for enforcement. Like the area can support, based on that assessment, the area can support groundwater use. That the recommendation was not too much groundwater use, and that the anticipated well count based on 5-acre lots and residential use wouldn't have a detrimental effect to the aquifer. So based on that, we don't have any current plans to update the study, given it's, I mean, yes, it's 15 or 16 years now. I mean, we could look at doing that in the future, certainly, but like I said, right now we don't have any plans for it. I would presume the city would be paying for that. I don't know if the province would really have any motivation to pay for that.
So based on the provincial well monitoring system, could enough data be gathered and what was described this morning by Mr. Bell, is there enough data to collect, or I guess opportunities to collect data so that we can have an assessment on the quality of well water, and not even so much the quality of well water, but the potential that it would, the quality would diminish with increased development in that area, especially the area of concern?
We'd have to look into that, because I'm not sure if what kind of record is required if in the instance of a property owner by themselves installing a well. I'm not exactly sure how that gets registered with the province. So I'm not sure if there's, if you're asking, is there existing data, an existing database we could look at? I'm not sure. I'd have to follow up on that.
Yeah, he did mention something that is south of the affected area and something north of the affected area in terms of a well or a data collection system or wells that are dug specifically for purposes of collecting data. And they're continually monitored. Is that comprehensive enough, or are there other mechanisms to assess water quality and potentially what might be the straw that breaks the camel's back in terms of water quality?
I think I'd have to look into that to get back to you, Councillor. I'm not exactly sure of the current where monitoring wells were put in for the study, and if they're you know, what the historical record is on those wells, and if they've been continuing to be monitored. I think our takeaway from the study in 2004 was, you know, we need to do something to manage the development in this caution zone, and you know, the most effective way we have at hand is to limit the lot size.
But it seems a little odd to me that we have this caution zone and we're saying it needs to be protected, but what I'm hearing is that there's no mechanism to determine, you know, whether the quality is being diminished or not. I mean, and outside of a hydrogeological study that was done in 2004, we have no new data, no new information. And again, what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Shanks, is that there's no mechanism to collect at this point in time, outside the well monitoring system for this delicate area, you know, and we're saying it needs to be protected.
Yeah. Yes, but just to frame that
so
question,
the protection is through policy mechanisms by saying that we're not allowing rezoning and subdivision and things like that.
yeah, like the modeling and the analysis done at the time said that if the rest of this caution area gets developed fully at 5-acre lots and everybody has a well and it's residential, it should be okay. That's the recommendation in the report. So yes, it was based on data collected at the time and some professional assumptions and that sort of thing. But you know, that conclusion, you know, we've carried forward as okay, as long as we, you know, try to limit the lot size, you know, it should protect the overall water quality of the area. Yeah, but further to the rest of your question, like, you know, what kind of data is available, or what kind of data could we seek right now to check on that? I'd have to get back to you. Like, we don't, like I said, we don't have a current budget proposed to do a new study. But you know, I could look into see what else is being done that could, you know, we could maybe piggyback on.
Do you have a cost estimate as to what a hydrogeological study would cost?
No, we'd have to look back at, you know, what it cost back then might not necessarily be relevant to now. It's quite a while ago, so I don't have any information on hand. Sorry.
And I apologize if I'm belaboring the point, but to the extent would technology have changed in the last 17 years where the data collection would be better and more accurate?
I think well sampling, I would speculate the well sampling, the data collection part would not be as, would not be much different. But I'm speculating. I'm not a hydrogeologist.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Any further questions? Not. Thank you for your patience there. Any further questions for other members for the administration? Just so I'm clear, so if there were 5-acre lots, we're looking at 10 as opposed to the 23 that are being proposed, or are we slightly less than that?
We haven't actually seen a plan of subdivision showing 5-acre lots, so
Yeah, that's what I guess the applicant has indicated based
57
on their model.
57-acre site, so.
Yeah,
it can't-
if they,
Mathematically, it can't be more than 10.
yeah.
Okay, there are no further questions for the amendment. Maybe Water and Waste can stick around though. It's been a long day and you got a double header coming after this, but we may yet have some questions for you. Okay, back then to Madam Clerk.
Great, so we will bring back the proponent. We have Jonathan Taves, if you could rejoin us.
Market lands.
Thank you. You may speak for up to 10 minutes in rebuttal to any comments you've heard, but no new information may be shared. We're having a lot of trouble hearing you. You're sounding
Is that better?
much better.
Thank you. My microphone is up by my ear. It's a big job to go through the 4 hours in about 10 minutes, but I will do my best to recap and do justice to the input that was provided by everybody today. And thank you for the opportunity to do that. I'm just sharing my screen. I'll probably just keep this one up for some context. Firstly, I'd like to recap what's proposed. We've heard a lot, and sometimes it helps to revisit and get back up in the sky to have a look down on it. The plan, the secondary plan, when I refer to the plan, I mean the secondary plan calls for 2-acre lots in this area. There are 2-acre lots to the north, and there are 2-acre lots to the south. Substantially, there are a few 5-acre, including 1 or 2 of the folks who are here today. So people are living on 2-acre lots with wells. We do think from a planning point of view, it makes abundant sense to follow the plan and have 2-acre lots here. There's no offense from a different lotting point of view. The completion of the roadway to us makes abundant sense as well, which is the continuation of Jean Louis from the south. Most of the conversation, as Councillor Chambers has refocused us on, has been about wells and water. But before I get to our summation on wells and water, I do want to spend a little bit of time, and I've only given the 10 minutes. I can't spend a lot of time on what everybody said, but there are some things I'd like to respond to. Ms. Boucher talked about the PR, so that I didn't want that to get lost. Public reserve. We did propose public reserve. We can still propose public reserve. We were open to it. We thought it was a great idea along the riverbank. The administration does not want that public reserve, but certainly it's still available for the ask and for the give. Ms. Lowen and Mr. Shapiro, there was a theme in both of their presentations, which I agreed with fully. I kind of felt for a while we were saying all the same thing, which is there is some cooperation needed here. And it's underscored by the lack of understanding here. There's so many questions that people have raised everywhere about whose authority. We've brought a legal team here who are experts. We have experts on our team that are experts in this realm, including in hydrogeology. Unfortunately, and I feel badly for my administrative counterparts, they're not experts in law. They're not experts in hydrogeology. Our planner has had to rely on a conversation with the provincial regulator. We are bringing technical expertise, and we've provided it to this committee. And that technical expertise summarizes this question as, yes, the city can regulate wells. When Mr. Shapiro and Ms. Lowen were talking about the need to plan, I'm an expert planner. I fully agree with this idea. 77 is too long. It's far too long for a plan to not have been updated. What it shows, though, is a 2-acre regulation, and it talks about it being, there's been talk about the hazard land superseding this designation. All of these concerns are focused on one thing, and that's the water. The only reason why we're looking at 5-acre versus 2-acre lots is to help protect the aquifer. We have the author of the report who said that. He's here. We can ask him, and I would encourage the committee to ask again to clarify. His opinion is the best solution here is no wells. And here we have a developer who's proposing a no well subdivision with 2-acre lots beside 2-acre lots. with all the same conditions that exist right now. We have people who are living on 2-acre lots and who themselves have wells saying they don't want 2-acre lots and they don't want wells. It's puzzling and a little bit bothersome that we don't have the city expertise on that side. But we're doing what we can, everybody, the committee and even the folks who are in opposition, to try and get to the answers. And we're doing our part best we can to give those answers. We think the answer is no wells. And Mr. Bell will say it again if asked, I'm certain. He said it several times this morning that no wells is the best. So that leads us to enforcement. Councillor Chambers and others have said we can't enforce. The reason there hasn't been any enforcement is the city hasn't taken the opportunity to make the rule. And here we are with the opportunity to make the rule. And we don't have to wait. We don't even have to study, although I always highly recommend studying. But Mr. Bell will be the one to tell you if an updated study is needed. If we have no wells, we don't need to study now. This committee can make the rule just simply by passing a condition in the order. And our legal team has told you that. We would encourage the city to consult its legal team to say, if you put this no well condition in, is it enforceable? And I'm confident they'll say it is. When, there are other comparisons about rules in the city that we make in order to achieve something greater. And none of them do we say that, so long as someone can do it and get away with it, we shouldn't make that rule. We never do that. If we have an intersection that has accidents because of a lack of signalization, say there's 100 accidents or say there's 20 accidents, and we decide, if we put a signal in, we can reduce it to 2. But will it stop all the people from going through? No, it won't. Well, then let's not do it. So we don't think that's a reasonable solution. Because we're concerned and we have valid concerns about enforcement, doesn't mean this isn't a good idea. It means we should look at how to enforce it, in my view. So I'm a little I'm optimistic that this is not falling on deaf ears, but I don't know why when you have a 2-acre subdivision in a 2-acre area beside 2-acre lots, and the concern is about the aquifer, and the proposal is to then restrict voluntarily and then on title, restrict wells. Why wouldn't we all be working together to say, hey, how can we make this happen? Why wouldn't we pursue that as opposed to being ultimately focused on how it will never work? I would like to think that we can do that. And I would ask the committee to consider that idea. One thing we haven't made clear, perhaps I'd like to make clear, is that furthermore on the enforcement, is that the proposal is to register, there's both private and public layers of control here that are available to us, and we can enact all of them. The first one is to register a building scheme. That building scheme would say cisterns and tanks are required. It would say wells are not permitted, and it would say septic fields are not permitted. That would be registered on title. There would be a private plan approval scheme that has to be run through the developer or its agents, where people have to sign it. That can be registered against the title. That's the private side. Several layers already, but you wouldn't have to rely on the private side. You could rely furthermore on the public side, as indicated that in the zoning agreement, there would be a restriction on wells. The city's within its authority. We assert to do that. And so you have multiple layers. The final layer is the one that we rely on very heavily, in addition to those other very solid legal layers. And we heard Mr. Stefaniak talk about breaking the law. People would be breaking the law to do this. They might try, but they would be breaking the law and there would be consequences. We can educate by signage, which is more effective than it sounds. People driving in every single day pass a sign that says no wells, protect the aquifer, no wells, protect the aquifer. And then when I indicated earlier, when the freezing driller's truck comes on site, starts drilling a well, I'll bet there's attention on it. A little different than some of the more subtle things like decks and gazebos that are hidden in people's backyards. So we think there's many, many ways to do this. We've given very practical answers to doing it. And we think that it is by far the best. The alternative is to go 5-acre lots, throw our hands up. And it shocked me a little. I was a little surprised, not by the content of Mr. Shank's response is great, but he's not, by his own admission, not a hydrogeologist. It would shock me that we would all be okay with 5-acre lots through the entire Saint-Germain-Vermette area and we will go to sleep at night happy that we protected the aquifer somehow by using all that land. And this is valuable city land, unless it's the seeds, I guess. That we would use it all for a number of homes at 5 acre size. So to me, as a professional planner, that is not a responsible use of the land. And in this area, unfortunately, we can't have greater density like you might get in St. Boniface or St. Vital. And sometimes density is a real problem. I'm well aware of the challenges. But this is 2 acre lots. There was criticism about the use of the word low density. These are low density. These are 2 acre lots. They may not feel low density if you've got a 5 acre lot, but they should feel low density if you have a 2 acre lot. And they should feel low density if you're one of the 500,000 people living on a city-sized lot. This is low density. And the objective here is to use the land to its maximum, as I said in my introduction. Maximum here, which is strange for many other parts of the city, is 2 acre lots. We should not be throwing our hands up and saying, we can't do anything about it, so let's just settle on 5 acre lots and we'll take the wells that go with it.
How much more time do you need, Donovan?
I'm done. Thank you.
Are you done? Okay.
No questions, Councillor Allard. You were very small on the screen there, but no questions. I mean, it does seem to really hinge. And Donovan, Mr. Taves, any issues with any other aspects of the report? There's not the usual sort of height jousting or side yard, the quarreling, or the no, I don't want to pave, I want to do something else, or all of the stuff that we normally get back and forth on. It's but any issues with any other aspects of the report?
No, thank you for asking. We have been through the report in detail a number of times, as you may expect. The recommendations coming out of the ACG, Administrative Coordinating Group, the usual set of recommendations for development standards are completely agreeable to us. There's nothing disagreeable about it other than the words rejection, because again, we believe there is authority for the city to do this, and the city should grab that authority in our opinion. But the rest of the report is fine.
Okay. Thank you. If there are no further questions, then on to the next. Do we have anyone else speaking as applicant? No? Really? We're actually nearing the end? Okay. Okay, so any further questions arising, any of that rebuttal evidence on for the administration who are here or virtual? If not, we are looking at minutes of 2014 to do some research. So let's get back. This actually is material to my comments. But, all right, so Councillor, so are we ready then, Madam Clerk, for motions?
Would be the appropriate time for motions, yes.
All right, are we on first then? We're on subdivision and rezoning, but it is a consolidated hearing, God willing. Yes, all right, thank you.
Good. Let's see. I move that the report of the public service has been taken and read.
All those in favor? Aye. Contrary, that's carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor? Aye. Contrary, that's carried.
Hold on a second. Is this the right script?
Take a look at these rezonings anymore.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded to PP&D, Property Planning and Development, Heritage and Downtown Development.
Okay, and then oddly, we have the supporting reasons separate. Okay, the motion is in support, to concur in the recommendations of the Winnipeg Public Service. All right?
Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, that's carried.
And I move the following supporting reasons be provided, namely, we've heard quite a bit today with respect to the concerns raised by area residents with regards to the aquifers. The report that was provided by the Public Service does talk about this area being a protected area or a potential danger area in terms of the aquifers and the potential for them to have diminished water quality. And of course, this would have a injurious effect on properties in that area if, in fact, through the development, and while the developer has talked about, or the planner for the developer has talked about a caveat on wells or on the property to prohibit the drilling of wells. There's still some speculation on the enforceability of whether that could be enforced and no wells be drilled, or a prohibition on wells being drilled in that protected area. So for that reason, moving it to property planning and development will allow the opportunity for that standing policy committee to answer some of those questions in terms of enforceability and jurisdiction. I did ask the question this morning whether or not the city of Winnipeg, in terms of the issuing of permits, does issue any type of permit for the drilling of a well. Of course, it does not. And therefore, if it does not, how can we enforce something that we do not issue a permit for? So based on those reasons, I'm supporting the recommendation of the Public Service to refuse the subdivision and rezoning of these lots.
Okay. Councillor Allard, any comments? Okay. I have a couple of comments I'd like to put on the record. I agree with Councillor Chambers. My comments would be, I mean, this is not the first time we've touched on these issues, and I had to go back and dig it up, but September of 2014, there was an appeal on Forbes, 3 addresses starting with 607 Forbes. And it was somebody in the 60s that had given out 3 building permits, and he had 3 houses, family members, all on this 5-acre property, and they wanted to subdivide. And my comments were, I would agree to that, but I had a lot of concerns about new wells being drilled. I wouldn't support new wells in the future. 2015 comes along. I'm not on the appeals committee, but a different address on Forbes, 1665, comes before a committee led by Councillor Pagtacan. Somebody's trying to split a 5 into 2.5s. It's denied. That's consistent with the area plan. So there is some history here with previous committees of council saying there are concerns about the wells. There are concerns about getting smaller than 5 acres in certain areas. So I don't know what that was, but so it's, yeah, I think to be consistent with what I've talked about in the past, there is concern about, the analogy here is the commons. You don't allow too many sheep to graze on the common area because then there's no grass. Here the commons is the aquifer, and as somebody said, you don't know how many straws you can stick into it without spoiling it for everybody. So we inch forward. Someday there probably will be a city water pipe and sewer pipes down there, but we're not there yet by any means. So I agree with the cautionary notes put forward by Councillor Chambers, who's put a lot of time in on this one. Maybe there'll be some legal briefing at PPH&D, maybe, that would swing the vote around. But for the time being, at least we have what we have. And I think there is some concern here that's justifiable about going to the smaller, relatively smaller. That's a fair point from Mr. Taves, saying there's still 2 acres. This is not exactly packed in. But there's concern about the aquifer. So I would support, those are my reasons, and I support Councillor Chambers. Call the question then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter, which will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision rezoning, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Do we need to wade through the variances as well, do we need to do the variances if the appeal has been, no, it's the application. We still need to consider them on their merits, do we? Okay, so on to the variances then.
So I move that the report of the public service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, contrary carried.
I move that the receipt of the public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye. I move that in accordance with subsection 247.3 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, that the variance is not consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan, does create a substantial adverse effect on amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and an adjacent area, including an area separated by the property by a street or waterway, is not the minimum modification of a zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property, and is not compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. I refer back to my supporting comments. Again, that there is much concern, even though the developer has indicated no wells would be drilled on the basis of a caveat. There are too many instances that we've even seen today, whether in the City of Winnipeg, the City of Selkirk, where wells have been drilled despite the fact that a caveat or a prohibition was in place in terms of drilling wells. And with each well that is drilled, there is the potential for the water quality to be reduced, which would be an injurious effect on the adjoining properties.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's carried.
That the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and the variance be rejected.
All those in favor? Aye.
That the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
We have 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I need more than that. I got a number of things.
Are we dealing with market lands or just?
Oh, yeah. I guess we're back when I need a number of matters, so I'll need about 15 minutes.
Okay.
4:15, thank you.
Okay, see everybody soon. Thanks.
We're back. April 27th, meeting of Real Community Committee. We have one item left, appearing for a fourth time on our agenda, is the Market Lands East Stockyards project, what goes by many names, but here it is back again. We left off a month ago, Madam Clerk, on this one. I can't remember if we had closed delegations or not.
We had not. So if I may introduce the item, it is item number 4, subdivision rezoning at lands bounded by Marion Street to the north, the CN Railway and Spears Road to the east, CP and CN Railway to the south, and CP Railway to the south, as well as CP Railway to the west, under file DAS at 30-2020. Please note additional communications were received in support of the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is that the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support, those in opposition, and those for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information will be permitted. All participants have been muted and they will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you've been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch via the city's YouTube channel. Any participants currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute the audio player now as it causes feedback in the chamber. At this point, I think prudent to ask the planner for a refresher on the overview.
Well, I think it's actually probably prudent to, as I remember, we left off with a huge unanswered question about easements requested / required by water and waste utility. I'm hoping we can get some clarity on that. That's really why we've been obliged to kick this to this meeting. There were both legal questions, and Ms. Russell rather deftly, thinking on her feet, I think, said, well, even if you have the legal right, do you really need the width you're proposing? Fair question. Though it also, there's a first part to that question, which is, do you have the legal right? So God willing, we'll get some clarity from the admin on that point before we head on here, because that was certainly how we left it last time, was a very big question remaining about the easements and the caveat that accompanied the sale of the land, the third party, and on and on. So
Yes, that is all correct. And I will defer to my colleagues in Water and Waste shortly. But first, before I do that, I just wanted to make the committee aware of a new clause the Public Service is recommending be added to the decision as clause number 5. More specifically, the public market site has a uniquely worded access easement agreement, originally registered on title when the city owned the land in the 90s, which explicitly names the city as the proponent responsible for providing access over the public markets land in order to provide access for CP and CN to Marion Street from the auto yards or the Allied site. While it was assumed this responsibility was transferred to the new owners at the time of sale, to ensure an added measure of clarity with respect to the caveat, the Public Service is recommending the following clause be added, which is worded as follows, that the developer be responsible for all requirements set out as the responsibility of the city in an agreement dated October 25th, 1991, between the City of Winnipeg and the Public Markets Limited, which agreement was registered as caveat number 1481873 against the city's title to the property on November 8th, 1991. So that's a brief synopsis of that added clause.
is that in front of us somewhere, or you're?
I'm just giving the explanation
Okay.
now. It's new information. If there are no questions, I will hand it over to my colleagues in Water and Waste for an update on the conditions from the development agreement.
Can we see what was said by email so we can review?
Yeah, have you had a chance to see that before, Matt?
I have not.
I will send it now.
Thank you.
Okay, so sorry, with respect to a legal opinion, I can offer some clarity, but unfortunately, probably not the clarity you're looking for. Committees need to be in camera to receive formal legal advice or opinions. And of course, since this committee can't meet in camera, we can't provide you an official response from legal services. However, I can tell you in our own capacity, my own capacity as the public service, representing public service, I can confirm it's the position of the public service that easements and right-of-way dimensions that we place on this development do not require compensation to the developer. They're types of conditions we commonly apply to approvals, and processes well established and based on the authority in the City of Winnipeg Charter.
Okay, Ms. Russell rather deftly, I thought, I'm repeating myself, Ms. Russell rather cleverly spotted, said, well, even if you have that legal authority, and I don't think they were conceding that, they then said, do you really need something this wide? And I can't remember exactly. I think we're at 8 meters at some points and different temporary and permanent easements aplenty. What is the public service? I believe you are saying we, consistent with our position at the last meeting, view the caveat as giving us the legal authority to require, not ask for, but rather require these easements. I think it's a fair question from the applicant. Hey, do you really need something this wide?
Yeah, and we've been working with the applicant in the last 2 weeks here since the last meeting to try to, collaborate, trying to find some kind of alternate alignment or something that would accommodate these widths. The widths we do specify. We do expect we need those widths based on the size of pipe and our previous experience with projects like this. But we are working to try to get more external opinion on from industry experts on whether or not we can trim that width down in certain locations. But more importantly, I guess there's implications with the right-of-way dimensions versus the easement dimensions, implications on where buildings can go, how far they can be from a right-of-way versus an easement, this sort of thing. So we actually have been working with the developer to come up with a different right-of-way width, trading right-of-way for easement that potentially could help address some of the concerns. Erica could probably speak to more detail about the actual numbers, but we have been working with the developer to try to come up with a more acceptable solution, and also potentially add some kind of clause to buy us some time to modify easements, or hopefully reduce easements after this meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll add to that as well.
Want to let us in on what you guys have been doing, or are we to wait for that from the developer, or what? Like, it's been a month. Tell us what the hell's going on.
So Water and Waste has been working with the developer, and Water and Waste has provided some alternative recommendations for the ACG report that accompanies this file. So that's been under development. I'd ask perhaps Daniel if that's something that would be appropriate to bring up at this point as the change to the ACG report recommendations, or if that would be happening at a later point.
Yeah.
Daniel.
Yeah, I can go over the changes if you'd like, or like I do understand that the applicant, while respectful of the changes, does still have a request for amendments to these changes as well. But if you'd like, I can go over the proposed changes now, and then we can hear from the applicant and go from there.
Sure.
Okay. So the original clause was for the developer to increase the right-of-way from 24 to 32 meters with an additional 12.5 meter temporary construction easement reverting to a 3 meter permanent land drainage easement on the east-west collector going from the roundabout to the retention pond. That would be revised to remain a 24 meter right-of-way, but have a 20.5 meter temporary construction easement reverting to an 11 meter permanent land drainage sewer easement for those same properties. And then the north-south right-of-way going from Marion to the roundabout. Original clause was a 35 meter right-of-way accessing Marion Street, increased to 42 with an additional 13.5 meter temporary construction easement. That would be changed to a 35 meter right-of-way, staying consistent with a 20.5 meter temporary construction easement, reverting to an 11 meter permanent land drainage sewer easement on the eastern properties. And the last was originally grant a 14.5 meter construction easement on the north limit of lot 1, block 1, reverting to a 4 meter permanent easement that was reduced to a 13.5 meter temporary construction easement, reverting to the same 4 meter permanent land drainage sewer easement. And then the last clause added by Water and Waste, as Tim mentioned, is that items A, B, and C above are subject to change if alternate pipe alignments and or easements are mutually agreed upon by the developer and the Director of Water and Waste.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I don't know if this question is rhetorical, but why couldn't we have had a proposal for less easement to begin with?
Do you want me to answer?
I guess it's not rhetorical, yeah.
Yes,
Why are we here with all of a sudden we need less easement than we did last time we were here?
It's actually the same amount of land. It's just now in easement form rather than right of way and easement. So the easement area has increased and the right of way land has decreased, but the overall width remains the same.
What's the practical import of that? They get to build more, or?
I'm not sure. It came from a request from the proponent, so they could elaborate better on how that benefits their site.
Suspense. All right. Water and waste want to do
Yeah,
with
that
that?
last clause. What's that last clause? And so this easement is there unless the proponent and the city decide that it's not?
They can mutually agree to change the scope of A, B, or C, but it's mutual agreement. That's how I read that.
Yep.
I didn't read it, that's why.
Okay.
Jim, can you speak a bit to Councillor Ellard's question, which I think is a fair one, saying, so what has happened here? That wasn't his exact question, but it's a fair question. Why, what has?
Yeah, you're explaining it the way I meant it.
Yeah.
Sorry, the question was for me?
Sure.
Yeah, no, I was saying that we're, because we don't have a design done, we don't have a design done yet for the pipe installation. We have a preliminary kind of idea. What we're trying to do is work with microtunneling experts that in the industry to refine our this preliminary idea of how the constructability of this large pipe. So right now the width, the area that we anticipate we need to construct these size of pipes is the width we're asking to be set aside, as easement. So that hasn't necessarily changed. The route of where this goes through what the proponent is proposing, or we're trying to fit it behind buildings, or maybe go through parking lots instead of along the right of way in some instances, that sort of thing. That we obviously don't have agreement on that. I don't want to speak for them, but the idea is that as we get more information from our industry experts, that hopefully we can, we're trying to look to see where we can reduce the width, or even how conceptually we could stage this construction such that those easements might become more workable for the proponent. And so in order to leave the door open for us to change the easements after this application continues through the process, that's why we're trying to add a clause like that, saying here's kind of where we're at right now, but maybe we can make this a little bit smaller with agreement from the director and the proponent. Does that help answer your question, or?
Think so?
Yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk. If there are no further questions for admin at this stage, then on we go.
Certainly. So we will start with the proponent. We have Ms. Susan Russell scheduled to begin the presentation.
Welcome, Ms. Russell.
Oh, thank
You've
you.
got up to 10 minutes to speak to us. If, as part of your remarks, if you could clarify the proponent's views on these.
Yes, we will start with this particular item, absolutely. And then Jackie will finish off with everything else, but I'll go through this particular item. So I wanted to start with a great big thank you. Water and Waste and Land Development Branch have been amazing in terms of their time and their valuable input in resolving these over the last, actually it's more than 2 weeks, it's over 4 weeks we've been working. So we're pleased to report that Water and Waste have been working with us and Land Development Branch to develop a compromise. We do agree on the east-west and the north-south internal easement that can work for all parties. So we will go into that first. So if Jackie's pointing out, that you've got the northernmost east-west 24-meter right-of-way stays as is. And then with the 20.5-meter temporary construction easement for the land drainage sewer, and then it reverts to the 11-meter. That's correct. And that does work for us, because what happens is when you don't have that extra width of, if we can go maybe to the slide, this cross-section that goes with this, Jackie, if you don't mind. I know I'm making you jump around a lot. Yeah, so if you go to this particular slide, it shows that we are looking at, well, this is the one for the other one, but it doesn't matter. They're very close. It shows that we're able to do a 23-meter setback to the building, whereas before the building was pushed way to the back of the property because it didn't work, because we still had to have all of the easements, and with that added width, we couldn't do things like add in street trees that were adjacent to the multi-use path. We had to push the building all the way to the back of the property, and all the parking was in the front. But by making it just an easement, we can put things into that easement that allows us to move the building forward, which is we feel a fair compromise in terms of the situation. So you don't have that, you don't get that Pembina Highway feel, you don't have the strict urban village either, but you've got something in between, but you still have the urban village on the opposite side. So that was the idea on both this street as well as on the north-south street. So that works, we feel, as a compromise, that works. And if we can work through the process, as both Merrick and Tim have said, and Daniel, if we can work through the process of the next couple of weeks, and if we can work through the process with the experts that Water and Waste has been consulting, we're hoping and are confident that we'd be able to reduce that. But this will be the fail-safe, that this will be the maximum that will be needed. So that we know, so we have assurances that the look will not be completely compromised with huge sea of parking in front of these buildings. It'll just be a double row of parking. That's it. That's all we'll need. And we'll be able to accommodate that within that easement. It allows for actually more than a 20.5. You end up with a 28.5 meter work area, because they also have that boulevard area in there that they could also lay down pipe and do those kinds of things. So likely we'll even less compromise the development in the future, but it's all there providing that opportunity. Where we are not agreeing still is on two items. Oh, sorry, any questions on that one? Or should I just keep going?
We had so hoped you would agree on everything, but
Sorry.
it's our data.
Yeah, so it's just the only one that we don't, there's two things we don't agree on. So for along Marion Street, very important. Along Marion Street, the developer is already providing, as we'd said before, a 20-meter right-of-way widening to the south side of Marion Street, as requested in section 1.1 of this document as well, to provide a total 40-meter wide Marion right-of-way width. That's 131 feet. So for illustrative purposes, consider the width of the council chambers from west to east. It's approximately 42 meters inside that building. So we're talking about 138 feet. So we're talking about a width of about that same amount. In addition to that, 20 meters of that right-of-way has no services in place at this time at all. So that 20 meters that's being provided has no services. So we feel that the city departments could work together to ensure all services within this new right-of-way is planned around and to allow for the future construction of the relief sewer. That's something that we are hoping can be agreed to. The other thing as well is we had discussed this briefly as well, that the anchor buildings on the northeast and northwest corners of the commercial property that are placed at Marion. Thanks, Jackie. That are placed at Marion. Those are critical in promoting the urban village concept along this important front face of the development. This is particularly important given the compromise, as we just talked about, that's been reached on the east side of the north-south entrance road, with buildings now placed approximately 23 meters, that's the closest from the street property line. The Water and Waste requested 14.5 in addition. The fourth reason why we're requesting this is the Water and Waste requested 14.5 meter and 4 meter permanent easements, severely compromise not only the urban village concept, but they also compromise the development potential of this commercial property because it eliminates the potential for out parcels as they cannot be located mid-site. So in essence, what ends up happening is you end up with no buildings on the front, a sea of parking, everything in the back. So it's that kind of a scenario where, at least on the west side, it's that kind of scenario that we're trying to avoid. Negotiated easements would be more appropriate, we feel, in lieu of the requested additional encumbrances, if additional land is needed in the parking areas during the design and construction of the future release sewer. And we had talked about perhaps there's some kind of a compromise which we may be able to reach with Water and Waste during this couple of months time period before we have to register all easements, whereby perhaps we can register easements in the intervening spaces in between the proposed building locations, where we can say, yes, absolutely, we can have some kind of a construction easement in there, but allow us the opportunity to make sure that those corner anchors are pulled up to the property line at a minimum, and then work together to come up with something. But if we identify those easements at this point, we are concerned that they will just stay there and they will never go. So let's work together to come up with something that works to provide that for this particular site. And then the other concern is there's and then so changing that clause, that clause, deleting that clause is what we're asking for, that clause C, and then replacing it with what we'd already talked about the alternative pipe alignments and or easements mutually agreed upon over the next little while with the Director of Water and Waste. And then for the clause D, this clause about additional easements that may be identified during detailed design well into the future that the developer needs to agree to at this point in time. It places unfair uncertainty on the developer, and also the developer ends up being at a considerable disadvantage at this point. Again, we respectfully request that this be deleted for that reason, as well as the developer is going to be selling the lands. And if any additional land is needed, the easements should be negotiated at that time with the landowner based on actual design parameters, is what we believe. And we've consulted our project engineers and some of the people that we know as well, and they advise that it's extremely unlikely that any additional land will be needed over and above the 20.5 meters we're already providing and the 20 meters we're already providing, given that similar projects have already been constructed using less land. And this is all based on today's technologies, which are only improving over time. So those are the only two. So other than that, it's been a great process. Water and Waste has been fantastic. Land Development Branch has been amazing. And it's just those two clauses that we still would like some consideration for deleting the existing clause C, and then that clause D, deleting that as well. And then also one thing we were thinking as well is adding in a clause, if you don't mind, just talking to this a little bit, just adding a new clause D that provides the developer and the future landowner some certainty of what will be permitted. Pardon, go ahead.
Where are you exactly on this? The C and the D reference and the
C and the D are the original clauses that were provided by Daniel in the stuff that you have there. In the stuff, that's a very bad way to say that.
Yeah.
The developer shall grant. It's C. So we're asking
are we
for
D. Are we in the recommendation?
Yeah. So we're asking for C and D to be deleted. So C under clause section 1, plan consideration, clause 3, C and D. So clause C reads, the developer shall grant a 14.5 meter temporary construction easement on the north limit of lot 1, block 1, which is essentially the frontage along Marion Street. That will revert to a 4.0 meter. And we're asking that clause be deleted in light of the fact that we are already providing a 20 meter widening. So land, not an easement, it's land that the city has complete control over. And then for the reasons that I stated previously, we feel that this is a reasonable request and are asking for some consideration of that. And then we're also asking for the deletion of clause D, which states additional easements may be identified during detailed
All right,
design.
again, we're gonna, Councillor Chambers is moving to give you a 5-minute extension. All those in favor? That's carried. So you're on our page 34, ACG.
Yep.
You're saying you don't want, B is a problem.
B isn't A and B are A and B as per the revised is good.
Okay, and C remains a problem and D
D
remains.
remains a problem. Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Both
Sorry.
C and D remain problems. And,
Yes.
And you have a new clause. And what about the clause that was that?
We agree with that clause. We agree with that new clause that's been added.
Oh.
We do agree with that.
Goody. All right.
Yeah, yeah. We do agree with that new clause has been added. And then we're suggesting another clause be added, although this likely will be worked out when they actually do the easements. And we have talked to Water and Waste about this. So it's just making sure it's stated, let's say, in this meeting as to what our understanding is of what will be permitted within that easement. And not necessarily added as a clause. We'll leave that to people that know much better than I do what needs to be added as a clause at this point in time and we can wait till later. But a new clause that basically provides the developer and the future landowners with some certainty of what will be permitted within the easement areas. And we had discussed with Water and Waste, parking, landscaping, signage, utility structures like hydro and MTS, services to the buildings, obviously, site lighting, sidewalks, fencing, like ornamental fencing, because those are requirements under our zoning bylaw as well, right? In terms of fencing options versus landscaping and those kinds of things. And other site-related features would be permitted, obviously in accordance to any bylaw. So in accordance with plan approval, in accordance with the zoning bylaw. And then Water and Waste had told us this as well, that not to say that we wouldn't be allowed buildings within those easement areas, but that would be based on the written consent of Water and Waste would be required to construct a building within those easement areas. So they did tell us that as well. So they've been very open and honest about all of these things. So we just didn't know whether or not that needed to go in writing in this document.
And where are we seeing that on our?
No, it's not on the slides. No, it's not. Yeah, we apologize. We had our last meeting yesterday at 3 o'clock and Jackie very quickly tried to pull everything together prior to having to submit everything by 4 o'clock. And it just didn't happen in time. So I do apologize. We did provide that information this morning as one complete written document.
So we would have that wording somewhere, Madam Clerk? In the proposed wording?
I don't believe I've received anything from the proponent this morning, unless that is still forthcoming.
Yeah, I think it went to Daniel. I can't remember. I can double check.
Okay, because you're talking about proposing adding a clause and it's not clear to me at least what exactly.
Yep. And Jackie could forward it right this second to Rebecca as well. Yeah, if it's deemed reasonable.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We seem to have narrowed the gap considerably here. Any questions arising out of that presentation? So for clarity then, we're down to what we see as page 34. You're okay if this is the amended version. A and B are fine. You do have issues with C and D. You are okay with that wording that Ms. Finnegan here read out half an hour or so ago.
Absolutely.
And there is some wording that you would like added in that we're trying to get hold of here.
Absolutely. And Jackie will send it to Rebecca.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On we go. Mr. Scaletta next, or are we going?
Jackie Wilkie has registered if she would like the opportunity to speak as well. Jackie?
Good afternoon, Jackie Wilkie at McGowan Russell Group. Sorry, let me get my camera going here. At this time, just want to see whether or not the committee would like to have a quick run through of everything that we had in our presentation previously. or if there are any other questions in regards to the other clauses in the proposed modifications.
From my perspective, I like the package that was presented by the proponent last time. I don't know, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I was comfortable with what the proponent had been suggesting.
Let's just try and resolve this easement issue to the best.
Right, but this is going back to all the other stuff, right? So.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear it again.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know, can't speak for Marcus.
Councillor Chambers, do you want to hear the presentation again that we've already heard?
No, this goes back to our last community.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
I'm good too. I'd just like to resolve these last clauses.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I've sent the wording to Rebecca in all of the clauses, if she's got a chance to find that yet, but
Yes, we received it and it's been shared.
here's the wording. Are you guys able to see my screen? Sorry.
Yes.
So no building or structure is permitted to be constructed, installed, erected, located, or placed in, over, or upon the aforementioned easement areas without the prior written consent of the city, save and except that parking, landscaping, signage, utility structures, MTS and hydro services to the building, site lighting, sidewalks, fencing, and other site-related features may be permitted within the easement areas subject to the provisions of zoning bylaws applicable to the owner's lands. So that was the new clause that Susan was speaking of. And all the rest of the issues that we had spoken about, I believe Susan has covered.
Okay.
Sorry, Jackie, just a quick question for clarification. You, in the zoning agreement clause pertaining to the signage,
yes,
have crossed out the lot that John Bayless had suggested be added, lot 3, block 5.
Oh, sorry, that was a mistake. The block 5 is supposed to be, that was a, sorry, that's a typographical error.
Okay.
Can I add as well? Jackie, I know when we were talking, you folks had mentioned that you wanted to have the Schedule C appended as well for the AT paths.
Yes.
That request wasn't made at the first meeting, so you may want to revisit with that with the committee as well.
Okay. Let me just navigate to the final slide for brevity. So in this clause, it's clause 12A, the developer shall at no expense to the city construct 1.5 meter wide by 100 millimeter thick Portland cement concrete sidewalk and or multi-use pathways and all related works on the standard alignment 0.3 meters from the property line or as determined by Public Works on both sides of all streets within the planned area. And we'd like to add conceptually shown on attached Schedule C as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. Schedule C was submitted by the city at the same time as the report, but it was not referenced in this clause. We just want to ensure that it's referenced.
Okay, so we would be deleting C and D. We would be adding a clause and we would be modifying clause 12A.
12A, yeah, but there's a number of clauses that had minor modifications in the text, which is in the document that we've provided here.
That's the document that we've just received?
Yes. So this is the summary of the proposed modifications. As Elise noted, lot 3, block 5 should not be crossed out. That should be highlighted as the change for this one. And in 2A9, it's just adding in public markets just for clarity with the name. For 2A16, we agree that there's no need to change this one. We had a presentation in our presentation. We had said that we potentially may want to change it, but we determined with administration that we do not need to. And then 29, A29, this was brought up at the last meeting where John Bayless had asked for specific uses to be not permitted in the M2 and the M1 and M2 zoning areas, which we agreed to in lots 4 and 5 of block 3, lots 1 and 2 of block 5, and lot 3 of block 5. Excuse me, pardon me. And then the
Can I ask a question mid-presentation? So, I mean, I see one highlighted part to the document, and then the crossed out red stuff is typographical, should be highlighted. But seeing the rest of the document, there's no other changes, or
the other changes are on the right-hand side. There are changes in the text that like we've given the original script on the left and the changes on the right.
Right, but are those the changes, or are we like from the proposal that we considered last time, are the only modifications deleting C, deleting D, and adding that clause that has been proposed, or is there a slew of other things that are different?
From the previous presentation, these were all in the previous presentation.
Right, so we are going over the previous.
Sorry, I don't mean to go over the previous presentation. You were asking whether or not it was only those 3 items in the list, but it's those 3 items.
I think my colleagues and I are just looking to know what the changes are from what we were presented last time.
From what okay. So yes, from last time it is just the last 3.
The last 3 clauses? Or
The
last 3 blocks?
The last 3 items that we were that Susan was speaking in regards to, with deleting clause C.
Right, so we already, okay, so
yes,
Susan's already presented that, so we're
yes.
hearing it again?
No, we don't need to hear that again. No, it's.
No, but that's, you're essentially repeating what Susan said?
Yes, that's what I'm repeating there, yes.
Okay.
Is there an opportunity in terms of like, for future presentations like this, just to provide a summary of what the changes are instead of going through the entire document?
Right, I think that was what the committee had requested. I don't know that was heard. So I think Councillor Chambers, the last 3, other than the highlighted text on the first, well, actually, no, the highlighted text on the first table, that's not a change to a change. That was as part of the original presentation, was it not?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
We
So
understood that you wanted to see all of.
Right. So the only new stuff is the last 3 lines in the table. Is that correct?
In the table, it's in the items under section 1, plan considerations clauses, clause 3, A, B, C, and D, and then also the section 3, service and conditions clause 12A are new from our presentation on April 6th. The chart is a summary of everything that's been presented both April 6th, plus the conversations with the administration and our requested changes now.
Okay, I guess I'm specifically interested in the changes. So you're saying section 1, that part of the table is new?
Yes, this is new from.
And then starting after that, section 3, get into new stuff too?
No,
Just
these were
under section 1?
The section 3, the 7, 8, and 9 were in the original presentation. It's just clause 12 that was new.
Okay, so for clarity, using Councillor Mays' language, so the new information from what was presented last time is starting in section 1. It's part of that block.
Mm-hmm.
And then everything else is the same until the last section 3, service and conditions, clause 12A.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And this does not include the additional clause that Susan was talking about recommending?
That it does, it's clause D here.
Oh, my apologies. Okay. Okay, so it is in there. Okay. So we're down to just C and D then.
On the ones with water and waste, yes.
And then seeing if the public service is okay with the new clause.
Yes.
Okay, colleagues, I'm good. You good?
Clerk, are there any variances coming, or is this it? Are we done with the subdivision and rezoning? If we get this approved today, are we done with this file?
We've not received any, or city clerks have not received a variance or a request to make this a combined hearing. Maybe planners can comment on that further.
No, it's just a subdivision and rezoning application. There's no associated variances.
And would this go up to EPC or would this go to PP&D?
I believe it goes to PP&D, correct? Because there was
due to the
There were changes, yeah.
amendments.
Or there probably will be changes.
All right, any questions for this speaker other than the questions we've already had leading to more questions? If not, thank you. And on we go to the next speaker.
Okay, next up we have Robert Scaletta. You could please turn on your microphone and your video. You have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation to the committee if you desire.
What will you do with your free time once this is approved, Robbie?
Go for a long walk on a golf course.
It's only been, what, 5 years?
5 years, yes, 5 years, yes. Yeah, no, I don't have very much to say. I just want to say thank you to the, especially Water and Waste. They've been very supportive this last month. We've actually had some good sessions, and I actually was joking with Merrick that I was going to record him because some of the things he said, I said, hey, I would actually like to keep that on file. So, but no, he's been good to do it on this. We were actually we looked at going through the site in different ways. So we're still collaborative on this, and I think in good faith, we're all going to try to work together going forward to the next month or so to see if we can actually find any more ways to make this thing better in everyone's eyes. So again, I don't want to rehash what we just kept saying. Just again, kind of just what I heard earlier today when you guys were dealing earlier this morning about doing the new developments, and especially the multifamily. Also have to have not reduce the parking, but add more car share. And I just wanted to throw into that we've been discussing with Peg City Co-op that they would actually see that our site could use over 11 to 13 cars or vans in our development as part of the development. So because they see the need for that and how close they are to downtown and to the amenities in the area. So, but otherwise, I want to thank everyone, and let's keep this thing moving forward. Hopefully we can be in the ground by the end of the year or early next year.
Any questions? Does seem appropriate to be ending with water and waste concerns, given that we started this thing, at least my involvement was starting with Mission Combined Sewer District and various sewer concerns, but it sounds like we've largely dealt with what was upon us at the last meeting. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Scaletta. If there's no questions, on to our next speaker.
That would be the end of the representations and support. We have no representations in opposition. We have 2 registered for information, so I will hand it over to Mr. Ken Duma, who is joining us by the telephone. Ken, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you're live with the Riel Community Committee and you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
It's gotta be a better turn of phrase than that.
Sorry, Ken, if we could get you to unmute that again. There you are.
Hello.
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 Hello. Yes. I'm Ken Duma. Mr. Allard, Mr. Mays, Mr. Chambers, and planner, Miss Elsie Finnegan. I don't know if she's there.
She's here.
I am. I'm president of Redview Developments. I and our family live in South St. Vital, and Marcus Chamber is our new counselor. I've been developing land since the 70s. I started with Art and Frankie Fair and the Martins, now Artist REIT. and the Weeb brothers. Redview last venture was the Fort Rouge Yards, consisting of 25 acres, whereby Mr. Harry Finnegan, city planner, and I changed plan in Winnipeg from industrial to a living area. It's a built-up area now with ongoing construction. The St. Boniface 165 industrial acres story is exciting, and I'm very supportive of it, but it's got some pains, and I feel it's unjust at times and fraudulent and lacks business fairness. It is nice to hear that the city of Winnipeg will have a representative to look into shady real estate transactions. That's coming forth. City councilors also have a lot of power. They are our elected representatives, control zoning, caveats, declarations, and what goes in the development agreement. Here is my story, and maybe put yourself into my shoes. I phoned and met with CanAd, the previous owner, to see if they are interested in selling these acreage. Yes, they were, and a price of $10 million, and they would pay me a 7% if I found a buyer.
Is this the same matter that you've raised in emails with us? Because it's just, I don't know who's right or who's wrong, but I really don't think, I mean, if it's the same matter, we really don't have jurisdiction over private contractual arrangements. Whether they were adhered to or not is an interesting legal matter, of course, and maybe subject for the courts. But with that caution, go ahead. But I may catch up again if we're getting into matters that really aren't before us today. I mean, all we got today is this, and God knows it's enough, this 1,000-page subdivision and rezoning matter. But I know you know the land. I know you had some involvement with the land, but carry on. But I think I've cautioned you.
Yes, right. Yes, you have. Well, I just think we always want to do fairness in any development. And I like the idea that we have Alberta people coming in to do some development. That's good. But all in all, I was the instigator of this whole development, and I brought Robert Scaletta into the development. And now I'm on the outside looking in or looking all of what's happening. And I think all people should know about that, first of all, especially our councilors. And I think that this grievance that I have should be addressed, and somehow my situation should be protected, and whether it could be in the development agreement or whatever. But I don't know. The thing that was done was not very honorable. And I just thought that anybody and everybody that is associated with this should know the background. And I was hoping that councilors would somehow protect the person or the people who initiated this, and whereby we could somehow work out a resolution. Again, I must say that yes, I like the idea that the plan is going forward, and I'm very supportive of that. And I was supposed to be all part of this right from beginning to end, but now I'm not. Problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions arising out of that? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Duma. We have received your materials in the past. I think that's all I'm going to say. On to the next speaker, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. John Bayless has registered for information. Previously, he was registered in opposition, but Mr. Bayless does not appear to be in the meeting right now. He had provided his written comments and requests, which were shared yesterday evening. So that would conclude. We have no other people registered for information.
Okay, time for questions for the admin. If any questions for, if I may, just that last matter, that's a private contractual matter, right? Mr. Dumas alleging some mistreatment. That's not before us here, right? We don't. That's not.
That's correct.
That's not our. That at least is the city's position is that's not our affair. Okay, good. Thank you. Any questions on the merits here? It's been a long road. Thanks.
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
I mean, I'd like to see this development go forward. I mean, I think the developer has gone over and above in terms of what they're providing to the city, and I don't think that the deletion of clause C and D is unfair to the city in any way. That's sort of the way that I'm seeing it right now. I don't know if my colleagues have questions for the public service, but I'd be interested in moving forward on what the developer is proposing and seeing this land get developed.
I'm just having a moment here with the sun, so.
Look at
you look like you have a halo, Councillor Chambers.
Fantastic. Leaving that aside, yeah, this has gone on too long. So whatever, Matt, you've got something in mind to move. Let's be done with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the proponents over dedicated. They've already provided quite a bit of land to the city. I don't think we need to. I think we can go forward with what the proponent is suggesting. So they're suggesting deleting clauses C and D, adding the additional clause that adds some clarity in terms of what goes into these temporary easement areas. And I understand there's new wording that is agreed upon. So the only last three matters of contention are clauses C, D, and I guess we haven't heard what the public service has to say about the new clause, but I think it's reasonable from what I read in terms of what could be going into those easement areas. So that's where I'm at right now.
That's a fair question. That last one, what is so Chancellor Elliott, I think summarized it well. There's C, there's D. The proponent says we can live with the new city clause that we just heard about today. So what's the deal? What's the admin's view of the new wording that was put forward by the new clause that was put forward by the proponent?
I believe we still have water and waste on the line, but my understanding is that they're okay with it, with the exception of utility structures in the wording that was provided by the proponent. Everything else they would be happy with. But I see them on the screen now, so I'll let them speak for themselves.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. It's common for easement areas to have pavement, fencing. The areas are fairly large, so Water and Waste is willing to look at some other elements like site features. Utility structures will have to be looked at on a site-by-site basis. As was mentioned earlier in the meeting, we are looking to get the external input, which will help define exactly what we need in easement areas. And that will inform what the final dimensions are, and as well what can actually be put in terms of the utilities in this area. It would not be a good thing for our construction to interfere with utility structures that are built in the development before we actually come in and do our mission relief work. So the intent is to avoid the conflict in the future. But otherwise, the listing of items that would be considered is acceptable.
Okay, so then we're only down to C and D, I think. So what is the public admin take on C and D?
Adjustments to what we had indicated in C is something that we'll be doing under the second option. We'll be working with the developer. But the position is C will need to remain at this point based on the available information that we have currently. But the intent is to look for opportunities to bring it down from what is indicated in C, but to keep C in the ACG recommendations. And D was
The all-encompassing clause.
Do you want me to read it?
yeah, please. Sorry, it's I'm blanking.
So the D is additional easements may be identified during detailed design of the Mission Combined Sewer Relief Works. The developer shall grant such easements at no expense to the city as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Water and Waste.
Okay. The recommendation is to keep that clause in the recommendation. It's analogous to the clause that was as part of the caveat that was part of the land sale from the city to the past purchaser.
Well, the caveat must run with the property. I mean, the caveat
Correct.
Find these guys. If it's a caveat, it's a caveat.
The intent is for it to run with the land.
Well, it's registered at land titles, I'm assuming.
Correct.
I believe that, like the original caveat, Merrick, correct me if I'm wrong, the original caveat for the land for the pond and these easements is being discharged through this application. And Water and Waste is requesting that it be replaced with a new caveat for these future areas. That's my understanding.
That's right. The background to it is lay down areas for future construction work aren't determined at this point. And it will come to light with input from the contractor or with additional stages of design. So this recommendation was related to having the ability to negotiate in the future rather than define specific areas at this point, which aren't known at this point.
I don't know where you're at, colleagues, but I think I'm ready to move some motions.
I think technically we have to let them speak in rebuttal, but yes, I'm as ready as you are. Yeah, Madam Clerk.
Great. So, yep. Ms. Russell would be eligible to speak once again in rebuttal to comments made without any new information being shared.
Thank you. Really no rebuttal other than we're hoping that the community committee, the councillors agree with us, our recommendation to delete clause C, delete clause D, and add in the new clause D, and getting rid of utility structures. That's fine. If that's what Water and Waste believes needs to be done. We just copied another clause from another project and it had utility structures in there. Not sure where we're going to be putting our CSTE and our transformers if that gets deleted, but we can work that out, I'm sure, in some way, shape, or form. So thank you. That's all we have to say at this point, unless there's any further questions.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your diligence on this. I know you and Mr. Scaletta have been at this a long time.
Oh, wow. Thank you for listening to us.
All right, if there are no further questions, Madam Speaker, do we have anyone else registered as Madam Clerk?
As a compliment.
I just say, go back to my union days, start referring to people as brother and sister, and then you never have to remember anybody's damn name. Sister Ford, where are we here? Take us home.
Great, so that would conclude representations. We have spoken to the public service, yes. So motions was accepted at this time. I have sent out another revised document that I hope would track all of our changes, that I would just hope that we could go through for the record, confirm that's what the committee is agreeing to prior to moving.
So
have you got that there? And we all got that?
Clause 5, this last one, or?
So it's just the changes in red that are in this document.
So each of the sections quoted had a request for a change, but we weren't sure going in what the committee's opinion of those would be. So, yeah.
So I would like to, my intention would be to move the development forward as it had been presented by the proponent last time, with the modifications that have been concluded in agreement with the public service, which I think takes care of almost all things other than C and D. I don't think C and D are fair, given I think the proponent has done more than their share of what they need to do to satisfy a development agreement. I particularly don't like D, which would basically be saying, you know, the city can go in and do whatever they want, you know, I'm looking for a Latin word and I'm not finding it. But basically, you know, whenever they would need to go in there and at no cost to the city, I don't think that's a fair clause to have. I think we need some certainty in order to develop this land. So I think it's reasonable to delete D in particular. And we heard from Water and Waste, the additional clause is okay, with the exception of utilities. And we heard from the proponent, they're fine with removing utilities. So if we could have that clause added and then take out utilities, I think we're in total alignment other than C and D. And I think I'm willing to, from community committee, recommend that. And I mean, the proponents will, I mean, this is their last shot, and the public service will be able to move their position throughout the system. So I'd like to start by supporting the proponent's position, and this has to go to P&D, PC, and council, and the public service will be there at every step of the way, and the proponent won't be there to rebut. So I expect I'll be taking that role and moving forward the community committee recommendation if my colleagues agree with me.
Sure. Do you want to walk us through the script then, Madam Clerk? You're ready to go with that? What's being proposed? I'm fine with that. So, Matt, do you want to just walk us? Brother Allard, here, I'll switch that.
Okay, let's get through some motions.
Roll.
Yeah.
I think you're looking for script on page 12, I think.
12,
Yeah.
Okay. I move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, that's carried.
I move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in part, that we, I mean, I don't know how to word this, that we accept the changes table as presented with the modification of removing utilities from the extra clause.
I think it was utility structures.
Utility structures from the extra clause.
You're-
Would that be appropriate as a motion, Madam Clerk? Would that be understood?
That's removing utility clause from the new motion or the new clause 5 presented by.
From the new table, the table that we had agreement from the public service, with the exception of clauses C and D, and we have alignment on the new clause as long as we take out utility structures.
Apologize, are we removing clause C and D, or are we replacing them with what the proponent has suggested?
I would like to replace them with what the proponent has suggested.
And that captures the new clause Ms. Finnegan read out to us about an hour ago then? That's in as well? Proponent.
Ms. Finnegan, would you confirm that, or?
I believe it's in the list that Rebecca
Oh,
circulated
sorry.
just now.
Okay, false
Yep.
alarm from me. My
Yep.
apologies. On we roll. Okay.
So we're good?
Madam Clerk, we're good? All right. All right. Here we go.
Okay, so then I think, so it's going to be forwarded to P&D. And as long as the clerk knows what's moving forward, and then I would move that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, contrary carried.
I move the following supporting reasons be provided, namely, this is this is a tremendous development for St. Boniface. It's restoring a brownfield that's been vacant for many, many years. I've seen a proponent do a lot of work to get to this point. Many meetings with myself in public service. I think we're almost there in terms of council approvals, and I think in terms of what the developer has provided the city already, I think they're giving more than their fair share of what a proponent is normally asked to give. And so I think the changes that they've requested in this hearing are reasonable. And in particular, I do not like that clause D that basically says the city can do anything they want to this land forever in the future at no cost to the city. And I don't think that's reasonable at all to put a caveat like that in a development agreement.
I agree with you on D. Yes, this has been a long road. I think Mr. Scaletta has been on the road the entire way. I think I first got involved meeting with the then newly federally elected Dan Vandel, which is probably 15 or maybe early 16. I do want to thank Merrick and Tim Shanks for working with the proponent, sorting out what seemed to be a pretty huge roadblock a month ago. We seem to have sorted a lot of that out. So better to try and capture this now rather than we know the CSO work in Mission is coming. We know it'll be tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions. So if we can try and think that through now rather than in 10 or 15 years, I think that's probably good. But to the credit of all parties, they seem to have worked it out. But yeah, I share Councillor Arlett's view on D being a little overly broad, but this will work its way through the planning committee yet, I guess. So, Councillor Chambers, anything?
No.
Okay, so we'll call the question then. All those in favor? Aye. Contrary carried.
I move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I would move adjournment.
Just if I could intrude there for the conclusion. Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council. Go ahead.
No other new business or anything kicking around from the early agenda? We sometimes forget those, but no, we're in good shape. Okay, Councillor Arlett moves adjournment. All those in favor?
Aye.
I don't know. I like it here.
You're done.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
I'm in my element, the council chambers.